Welcome to the Sustainable Beauty eSummit. My name's Jen, and I'll be the MC for the day. Sustainability is no longer just a trend. It's a pressing priority. Consumers are demanding greater transparency, regulations are evolving at a rapid pace, and the industry is facing mounting challenges, from climate change and pollution to food insecurity and social exploitation. This eSummit will explore the complexities of sustainability and beauty, shedding light on the key issues, emerging regulations, and actionable steps the industry can take to drive meaningful change. The Sustainable Beauty eSummit is part of my broader free e-conference initiative geared to democratize accurate information in the cosmetic sector. Too often, industry conferences fail when it comes to accessibility. High registration fees, travel costs, and other barriers create knowledge disparities, making it especially difficult for independent professionals, small businesses, and students to gain access to critical industry insights. For students in particular, recent funding cuts have made attending conferences even more challenging. Even with discounted student rates, travel and accommodation remain significant obstacles. My goal with this series is to offer an alternative, one that rivals the best industry conferences in quality, but remains 100% free, fully virtual, and always available on replay. That way, whoever you are watching this, whether you work for a conglomerate or run a small brand, or maybe you're an interested consumer, there will be nothing in the way in accessing this event. My goal is to demonstrate the value that accessibility brings to industry knowledge, innovation, and progress. So far, I've hosted 11 e-summits on a variety of topics, from sunscreen to skincare, sustainability to formulation. All the replays can be found on my blog. If you're looking for some free professional development, this probably would be a good place to start. My summit sponsors are a big reason why these e-summits have been able to continue and ramp up. I now host 4 per year. A big thank you to our Sustainable Beauty e-summit sponsors for helping make this one possible. Thank you to our silver sponsor, Croda, bronze sponsor, BASF, and general sponsor, Evonik. If you're a company wanting to work with us for a future e-summit, please reach out to us at info@theecoworld.com. Another big reason I've been able to keep these e-summits free is the generosity of the incredible subject matter experts who have volunteered their time and expertise to support this mission of accessible information. Today, we have a phenomenal lineup of speakers, industry leaders I deeply admire, who are here to share their knowledge and insights with us. A heartfelt thank you to all of our speakers for their time, dedication, and commitment to making industry knowledge more accessible to anyone. Some housekeeping before we get started. There will be live Q&A for all of the presentations today. When you have your question, put them in the chat of the YouTube live stream. That's what I'll be monitoring, and when it comes to the Q&A, I will ask the questions that I get from there. Also, while you're here, let me know where you're watching this from. As mentioned, yes, there will be a replay of the e-summit expected in your email shortly after the event. Before I kick things off, I have a few favors to ask from you. First, I'll be sending out a short feedback survey with a replay. It'll take about a minute of your time and will be really helpful for me to continue making these events better in the future. I've come a long way since Conference 1, and a big part of my learning here is from you. And the second request, please share this event with your network. Share the link to the stream you're watching, maybe some of the things you're learning, and be sure to tag us at the EcoL or at Jen Novakovich on LinkedIn. Finally, a big thank you to Luciana Smeldor and Nawal Abdul Karim. They've been incredibly helpful to me as a volunteer, both of them, in the prep leading up. Luciana has been working really hard to create an ebook. It's the first time we've tried to do something like that for these e-summits, but we thought that it would be really helpful in creating a summary document. So you'll be receiving that also as an attendee in your email. And that's all I've got. Thank you so much for joining us for the Sustainable Beauty e-summit. I hope you learn a lot and enjoy the conference. To start off the day, we've got a groundwork building presentation featuring me. What does sustainability even mean? Without further ado, let's get this summit started. And the first presentation for the day will be by me. Kind of odd to introduce myself, but I'm a cosmetic scientist and science communicator. My niche has been around sustainability, and I'm the founder here at the EcoL, as well as co-founder of Beauty SciComm, a collaborative social enterprise with Michelle Wong at LabMa for Beauty Science. I host a regular podcast. I'm very active on social media, and I'm currently completing a PhD at the University of Ottawa, studying the impact of environmental misinformation on sustainability. Without further ado, here's my presentation. So I figured it made sense to start the day with some groundwork building by defining what do we mean when we say sustainability. Very frequently, I hear in industry and beyond that sustainability means a lot of different things to different people, and therefore people can kind of define how it means to them. I'm going to make a case in this presentation that the many meanings that people have for sustainability there's some benefits, but ultimately counterproductive. And a case for why clarity, I think, is very important for driving the industry to do more productive activities for addressing some of the sustainability challenges that we currently are facing in the industry and beyond. So, yes, sustainability means different things to different people. And these differences are compounded by different cultures and languages. These differences are even seen across disciplines, even within disciplines. And while these differences may have improved the approachability of the topic, sustainability, where today in cosmetics, everyone wants to tell everyone about all their different sustainability activities, to the point that sustainability is fashionable, However, the lack of precise meaning also creates a lack of direction to guide productive sustainability adoption. The story of sustainability as a concept started as far back as the 19th century from the forestry sector. During this time, in the face of lumber shortages due to overexploitation, Karlowitz proposed that there was a balance between forest restoration and the sustainability of logging. By the time of Malthus, constraints on economic development imposed by the environment were more broadly accepted. By the 1970s, sustainability and sustainable development started to appear more broadly in response to growing recognition of the environmental degradation due to global development, with publications such as Silent Spring and The Limits to Growth. The term sustainable development gained popularity with the 1987 Brundtland Report. I'm sure at this point you've all heard this definition, but sustainable development is development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. From that development lens, the triple bottom line model was conceptualized to define sustainability by Ecklington in 1997. This model is probably something you've all seen before, highlighting the interdependence of the environment, society, and economy. And based off of this framework, when society, environment, and economy are equally considered, then whatever we're talking about is sustainable. So that definition was being developed in the management literature, and over in sciences, the point of view more was with respect to systemic resilience. This perspective was first put forward in the conservation literature by Halling in 1973. Not specifically in the context of sustainability, but in natural sciences, it increasingly became the focus. This led to the idea of social ecological systems. Systems where people depend on resources provided by ecosystems, which are influenced by human activities. And now another stream of corporate sustainability literature started to take shape as there was increasing recognition of the importance of the environment from the natural sciences research stream. And so now we see that three-legged stool being shifted to a nested model for sustainability, highlighting that the environment actually constrains society, which constrains the economy. Because without good soil to grow food, without the ability to grow food because of our environment, society would starve. And without the society, there would be no economy. This led to the planetary boundaries, which are an extension of this kind of thinking to establish a safe operating space for humans by Rockstrom et al. In 2009. So they laid out a bunch of boundaries, and as we cross those boundaries, then we start to enter a zone of uncertainty and increasingly become, depending on how far over the boundaries we enter an area of high risk of irreversible and catastrophic environmental change. Something really important within the planetary boundaries is that they are all impacted by the other boundaries. So you can't just focus on one boundary in isolation because of the whole system that makes up the planetary boundaries. In 2009, when the planetary boundaries framework was first established, there were 3 boundaries crossed. Fast forward to 2023, 6 boundaries crossed. Clearly, from a planetary boundaries perspective, we're not doing that great when it comes to at least the environmental impact of societal behavior. There was a publication in a management journal by Whiteman et al. In 2012 that criticized corporate sustainability for not thinking about this perspective and therefore not doing anything really productive in terms of corporate sustainability if we're talking about actually addressing these grand global challenges, whether they're environmental or social. They highlighted that one company in isolation is not going to be able to actually meaningfully impact sustainability. Even a company so large as Unilever that has some of the most impactful initiatives, for example, with the Roundtable for Sustainable Palm Oil, very impactful behavior from this single entity. However, they are just one entity, and there are so many other entities out there that are impacting these same issues. And so, therefore, we all have to work together if we're going to address some of these issues. Systemic problems need systemic solutions. Coming back to the corporate sustainability literature, as I have been alluding to already, there have been two schools of thought in corporate sustainability. The one has grown from the Brundtland Sustainable Development definition and Ecklington's triple bottom line, emphasizing eco-efficiency and green consumerism, really business as usual. And the second stream of corporate sustainability literature took a view that was grown from natural sciences as a critique to these two streams of corporate sustainability literature, which are in many cases at odds with each other. The idea of weak and strong sustainability was raised. Weak sustainability links economic growth and ensures we can have what we want with minimal downsides, whereas strong versions relate to ecological survival. An important distinguishment. Green consumerism, which is really highlighted within weak sustainability concepts, is not the same thing as sustainable consumption. Per capita, the most environmentally impactful thing we do is consumption. And the overwhelming evidence shows that the negatives associated with consumption outweigh any of the positives associated with eco-innovation. We as a society need to consume less, and having this green consumerism statements, both from industry and also governments, we're ultimately scapegoating consumers into feeling that they can save the environment by buying more green products, when in reality, this probably will make the issues of sustainability, if we're coming at it from an evidence-based point of view, worse. So sustainable consumption to remain within our planetary boundaries requires a lower burden on the environment through resource use. This in turn demands approaches to both improve eco-efficiency, which is important, but also sufficiency. Coming back to the cosmetics sector, cosmetic products aren't sustainable, clearly, considering the impacts that consumption has on our environment. But they can have a lower environmental impact per product, and companies can do a better job driving sustainability. I think a very important disclaimer as we're talking about eco-efficiency is that eco-efficiency gains in many sectors have actually had a perverse outcome of increasing consumption. For example, with washing machines, where higher efficiency for washing machines have actually led to higher consumption from consumers. And so while the impact of that individual product is lower, the impact of the total sector ends up actually being greater. Coming back to, you can't just address it in isolation. Eco-sufficiency should be coupled with sufficiency. More on the sustainability in the context of products and doing things better in the ways that we can. On the screen is the Eco Design Strategy Wheel by Brezet and Van Hemel from 1997, just highlighting some things that companies can be thinking about as they're developing products. There's also an ISO standard for eco-design. Ultimately, the determinant for the environmental impact of a product really is going to be at the design phase. When you're developing a product and also measuring its impact after, it's really important to have a life cycle perspective, both of the formula, also of the packaging, also of how that packaging interacts with the formula. Starting with, in both cases for the formula and the package, what's the feedstock sourcing scenario like? For example, if we're using natural ingredients, is there competition with food crops? considering that according to the IPBES in 2019, the greatest impact we have for biodiversity is actually the expansion of agriculture. This is a very important consideration when we're thinking about feedstock sourcing. Ingredient and product manufacturing are economies of scale on your side. So, for example, with sodium lauryl sulfate, there have been so many surfactants that have been promoted as an alternative that has less environmental impact somehow. But these surfactants, because of economies of scale, are produced in batches. And so, batch production, every time that you start and stop, then that increases the waste, increases the energy associated with that process. And in many cases, such as this case, the environmental impact of that process actually makes the finished ingredient more impactful. The same kind of ideas can be said around finished product manufacturing. And part of that efficiency is with waste. So, an issue that, for example, many indie brands experience is that there are very high MOQs associated, minimum order quantities associated with various ingredients. And so, they aren't producing enough of the product to use up all the ingredient. And so, then there is excess that becomes waste because they can't use it in time. What are they doing to manage that? And there are different ways that they could be managing it. There are various companies that have entered the market to address this specific issue. To consumer use is one of the most impactful parts of a product life cycle, especially when we're talking about wash-off products with respect to water and energy usage. For example, if a product requires more water to use it, especially more warm water, then that will drive up the environmental impact of that product. Commonly, I've seen waterless formulas being promoted as a greener alternative because they don't have water and water is scarce. That's their point of view. But then they're replacing the water with ingredients that are more impactful in keeping sometimes, depending, the product in a bottle, sometimes in a glass package. And so, for example, I've seen this from oil cleansers in a glass bottle. Oils compared to water in a formula actually have a significantly higher impact for the total environmental impact of the formula. Emollients in general are actually the greatest contributor when we're talking about ingredients in a formula, not water. So that's just on the formula side. But then that product requires significantly more water to use the product effectively from the consumer side. And so while that formula may not have water in it, the net water consumption associated with that formula may actually be significantly greater. Also, product waste. So if you're making a product that is purportedly more environmentally friendly, but then consumers don't like your product, then they're wasting the product. You have to ask whether or not that is a benefit if people are just throwing your product away and not repurchasing. And then we get to end of life with, for example, biodegradation and persistence. Just so you know, these concepts are going to be explored in much greater detail throughout the day in several presentations. Part of understanding the life cycle and impacts of products comes from actually assessing it, because otherwise you're just shooting in the dark. And the most, I would say, accessible way of doing that on the market is through life cycle assessments, or the most broadly available tool is a life cycle assessment. So this is something that measures the impact depending on your boundaries. Boundary development for this type of study is very important, and very important for you as the reader to look at. But it's something when an ingredient supplier is talking about their environmental impact, if they don't have something like this to quantify their impact, there should be at least some red flags, because companies then need to use that data to incorporate that into their formula kind of data, which then they can go and do an LCA on the formula. And it's not a one and done thing. It's something that you want to continually do to set benchmarks to continuously reduce your environmental impact as a company. I think probably the most important question to ask when we're thinking about eco-design, when we're thinking about life cycle of products, is, do we actually need your products? What is the value of your product to consumers? I think an interesting idea to have when you're developing products is, how can you help consumers use less? For example, if you have a multifunctional product, I just need to reemphasize that if consumers don't like your product, then that may actually create products with a higher environmental impact because of waste. Realistically, businesses' impacts will be minimal if we solely focus on product sustainability. Cross sector collaboration, education, and policy engagement will have a much more meaningful sustainability impact. Coming back to my initial points when I opened this presentation, this lack of common meaning for the word sustainability is a big challenge to drive positive sustainability outcomes. For example, companies may be pursuing sustainability based on ideas that are at odds with environmental progress. Commonly, I hear from brands that they are using more natural ingredients because they feel that that will make their product more environmentally friendly, or they may be packaging their products in glass or paper. Specific to natural ingredients, some of the most challenging ingredients when it comes to environmental impact come from the naturals category. So, origin of material is not a guarantee that the ingredient will be environmentally superior. And with glass packaging actually has significantly more carbon emissions associated with its production and its transportation. There's no panacea for sustainability in packaging. And as soon as companies market it this way to consumers, then that creates consumer confusion, and there are issues with that. Regulations may also be formed based on these skewed sustainability ideas, which then leaves industries be held to comply. For example, look to Hawaii with the chemical sunscreen bans, where the products that leaves that market with inorganic mineral based sunscreens, if we take a life cycle assessment point of view, likely actually have a higher environmental impact, especially considering the reason that these filters are being banned is for the sake of coral reefs. But the overwhelming evidence doesn't support the idea that they impact negatively coral reefs. Rather, it's climate change. So instead of addressing the real issue, we're addressing things that really aren't going to make a difference. And not only will they not make a difference, it's probably going to make the products in that market more environmentally impactful and probably less safe, because consumers no longer like the products in that market, because there is data to show that consumers overwhelmingly prefer chemical sunscreens. The vagueness of sustainability as a concept creates opportunities for corporate activities to be passed off as contributing to sustainability, whatever that means, without actual substantive change. So every time I go to a conference, all the marketers want to tell brands that consumers are willing to pay more for products they perceive to be eco-friendly or more sustainable. There is a business opportunity for sustainability. And my question here is, what if their perceptions on sustainability aren't actually aligned with true sustainability? This is a topic that I've become very interested in and will be the topic of my research for years to come. This is actually the focus of my PhD. So there is some gaps in the literature that I hope to fill, but there are some interesting studies that offer insights to some of the challenges associated with these skewed perceptions. One being a recent study by Groth et al. A couple of years ago that was a small study. So, caveat, more research is needed to understand this dynamic. But there was a group of consumers that were exposed to different choices of canned tomatoes from further away, closer, in glass, in different packaging materials. And their main findings were that participants overestimated sustainability benefits of things like glass packaging and the localness of the products. But in the study scenario, these products actually had a larger environmental impact because both glass packaging and localness are actually very poor proxies for environmental impact. In this scenario, the products that weren't packaged in glass and were from further away actually had a lower environmental impact. In addition, participants underestimated stronger indicators of environmental impact. So if consumers are demanding the wrong things because they have skewed perceptions about sustainability, how are we going to drive productive sustainability outcomes when in the cosmetic sector, as one example, our activities, and you're going to hear this throughout the day, are driven by consumer requests. We respond heavily to consumers. And so now this brings me to the BS bandwagon, which I think is a challenge when we're thinking about sustainability, even safety within the cosmetic sector, where we have fear marketing, for example, with free from claims. First, it was sulfate free, then paraben free. And the list continued and continued from the 90s to what we currently have, that started to teach consumers that these ingredients are bad, the alternatives are both safer and more environmentally friendly, and consumers started to expect it. And brands responded. That positively fed back on itself until there was opportunities for NGOs such as the Environmental Working Group to take a foothold in the cosmetic sector. They have gained so much traction that now when I talk to ingredient suppliers, they feel beheld to the EWG because that is the expectation of the brands, which is the expectation of the consumers. Despite the fact that the EWG is a pseudoscience organization, in my honestly held opinion. I have several posts and podcasts about the EWG. So if you'd like to learn more about why I feel this way, then ask in the comments. I can send a link directly to those podcasts and blog posts. These standards then led to the growth of retailer standards. For example, with Clean at Sephora, which has shifted to Planet Aware at Sephora. Now, one of the stipulations at Planet Aware, as one example of some of the issues here, is that sunscreen products cannot have chemical filters to be considered. And so we've already went through, from an LCA perspective, the mineral sunscreens likely actually have a higher environmental impact. And so now this standard is put out there in the name of sustainability, but it may actually require products that have a higher environmental impact. And I say require because brands are going to feel beheld to, especially smaller brands who would be more likely to sell in a place like Sephora. And so this creates this vicious bandwagon with more and more misinformation, more and more skewed consumer expectations that drive probably poor sustainability outcomes. And disclaimer, more research is needed specific to this topic. Stay tuned. I hope to publish some in the coming years. The paradox of corporate sustainability is that in the time we started to think about it, the main outcome has been things have gotten worse. This is a graphic from a LinkedIn post from Mark Trexler, who is going to be presenting after me. If you want really great climate-related content, he would be a really great follow on LinkedIn, but he'll have more to say on this specific front. But very clearly, what we're currently doing with corporate sustainability isn't working. I wanted to give a big shout out to the Eco Beauty Score Consortium, because when we're talking about things that will be more likely to have an impact, a big part of that conversation is with industry collaboration to foster more meaningful behavior and communication, really. And so I've been following along what they've been doing, and it's really impressive to try to bring everyone on the same page. I highlighted the points that this is all voluntary, so I also want to say that this isn't going to be the solution. Part of the solution, when we look at the evidence, voluntary regulations for environment seem to not have as meaningful of an impact for actually driving positive outcomes compared to mandatory regulations. There are challenges here, but there's also going to have to be some policy changes And that's also an opportunity for someone like or an organization, should I say, like Eco Beauty Score Consortium or trade associations. This is where I really see the role of trade associations for not only helping educate the member companies in their associations, companies that are in the cosmetic sector, but also for liaising with regulatory officials to help drive better, more evidence informed, more feasible, especially when we're talking about for small to medium sized companies, regulations to foster better sustainability outcomes. And that's all for my presentation. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you also again for attending the Sustainable Beauty eSummit. And it's now time for Q&A. And bear with me as I bring over my webcam for the Q&A. Here I am. Thank you so much again for attending the Sustainable Beauty eSummit. Before I start asking or answering your questions, I wanted to give another quick thank you to all the summit sponsors who supported this conference. They're a big reason why these conferences have been feasible for me to continue free of charge. As you can imagine, it's a lot of work for me to put these on. I also wanted to I didn't get an opportunity to thank Julia Ruby in the intro, but Julia it's currently in the middle of the night. And currently, she's here in the chat being the admin, though. So thank you so much for doing that. Thank you so much to Luciana and Nawal for helping prior. And thank you so much to our speakers for helping out with donating your expertise and time for this conference. Okay, so I'll start answering your questions. First question is from Mariella. If I've mispronounced your name, just let me know and I will correct myself in the future. The question is, are there tools for small and indie companies to compare LCAs from different suppliers for the same raw materials? Today, the challenge is that methodology used by each supplier is not the same. Yes. I am not aware of any tools to assist brands in this other than consultants, companies who do LCA analysis or LCAs just in general. So that would be my recommendation is for companies to consider hiring a consultant to help them navigate the data, which is challenging. I may be wrong though. So if one of my speakers is in the audience and is aware of a tool that can better assist companies that are past a consultant, then please put it in the chat, or maybe when you come for Q&A, let the audience know. The next question is from Dan, who asks, well, first states agree on we need this product, or do we need this product? I've been talking about liquid death for that reason. I've got a lot of pushback. This is based on misinformation plus backing the status quo. How do we challenge that? I think that part of challenging this is having conversations like what we're currently having, especially on a larger scale. If you're someone with a platform, having these conversations with your audience, I think can put pressure on the industry to rethink how they're currently thinking about sustainability and help better inform consumers, because honestly, the popular message that's coming from so many different places is that consumers can support the environment by buying green. And it's not even from like non-academic sources. These are messages that I've even seen from universities. And so I would consider also, if you're a part of that landscape, I know that there are quite a few academics that are tuning in, I would push back. And so when somebody presents the solution as consumers supporting products with their wallets, especially considering like the current economy, like, is it really? The next question is from Pia. I'm sorry, I'll try my best to answer as many questions as I can before I run out of time here. The question is, have you in your research and experience come across any tools to help educate marketers and consumers on the difference between natural versus sustainable? And in brackets, impact of producing natural raw materials. Any tools? I haven't. Uh, I mean, I try to serve as a platform to help marketers navigate that, but I know that my information requires a bit of time for people to parse through. I'm not aware of a company or a tool that I would feel comfortable recommending. I find that many of the tools out there really try to simplify these things, but simplifications for something so complex as sustainability oftentimes end up as inaccuracies. For example, like commonly, this idea that bio-based equals greener, when I mean, that's clearly not the case. Hopefully, after this presentation, you've gathered that. This next question is from, I'm sorry. If anyone has any tool recommendations, I'm sorry to be like kind of pessimist about the what's available on the market. This is probably an opportunity for a company to step in and offer a solution. If somebody's aware of something that I'm not aware of, then put it in the chat. I'm not personally aware. Okay, so this next question is from the Skin Bar. How is the import of products from far away sometimes more sustainable than local products? Well, like in the case of tomatoes, many many tomatoes, depending on the region, may have to be grown in, for example, greenhouses. And so the energy associated with producing tomatoes in a greenhouse is going to be substantially larger than the energy associated with not producing them in a greenhouse. And then considering the impacts of impacts and efficiencies of transportation, depending, shipping is actually very efficient at transporting, especially when the quantities on the ship are very large. It's counterintuitive. That can actually reduce the impact by shifting the region that the product is produced to a region that requires less intensive practices to produce the product. So that's one example of how local may or may not be more environmentally or less environmentally friendly. This is from Angela. What about B Corp Beauty Coalition? Um, I'm not aware of B Corp Beauty Coalition. This is actually the first I've seen a beauty coalition, but maybe I'll reframe this to something that I'm very familiar with, which is what is my view on B Corp as a standard that many companies are claiming is the what's the catchphrase that they all use? Something along the lines, in better words, that this is like the superior standard for both social and environmental sustainability. However, there is very little clarity for some of the requirements for companies and some of the audits for the brands and who is actually doing the auditing, unlike other standards, such as, like, for example, an ISO standard. There is also an issue, the last I checked, and I actually have a very long blog post where I rant about this. Julia Ruby's Resources just put a link. So if you want a lot more detail on what I'm currently saying, read that. I have many opinions, but a big issue for claiming that it is like the environmentally superior. There's a catchphrase that I'm at a loss for what the catchphrase is, but something along the lines is it's the best environmental standard. However, uh, in the audits, you can choose to bypass different parts of their questionnaire, such as the environment. So how could that possibly be the most environmentally superior certification standard when you can choose to just like not account for that? Okay, so I have a little bit more time. Okay, so bear with me. This is from Lola. How did EWG get all of this power? I'm shocked. Me too. I think that it's really down to our current information and attention marketplace, especially on social media, that really caters or really, yeah, caters to human biases, which the EWG messaging also does, specifically with negative information and fearful content. There is a lot of evidence to show that negative information is things that people like, we have a negativity bias. So we're more likely to engage in that content. And when people are afraid, they're also more likely to share that content. And then we look to social media algorithms. Many people today are getting their information off of social media. Social media has really changed our informational landscape societally. The algorithms also cater to human biases. What are you going to engage with? Because you staying engaged on a platform will actually be a profit like incentive for the social media platforms. There's an incentive for algorithms to behave this way. And so increasingly, as more people, as you are engaging with this content, you're going to be shown it. And this is the same for everyone else. As more people engage with this content, it's going to be more successful in these algorithms. People are going to share it more broadly. And so there is evidence to show that misinformation spreads farther, faster, and more broadly compared to truth on social media. And it's because of these kind of algorithmic and human biases, the factors that drive the information that we're seeing. And so it just so happens that EWG's narrative has worked very well with this kind of system. And so that, I would say, is a big part of why EWG has gained the traction that it has. But obviously, there's a lot more to this. I'll stop there. I have a post that actually, I have a few posts that maybe you'll find interesting. First, I wrote this in like 2018, I think, a case against the EWG. You can find it on my blog. But also, I had a recent podcast with Dr. Andrea Love on the EWG, and I think we covered other facets to why they gain the traction that they have. So I would highly recommend looking to that podcast. And you can find my podcast if you search me on any podcast streaming service at the EcoWell podcast. I have about 5 more minutes. Okay, so this next question is from MB. What is the best way to get into sustainability as a career from a renewable energy professional? I don't know if there's a best way. And I've certainly taken a more unconventional path to entering the space of sustainability, where I've kind of entered it with my own business and then academia. So I guess like one opportunity is to get the relevant educational requirements for different sustainability jobs. There's so many different ways into sustainability from so many different angles. It's such an interdisciplinary space. You could try what I have done, which is have a business. I mean, having a business is hard, so that I think that's actually a very bad recommendation. Maybe don't listen to that. Content creation is also nice for like building up a portfolio. However, there are challenges with doing this kind of work, especially in the fact that you won't get paid for it generally. Um, I would go on LinkedIn and try to find professionals that you admire, start conversations with them, And if they're in the space of sustainability that you want to work in, I would ask them that same question, because my answer based off of my experience is probably going to be different than maybe the answers that would be most helpful to you. But that is my question, or my answer. And give me one moment, as this is much harder for me to go through the chat as I'm answering your questions. Okay, this next question is from Amanda. Would you say packaging should lean towards biodegradability or reusability, or is this more of a case-by-case situation? This is challenging, and you may want to ask this question again when we get to the packaging talk with Dan Coppins. But like a big challenge with, for example, biodegradable plastics is that in the municipal facilities, they aren't actually like biodegraded, and sometimes that may actually present additional issues with microplastics, depending. Like, for example, you're not going to be able to, in most municipal facilities, put that in your compost bin, as some consumers believe. I mean, it's going to be a case by case basis. Opting for materials that have a higher likelihood of being recycled is probably the way to go. Especially, a big challenge with that, though, as you're going to hear in Dan's presentation, is that what is recycled is different from region to region. So I mean, ultimately, I would just say, or is it a more case by case basis? Yes, it's absolutely a case by case basis, and something that brands should really think about when they're choosing the packaging for their situation, or for their situation, their distribution situation. What is the recycling situation like for that place that you're distributing to? I think that is about all the time that I have. So I am just going to say thank you once more. Thank you so much for attending this conference. We're going to have a quick flip screen, and then we'll get to Mark's presentation next. Our next presentation will be by Dr. Mark Trexler, who has worked in climate change, research, and advocacy for over 35 years, including at the World Resources Institute and founding the first U.S. climate risk consultancy. He pioneered research in nature-based solutions, carbon offset methodologies, and corporate climate strategies. Concerned about escalating climate risks and potential 3 degrees Celsius temperature rise, his current work focuses on systemic approaches to climate mitigation. Without further ado, here's Mark's presentation.
Good morning, Jen, and good morning to all of you attending this year's Sustainable Beauty eSummit. I'm Dr. Mark Trexler. As director of the Climatographers, my primary professional focus is on business climate risks and their management. That said, it turns out that the question I'm addressing today, what's wrong with corporate sustainability, can be answered in much the same way as a crossover question I've spent a lot of time thinking about, namely, how can companies influence climate change outcomes? Given the early hour, I want to start with a simple question. Why are individuals and companies working harder than ever on sustainability, yet by almost any objective standard, the global economy is becoming less sustainable? We have more corporate sustainability frameworks, reports, and pledges today than at any point in history. Yet environmental degradation writ large continues to pile up, and climate change is accelerating. Let's get one thing straight from the outset. I am all in on sustainability and climate change. I assume you are too. We all understand that society needs to operate within planetary boundaries, that we have to respect the limits of what the Earth can handle while ensuring people's basic needs are met. That's what sustainability ultimately means, and that shouldn't be controversial. That's common sense. But let me share a couple of noteworthy statistics. One recent analysis found that 98% of large U.S. companies now publish sustainability reports, while another found that 98% of corporate sustainability initiatives fail to meet their objectives. Even if the latter of these two numbers is overstated, it's hard to put a positive spin on the overall message, which sets the stage for the really big question in my view. Namely, how have we translated planetary boundaries and global sustainability objectives into corporate best practices? And is it working? That's what I want to explore with you today. Let's rewind a couple of decades. Corporate sustainability wasn't always about scores, checklists, and disclosure frameworks. It began with visionary business leaders daring to do things differently. An icon in this respect was Ray Anderson of Interface, the carpet company CEO who in the 1990s set out to reinvent his business around sustainability, cutting waste, redesigning products, investing in new materials, long before ESG was a buzzword. Others, including early pioneers in cruelty-free cosmetics and microbead-free cosmetics, took risks to change their formulas and supply chains because they believed it was the right thing and the smart thing for their business. Sustainability was an innovation playground, a leadership challenge. There were no comprehensive playbooks. People had to experiment and lead the way. Fast forward to today. What does corporate sustainability often look like? Mountains of paperwork, teams preparing lengthy reports and disclosures to align with CSRD, GRI, SASB, TCFD, a veritable alphabet soup of sustainability frameworks and disclosure regimes. Hours spent filling out questionnaires for ESG ratings agencies, PowerPoint decks to brief the board on the latest sustainability scorecard, and increasingly massive disclosures. The EU's new Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive will require disclosure of more than 1,000 specific data points, covering everything from climate risks to biodiversity and human rights. Don't get me wrong, all things being equal, transparency is great. But when disclosure requirements become this exhaustive, there's a real danger, as PwC put it at one point, of falling into, quote, a grinding, inefficient cycle of compliance box ticking, unquote. How did sustainability turn into a seemingly bureaucratic exercise that often amounts to green-tinted public relations, where we're checking all the boxes, yet missing the point? And given that, where do we go from here? Sustainability used to be about companies trying to stand out, experiment, and push boundaries. Today, it's companies being expected to solve global problems through their often voluntary sustainability programs. When Applied Energy Services stepped up to pioneer the first carbon offset project in 1988, no one saw carbon offsets as the solution to climate change. Everyone anticipated that public policies would be implemented to seriously tackle climate change. But as we know, those regulations never came into force, leading observers to start suggesting that if everyone were to participate, carbon offsets can solve climate change. That's where corporate sustainability started to go off the rails. Think about it. Instead of businesses leading with creative sustainability strategies, they are increasingly being pushed to take the same actions as everyone else, in effect acting as stand-ins or proxies for missing government policies, from climate change to biodiversity and plastics pollution. In many respects, sustainability has shifted from a space for innovation to a space in which the uniform collective actions of businesses are expected to proxy for societal decision-making and policies. And that's a problem. The problem isn't that corporate sustainability doesn't matter. It does. The problem is how corporate sustainability is being executed today. The problem is that we've lost sight of what actually works, and we're expecting sustainability initiatives to solve problems they were never capable of solving. And when sustainability becomes a checklist, we risk losing the plot. We end up valuing form over substance. As long as we check the box, we call it a win, even if nothing actually changes in the real world. There's an old saying that what gets measured gets managed. In sustainability, we've decided to measure everything, which sounds good until you realize it's easy to start managing only to the metrics that work for you, not to the mission. We create intricate KPIs for carbon intensity, water usage per unit, percentage of sustainably sourced materials, etc. But focusing on these narrow metrics quickly leads to efforts to game the metrics rather than truly innovating. The tail wags the dog. The metrics start to drive the strategy rather than the other way around. A powerful example of this is how ESG ratings can work. Not long ago, the S&P 500 ESG index, which is supposed to include the market's most sustainable companies, made a controversial move. It dropped Tesla, the electric vehicle company, from the index, but kept ExxonMobil, one of the world's largest oil producers, leading Elon Musk to label ESG ratings a scam. But why did it do that? Because ESG ratings often judge companies within their sector rather than across society. Exxon might rank well compared to other oil companies on things like disclosure and governance, while Tesla got dinged for issues like factory working conditions and lack of disclosure on certain metrics. It shows how a rigid scoring approach can yield bizarre outcomes. And consider this: 1/3 of all assets under management globally, tens of trillions of dollars, now claim to use ESG criteria, or at least they did until a few weeks ago here in the US. Yet global environmental problems are getting worse. We have more money than ever supposedly invested in good companies. But is that money really driving real-world improvements? This is what I mean when I say that our sustainability metrics have been hijacked by a compliance and marketing mindset. If we get a high score, if we make the right list, we must be sustainable, regardless of what's actually happening in our operations or supply chain. I want to dig a bit deeper on the metrics and frameworks issue, because this is at the heart of why corporate sustainability has lost its way. We created metrics and checklists to hold ourselves accountable, which is good. But in many cases, the metrics have taken on a life of their own. We end up managing to improve the metric, even if that doesn't truly solve the problem, or even meaningfully address the problem in some cases that the metric was supposed to represent. I'm going to draw some examples from the climate change space, but you could easily do the same for other sustainability spaces. Take carbon footprints. What started out as a useful way for companies to visualize one aspect of their climate impact, it's now treated as a metric by which to evaluate climate progress and as information that investors can use to assess business climate risk. But companies aren't just expected to look at their carbon footprints. They're expected to quantify and mitigate their Scope 1, Scope 2, and Scope 3 emissions, even though most companies have very little control over their Scope 2 and Scope 3 emissions. And a company's carbon footprint really tells investors virtually nothing about climate risk. But even as more and more observers are questioning whether this approach is fit for purpose, an entire industry has sprung up to entrench the idea. Or take net zero. What started out as a legitimate global objective to visualize rapid systemic change aimed at mitigating climate change rapidly got sliced and diced into corporate science-based targets and net zero targets. But the reality is that most companies simply cannot reach net zero without the necessary public policies being in place, which they're not. In one analysis looking at over 500 companies worldwide that pledged to reach net zero by 2040, 96% were not on track. And now we're seeing more and more companies backtrack, abandoning their net zero commitments. Yet the industry around these targets keeps growing, pushing more and more companies to sign up for targets they can't and won't meet. Or take carbon offsets and renewable energy credits, or RECs. Both started out as great ideas to help companies promote voluntary climate actions, but today are seen as integral to achieving global climate goals. According to a recent Carbon Brief analysis, about 2/3 of the world's biggest companies with net zero targets are relying on carbon offsets to meet those goals. But numerous analyses and studies have made clear that carbon offsets and RECs have evolved into commodities that often have little to no real environmental impact. Climate risk disclosure started out as a legitimate way to get companies to start thinking about how they might be exposed to evolving climate risks, rapidly turned into one-size-fits-all risk disclosure protocols that often reduce risk analysis to a check-the-box exercise and encourage companies to craft risk narratives they're comfortable disclosing to the public, as opposed to the risk narratives they should be using for their strategic planning. Last, take transition risk planning. Well, it makes sense for companies to plan for potentially material transitions. Asking companies to write transition plans to demonstrate their preparedness for a 1.5 degree centigrade or 2 degree centigrade climate future, when the reality is that we're not even close to being on track for such futures, again, rapidly becomes a check-the-box exercise. The bottom line, corporate greenwashing and gaming. KPMG defines corporate greenwashing as aspirational sustainability without the substance. Often this happens because of pressure to announce bold targets, to one-up competitors, to please stakeholders who keep asking, are you aligned with 1.5 degrees? Are you net zero? So companies set unrealistic targets. It's a bit like me declaring I'll run a marathon next month, having done no training, because it sounds admirable today. But inevitably, when the deadline comes, most greenwashing ends in failure. And before that, companies will probably have engaged in all kinds of metrics gaming to hide or delay that failure, which is why greenwashing can very easily transition into active greenwashing, leading to public cynicism and broken trust. I want to emphasize, I'm not blaming individuals or individual companies here. Many sustainability professionals recognize these shortcomings and feel trapped in a system that demands these reports and targets. It's tempting to go for the quick wins that look good. But as the saying goes, not everything that counts can be counted, and not everything that can be counted counts. We've been counting what's easy to count and counting it to death, while the real work, the deeper transformations, languish. So to summarize the problems, corporate sustainability has veered off track by becoming too much about optics and not enough about outcomes. We've shifted from innovation to compliance, from leadership to follow the template, from bold action to timid box checking. We see greenwashing targets without plans, virtue signaling without substance, and metrics that measure the wrong things or create a false confidence in what we're doing. Okay, enough diagnosis of the problem. What do we do about it? How do we get corporate sustainability back on track, at least for companies willing to buck some of these trends? I suggest stripping it back to first principles. By first principles, I mean the fundamental reasons and approaches, the core of why and how behind sustainability before it got codified into one-size-fits-all frameworks. At its heart, sustainability in business is about ensuring long-term viability of your business and of society and the environment that your business ultimately depends on. It's about trade-offs, because there usually is no such thing as a free lunch. It's about innovation, finding new ways to deliver value that won't destroy value elsewhere. It's about responsibility, acknowledging that businesses, especially big ones, have an impact on the world and thus a duty to mitigate the negatives and amplify the positives. These ideas existed long before the term ESG. So how do we operationalize this first principle mindset? Here are a few approaches. Ask why again. In the rush to comply with frameworks, we often forget to ask, why are we doing this in the first place? Start by re-identifying the key impacts and opportunities of your business. These are not just boxes to tick. They tie directly into your ability to do business in the future. If plastic regulations tighten or customers turn against wasteful packaging, companies that figured out circular packaging early will thrive. If climate change disrupts agriculture, companies that invested in climate resilient and low carbon sourcing will have supply security. So identify the core issues that materially affect both your business success and society's well-being. Focus on those first and foremost, even if some aren't heavily weighted in the current ESG ratings. Solve the real problems, not just the perceived problems. 2, simplify the metrics and make them matter. We can't manage without measurement. I'm not advocating throwing out data, but we can choose better metrics. Instead of having 50 KPIs that look impressive, pick a few outcome-based metrics that everyone from the C-suite to the front line can rally around. For example, percent of packaging that is truly recycled or reused by our customers, not just recyclable, because something may be technically recyclable, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything if it still ends up in a landfill. By picking real impact metrics, you also encourage innovation. Teams will start brainstorming new ways to hit those targets because they know a real difference is made if they do. This may also mean standing up to external pressures at times. Like if an ESG rating asks for some esoteric metric that doesn't actually drive impact, be okay with not chasing every point of that rating. We might have to educate our investors and stakeholders. Here's why we focus on X and Y metrics, because they matter most. And here's our progress. That transparency and rationale can build trust, even if it means not being number one on some arbitrary index. 3, foster a culture of experimentation. Remember when I said sustainability used to be an innovation playground? We need that spirit back. Give your teams permission to experiment, to fail, and to learn. Not every sustainability initiative will succeed, and that's okay if each attempt teaches you something. Maybe you pilot a new compostable packaging material. Turns out to be too costly or not sturdy enough. Instead of filing that under failure, share the lessons and iterate. Maybe the next version or partnering with a different supplier yields a breakthrough. Encourage cross-pollination of ideas. Your R&D, design, marketing, and sustainability folks should be in the room together, dreaming up creative solutions that serve both the brand and the planet. Some of the biggest sustainability wins come from left field. We only discover those by experimenting beyond the comfort zone of what everyone else is doing. 4, align incentives with impact. People do what they're incentivized to do. If sustainability goals are seen as an extra, something to do after we hit the financial targets, guess what? They'll stay extra. We need to bake sustainability into core performance metrics of business success. Did a product team create a new formula that cuts the need for harsh chemicals or reduces water use? Celebrate that like you would a successful product launch, because it is one. Compensate and reward teams not just for hitting sales numbers, but for hitting impact numbers. When the top brass and the general employee base know that sustainability is part of business performance, not a separate nice to have, it stops being a checkbox and becomes part of everyone's job. That's when real change happens, when it's owned by all, not just the sustainability department. Last, support policy efforts to move the wheel. We've talked about companies being unable to simply proxy for missing public policies, but that doesn't mean companies can't promote all kinds of public policies that would create a more sustainability-friendly business decision-making environment. As individual companies, as trade associations, and through your customers, you have influence at all levels of societal decision-making. Use that influence. Now, I want to directly address you, the beauty industry professionals attending this e-summit, about what all this means in your context. The beauty sector has some unique opportunities and challenges in sustainability. You deal with formulations, chemicals, many of which have environmental or health profiles to consider. With packaging, think of all the plastic in cosmetics and personal care. With supply chains that stretch to farms and forests, ingredients like coconut oil, palm derivatives, botanical extracts, and with a very discerning consumer base that cares about what they put on their bodies and also increasingly cares about the planet. The good news is beauty is all about invention and reinvention. Every season, there's a new product, a new trend. We know how to innovate to meet consumer desires. What if we challenge that innovative energy towards sustainability goals? Instead of a new lipstick formula just being about the latest color or texture, what if it also dramatically cuts emissions or eliminates toxic pigments? Can the next big trend be waterless beauty products that save tons of water and plastic? We're already seeing those emerge. Can packaging for a luxury cream be not an elaborate, hard-to-recycle jar, but something ultra-chic and fully circular? I believe yes, but it takes thinking from the ground up, not defaulting to how it's always been done before. You also have a close relationship with consumers, providing big opportunities to lead and educate. But if we do sustainability in a half-hearted way, like slapping a green leaf on the label and calling it a day, consumers will see through that and will lose credibility. We've diagnosed the illness, the checklist culture, greenwashing, vanity metrics, and we've discussed the cure, first principles, innovation, real impact. Now it's on us to act. What might that look like? It could mean questioning the line in your next sustainability report and asking, but what did we actually do about this issue? It could mean convening a meeting with product designers and saying, our goal is to cut this product's carbon footprint in half in the next 2 years. How might we do that? It could mean, when setting next year's targets, pushing back against one that sounds nice but is unrealistic, and instead setting a bold but achievable target with a clear roadmap, and maybe one stretch experiment on the side that might achieve something extraordinary. It could mean speaking up to your executive teams and your investors to say, I know you want us to rank highly on this or that index, but let me show you why focusing on X will actually drive more long-term value for us and our stakeholders, even if it doesn't immediately check a box. That takes courage, but leadership is about courage. Let's end on a hopeful note. 10 years ago, an audience like this might not have been as receptive to a talk entitled, What's Wrong with Corporate Sustainability? Now, we all know we have to do better, and many of us genuinely want to. The awareness is there, the passion is there. We just have to give ourselves permission to be brave and imaginative again. Make no mistake, doing real sustainability work may well turn out to be harder than playing today's go with the crowd game. But if we care about getting this right, we need to return to sustainability that actually works. Thank you.
And bear with me as I bring Mark's Q&A screen over to the live screen. Thank you so much to Mark for agreeing to present at this conference. I'm a big fan of Mark's content on LinkedIn. I had given this a shout out in my presentation, but I just want to give it one more shout out. It would be a great place to find good information about corporate sustainability and climate change kind of content. Okay, the first question is from Binur, who asks, what is your view on science-based or on the Science-Based Target Initiative?
Well, good morning. The SBTI obviously has very good intentions in terms of this idea of net zero, but as I mentioned in the presentation, and you posed the question before I mentioned it in the presentation, but the net zero is a great idea at the societal level. It doesn't so much make sense at the individual company level. And it sort of assumes that if all companies everywhere did net zero, then societally we would be net zero. Mathematically, that's correct. But not every company is going to do net zero. And to suggest that sort of that's the way we should go from bottom up ends up meaning that we accomplish relatively little. We don't focus on the policy environment, the enabling environment that would allow companies to actually get closer to net zero. So it's a great idea, but I fundamentally have a problem with the idea that it should be at the company level to set these targets and then achieve net zero.
This next question is again from Binur, who asks, on the topic of environmental social governance, do you think materiality assessments are missing from the ESG initiatives of corporations? And maybe I'll add a tack on. What are some of the challenges right now with the ESG space in concern to like reporting comparability and how that may impact investor decisions and maybe like this landscape of impact investment? Sorry, this now became a very large question. I'll stop talking.
That became a very large question. And there are so many different things going on in the ESG space, including people running the other direction right now here in the U.S. It's a hard question to answer. I mean, obviously, materiality is important for business decision making. But single materiality, double materiality, triple, quadruple materiality. What actually are we talking about at the end of the day? And that's why, coming back to sort of the first principles idea of what are we really doing that might make a difference or that might matter? What could we do that might make a difference that might matter to our operations? What's material for us? The whole disclosure industry right now, and I've worked with companies on their disclosures, so I track this relatively closely. There's sort of this idea that if we just standardize all of the disclosures, then investors can compare companies and make good investment decisions, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It does not work. You cannot compare companies via their disclosures because, of course, their disclosures won't ever tell you very much because their corporate lawyers would never allow those disclosures to tell you very much. So the system is sort of set up to use things that then, you might write a great disclosure report and the lawyers say, there's no way in heck we're saying this, so tone it down. And of course, you won't know that reading what comes out at the end. So it is very confusing right now what is going on and what is being accomplished, even though everyone's working very hard to accomplish good things.
I'm aware of research that the financial incentivization of like green activity from companies may incentivize companies to, for example, greenwash parts of their supply chain or hide parts of their supply chain. How does this factor into the landscape of ESG and then impact investment? Is this productive, and like how can we shift to make it more productive? What does that look like to you?
Well, on the one hand, if you don't incentivize it, if you don't bake it into incentives, it's not going to happen. The problem that you're talking about, though, is that what it often then turns out that when we do bake it into incentives, we baked the wrong metric into incentives. And so, it's something that ultimately can be gamed or ultimately doesn't make that much difference to begin with. I'm not sure it makes sense to simply say, hey, if we reduce our emissions, including through the use of carbon offsets and renewable energy certificates, I, as the CEO, will get a bonus. Well, that encourages people to go out and do lousy carbon offsets and RECs, and so that's not very helpful. I'd probably answer that this way: that if one is designing these kinds of incentive systems and packages, consider using a pre-mortem. A pre-mortem is sort of an analytical storytelling tool that says, okay, this failed. In 5 years, we found out that what we did today totally failed. Why? And then the pre-mortem encourages you to figure out the story by which it failed. And by the way, pre-mortems can be success stories too. They don't have to just be failures. But it's not waiting until something happens to do the post-mortem. It's doing a pre-mortem. And if we did more pre-mortems on all sorts of things, including compensation packages, we would spot where those things went wrong before they went wrong. And we could fix them early on. We tend not to do it because we don't want to know things are going to go wrong. But if you actually want to do a better job, the idea of a pre-mortem and figuring out where might this have unintended consequences or go off in a direction we don't want it to go, that can be a very useful tool that we should all be using a lot more.
And now your presentation gave a lot of insights on the corporate side of things, but there are a few consumers that are tuning into this. So I'm wondering, do you have any suggestions for the average person and how they can think about corporate sustainability and like supporting sustainability? I mean, just in general, this is hard for consumers. So I'll just stop talking. What's your view on all of this?
Yeah, I mean, consumers face a real challenge in the sense that right now, generally speaking, we sort of leave it up to consumers to figure out how to consume and what to do about climate change and where they can be most effective. And so we leave them very confused. And so if you ask the average person still today, I suspect, what are you doing about sustainability and climate change? And they say, well, I recycle. And of course, recycling has very little today to do with either climate change or sustainability, unfortunately. And so, on the one hand, we really should be working a lot harder to educate our consumers about these issues and not assuming that it's up to them to educate themselves about these issues and come to us as, experts in these topics. But for consumers that are simply trying to figure out, well, what do I do? There are lots of resources out there, but one thing I encourage is to ask questions of the products. If something seems a little hokey in their climate neutrality claim or their carbon offset claim, ask them if they're using carbon offsets. What is there reason to believe that these are real as opposed to the fake ones that I keep seeing on the front pages of newspapers? So, pushing back a little bit, asking for more clarification than ever shows up in the sustainability reports is one approach, but it is certainly difficult for the individual consumer.
Maybe as we're coming into provincial elections for Ontario, maybe I'll just like give a call to action to vote. You should vote because challenge is a lot of people, especially younger people, don't show up and vote. And so then, yeah.
Well, and absolutely. I mean, this is one of those interesting things where people say just get out and vote, and that of course you should vote, and it would be great if you voted on climate and on sustainability, even though very few people vote on climate and sustainability. Even people that say they care a lot about climate don't vote on climate, and so a very small fraction of people votes on these issues. But at the end of the day, you vote once every 2 years or whatever. So, the bigger challenge, let's take for granted that you're voting. The bigger challenge then is what do you do the other 742 or whatever days of the 2 year period?
This next question comes from Pia, who asks, what is your view of retailers setting their own demands of checkbox standards on green and sustainable parameters? Do you think this drives greenwashing?
Can you restate the question for me? I didn't quite get it.
What is your view on retailers setting their own demands or checkbox standards on green and sustainable parameters? And if you watch my presentation, you would have seen the Planet Aware at Sephora that I had brought up. Maybe there's better standards. And do you think this drives greenwashing?
And since I was still waking up
Oh,
while
maybe
you were
you
doing
didn't.
your presentation, it being 3 hours earlier here, I don't have a great answer for that question. Again, it sort of comes back to the pre-mortem idea that think about when you do that, when the company does that, think about how somebody else is going to respond to that. And can you come up with a way that they will respond to that in a way that is simply greenwashing? And then, how do you modify what you proposed or what you did to make it harder for greenwashing to be the result? Because again, people will respond to their incentives, and if you set up an incentive structure that they can game, and gaming never starts out as I'm out to screw the world. That's not the way this works. Gaming works by people wanting to do the right thing, finding that it's hard to do something that they're trying to do, and figuring out little workarounds that make it possible for them to say, we're doing this. And those little workarounds then get a little bigger and a little bigger, and suddenly it's like Pinocchio's nose has grown, and no one started out trying to do that. So, very few people started out trying to do that. But so you have to think about what is the incentive structure that you're establishing, and could it result in greenwashing? And if it could, then see if you can tweak that structure a little bit to make greenwashing harder.
And the last question is from Dan, who asks, as someone who worked in packaging, etc., I saw PepsiCo et al. Targets is far too ambitious and welcomed the rollback. Though, how do we balance target based on pragmatism and ambition?
Well, and that's hard. I mean, obviously, to do that, you have to have a lot of information, and which most people don't have. And so, but at the end of the day, that is what you have to do as a company, is balance the pragmatism versus the ambition, because it doesn't really help anybody to have to roll back a target that you couldn't achieve. And some people will say, well, yeah, but ambition's good. Well, yes, ambition's good. But if ambition simply results in everything then being rolled back because nobody could figure out how to do it, that just undermines the whole idea. And so as I said in the presentation, set targets that are achievable, even if they're not easy, but they are achievable. I mean, I've worked with companies that simply had no idea how they were going to achieve the targets that their management had set 5 years before. Not a clue. And that just doesn't make any sense. That doesn't help anyone. And so, being a little more, you can say, be totally ambitious in terms of, we want climate policy, we want to see climate solved. The part we can realistically do, given our decision-making environment, is X. And, do that and stick to it, and maybe have, as I mentioned, sort of this little outlier experiment that might yield some huge results, but doesn't end up having you don't have to retreat from the whole package.
And that's all the time we have for this Q&A. Thank you so much, Mark, for agreeing to be a part of this conference. And we'll move along to our next presentation. Thank you, and enjoy the rest of your Sunday.
Thanks, Jen.
Our next presentation will be a roundtable featuring a few different perspectives. First, Dr. Akemi Ooka from the Independent Beauty Association, who has 20 years of experience in the consumer goods industry, focusing on product development, supply chain, and sustainability at companies like Clorox and Method. She currently leads global supply chain and sustainability initiatives at the Independent Beauty Association. Maggie Spicer is an attorney and founder of Source Beauty, a law firm specializing in sustainability and ESG compliance in the beauty industry. She advises brands and retailers on regulatory marketing and corporate strategies. Previously, she worked in trade compliance at White and Case and served as Amazon's supply chain regulatory counsel. Dr. Michael Washburn is a sustainability consultant specializing in extended producer responsibility, EPR, laws for packaging and waste. Formerly VP of Sustainability at Nestle Waters, he pioneered corporate advocacy for EPR. He has since advised multiple organizations on policy development and compliance strategies. And finally, Dr. Barae Jomaa is a principal toxicologist an international regulatory lead at Colonial Chemical, focusing on global substance safety and regulatory compliance. A European registered toxicologist, his research emphasizes alternatives to animal testing. He is the founder and editor of scientific journals and an advocate for environmental protection and animal welfare. Without further ado, here's our regulatory panel. So welcome to the regulatory panel for the Sustainability E-Summit. This is a huge topic. We're trying to get through many types of regulations all in one panel. So this is going to be a full hour long to make sure that everyone can cover the different areas of regulations that I'm asking our fabulous panelists to cover. But also there's going to be lots of time for Q&A as well, which I should hope there will be a lot of questions because there are a lot of sustainability regulations happening right now. So I will get right to it with my first question, which is from chemicals to claims to packaging regulations and anything in between that may be impacting the cosmetic sector. What's out there in terms of environmental sustainability regulations? And maybe I'll get started first with Michael from the EPR perspective.
Yeah, it's a busy time here in 2025. I'm particularly focused right now on the March 31st reporting deadline for packaging EPR in the state of Oregon. And then that's followed close behind in August of this year with Colorado and California data reporting deadlines. So for your listeners, if you're not fully engaged in preparing your packaging data and you think you might be obligated under these laws, you should get that going. To your larger question, we're coming into legislative sessions now in 2025. Packaging EPR is being discussed in multiple states, Washington, New York. There's an active bill in New Jersey. There's a bill in Tennessee. There's legislative hearings happening in Rhode Island. The states of Maryland and Illinois are moving through needs assessments and are likely to pass policy in the next couple of years. And there are more behind that. So the packaging EPR space is definitely growing. Lots to be done for companies to get ready.
And then from a claims perspective, Maggie?
It's similarly busy on the claims side. And it's kind of amazing because it's happening in the US, but it's also happening globally. So in the US, we have the FTC's green guides, which have been undergoing this kind of 10-year review process. TBD on when we're going to get an updated guides. Akemi and I probably check this every month, waiting to hear something about, when we'll be getting guidance, because so many of the brands that we work with are waiting to see, how the FTC is going to take all of this guidance on claims around environmental performance and social impact and everything we kind of think about this like ESG bucket of claims and performance. Brands really want to know what the new guidelines are because they're looking for best practices and then they're kind of looking for a regulatory baseline if they want to make these types of claims. Something I do think is important to call out is that these are not claims around clean ingredients. This is something that the FCC has declined to include in the green guides. So even though consumers are asking for more clarity around, well, what counts as clean beauty or clean skincare, they're not even really touching that. Right now, they're focused on environmental sustainability, which is probably good because it's giving us a pretty clear set of parameters for the claims that they are developing. And then globally, what we're seeing is major markets. So the EU, the UK, they are also developing these new regulatory standards around making claims. It does make it difficult for global brands to understand how to make a claim because if you develop a set of marketing materials for a product, you have to check them against each of the regulatory kind of guidelines in each of the markets you're selling into. But overall, I think what we're seeing is this trend towards greater substantiation, greater clarity and granularity with the claims, and then really a level of diligence that brands are having to undergo before they make these claims. We were kind of in the Wild West for a while. Consumers were getting very frustrated by that. In the US, we had a lot of class action lawsuits, which I don't anticipate going away because consumers still get very frustrated when they feel like they've bought something and they were misled. But overall, what we're seeing is a response to this consumer pressure around, well, if you're going to make sustainability claims, we want to know that you actually did the work. Overall, there's a real trend towards just a more robust level of diligence around making these types of claims.
And then from a chemicals perspective, Barae?
From a chemicals perspective, there's a lot going on with PFAS, with microplastics in the EU specifically. That's going to be something that has to be phased out from cosmetics in the future. The PFAS has been rolling out in the US in different states, not on a national level, but in different states. And in the EU, there's a proposal to have a blanket ban on PFAS. We had currently certain PFAS that are considered persistent organic pollutants. They're already banned, but this is going to be much larger. The industry is currently trying to push back as much as possible so that this is really not a blanket ban that covers substances that might fall within the general definition of a PFAS. And as you might know, this is a very large group of chemicals, so 10,000 plus. And some of them might be, having a better environmental profile than others, better safety profiles. They're not all necessarily in one group, even though they will share that carbon-fluorine bond, which is really the source of the issue, as it is a very strong bond. A big part that's going to be coming up as well is designing products, especially in the EU. There's this eco-design for sustainable products regulation that covers something like a digital product passport. Part of that is not just, having digital product passport, which looks at the source of the materials that I used in the cosmetic products, so the what's in the formulation, the origin, and also who the suppliers are. So this is really going after transparency, but also it's going to look at safety, and also part of it is to encourage companies to work differently, so to think a little differently. And they want to see in the EU an approach by companies to have something called safe and sustainable by design. So at the very get-go, when you're going through the R&D process, you make sure that you are looking at your product much more holistically. So you're looking at definitely the safety of the product. So we don't want to have CMRs or endocrine disruptors in there. But also it's going to look at, sustainability. It's going to look at whether there are effects on the environment, on even biodiversity, maybe employment. So it's a very wide scope. So they want to see really a different way of approaching this, rather than having products developed and then later on try to figure out what could be done better or differently. So this is really part of this big development. It's I think, as has been already mentioned on this panel, it's a drive towards greater transparency, and we'll see how that goes. I don't know how politics might affect this whole situation. I know that the European Green Deal, when it came out first, it was very ambitious, and then later on the EU realized that, well, there's some lack of competitiveness that is occurring, and later on, when there was a new term for von der Leyen in the EU as a president, there she decided to make her second term more focused on industry, to kind of be more industry friendly.
There is a lot happening in chemicals for chemicals regulation that, to Barae's point, perhaps there are some politics around some of the chemical regulations that are happening, to where I've been paying attention to, especially in the United States from a state by state basis. And it just makes it really challenging and maybe not necessarily productive for the outcomes that the regulations or legislation is intending to have. But maybe you guys can talk to some of that for your next question. And so if you want to just remember what I just said, and you can comment on it, but I'm just going to move along to the anything in between. I've left that for Akemi. What do you think?
I mean, all the panelists are touching on, sort of key issues for the sector this year. For packaging, there's not only EPR, but there's PCR mandates now on the table in Washington State in particular. The PCR percentage minimums for personal care products has gone into effect this year. So just as a reminder, household and personal care covered materials have to incorporate 15% PCR in 2025. That increases to 25% in 2028 and 50% by 2031. So producers need to be registered with the state and report, weight and type of plastic materials sold and distributed in Washington. So that is also on the table, not just EPR, but also PCR. There is still green claims enforcement happening, particularly in California, around the use of the triangular recycling arrow symbol. In that we have started to see some enforcement over the last couple of years around that. And so I anticipate that will continue. I think chemical legislation and regulation in the beauty industry tends to be a little bit more focused through a lens of human health and safety rather than environmental or sustainability impact, though that there is some consideration there. And maybe there's an exception for PFAS. I think that kind of like hits all buttons for everybody. There have been some kind of interesting chemical regulations that, well, we're going to see how they play out in 25. So Washington State passed the Toxic Free Cosmetics Act. One of the controversial provisions of that legislation was a lead limit that was set at 1 ppm for cosmetics and personal care products, and the federal level is higher. So there were a number of companies that really were concerned because there just are inherently product lines that just cannot meet that level. And so there was a lot of work by industry, by trade groups, by us, to work with the Department of Ecology to find a solution for companies who really have no way to comply. There's an interim policy that the department has issued. They do want to gather more information about the feasibility of compliance. I think they are considering further rulemaking around it. Companies who are concerned, I think, do have to contact the department, I think, by the end of February. And then New York State is another one that's like really wrestling with things like 1,4-dioxane limits, right? So there'd been legislation passed around maximum allowable limits for 1,4-dioxane in cosmetic products. I think that's at 10 ppm, and household cleansing and personal care, I think, is at 1 ppm. And there's just like a lot of concern because there's not a lot of understanding around sort of the degradation profile that leads to 1,4-dioxane levels. So there are a lot of questions around like point in time testing and what are the test methods. And so there was a lot of conversations with the state. And I think I think it was September last year, I think New York reissued some new rules that define the scope of the covered products, a process for a waiver provision for companies who are taking steps to reduce the presence of 1,4-dioxane, but are still not able to comply with those limits. And they're established a standardized method for testing. But I think this is another one that there's still like a lot of question, like how this really plays out. I don't know how many companies have applied for the waiver. I don't know how many companies know about the waiver. I think the packaging and ingredient laws are very challenging for companies to know about, and they're continuing to evolve. And then I think the one that no one's talked about, the catch-all, is how sustainability is playing out at the federal level with other agencies like the SEC. Maggie talked about the FTC green guides, but there's also been like a real unclear kind of play on the financial stage, right? So the SEC had scheduled to implement their climate disclosure rules in May in 2024, and they voluntarily stayed the implementation of those rules because there was a spate of legal challenges, right? And so they're kind of like, I think, in a holding pattern and working their way through all of these legal challenges, many of which I think it's not really clear exactly what the challenges are. And they're happening on both sides, some who are adamantly against the rules and some who want the rules. And it's interesting because, this was really to try to just make sure companies are disclosing more information about climate-related risks and impacts in their annual reports, in their sustainability reports, so that investors have more understanding about sort of the risk associated with investment. But it has like a big implication for publicly traded companies like retailers. And so the other thing that this like leads to is like there's mandated disclosures and kind of question about that. But getting ahead of that, retailers have already kind of put in place like requirements around scope 1, 2, 3 emissions reporting to some degree in anticipation of having to report some of that out. And so, even though there's sort of, what's required from regulatory agencies, there's also what's required by retailers, right? And these are not necessarily legal requirements, but they drive a lot of the sustainability activity in the industry. So I think that's like kind of a group that probably can't be overlooked as well. And then, you know, on the financial standpoint, it's interesting because the US, I think, has a very different and fractured view of sustainability and climate reporting and their financial regs. But I think the European Securities and Markets Authority has taken a very different approach. And I think they have guidelines that they introduced around new funds and existing funds and eliminating ambiguity and the use of sustainability related terminology, right? So they're, you know, to Maggie Barae's points, I think trying to get very clear on, you know, the language that is used and do still believe, you know, there's a leadership position to be taken on sort of green and sustainable policy. But here in the US, like it'll be interesting to see how that plays out for both regulators and retailers.
The retailer angle is very interesting to me, and I have a lot of opinions regarding the alignment of evidence of the different retailer programs that then pressures companies to comply to their standards, which may or may not, in the same way that regulations or policy may or may not have the intended outcomes, for example, with environmental impact reduction. But I'll just move along. From all of your respective perspectives, how are environmental sustainability regulations changing right now? So, what has the movement been like over the last few years, and where should we expect it to be going? Like, what are the plans over the next couple of years that brands really need to be mindful of? And I'll start back with Michael on the EPR front.
As Akemi pointed out, you know, one of the cousins to EPR is the minimum post-consumer recycled content laws. I think we may see more of those. And by the way, before I speak to more things on the horizon, let's just acknowledge that the combined burdens of MOCRA and retailer reporting and EPR reporting are placing significant burdens on companies, and the compliance anxiety that people feel is very real right now. And hopefully, you know, panels like this can help people find a place of calm and know that there are resources available to help them. But back to the question. So EPR itself is evolving. If folks are familiar with SB 54 in California, it had a novel provision around source reduction, meaning we, the state of California, are asking you companies to send less plastic material into our market. That feature has now popped up in other bills, including New York and New Jersey, and I think you may see it in others. And there's real questions about what's the breaking point there. California requires a 25% reduction in plastics from 2023 to 2032. If you layer on requirements that might be north of that, for example, the current proposal in New Jersey is 50%. I don't think that'll make its way into law, but the point is that's being talked about out loud. At some point, we're going to be having to carry material to people's homes in our bare hands because we will have eliminated the packaging. So there's very real issues there. Also, the concern about chemicals is pervading the legislative discussions about EPR, which ostensibly is about improving recycling, but because it has legislative momentum, people are sometimes loading up these legislative proposals with other issues like proposed bans on certain chemicals of concern. And I think you're going to continue to see that. And as I've already said, just the sheer number of proposals is growing real time. So I think we can expect that this is going to be a continuing challenge.
I mean, on the claim side, maybe I'm just cautiously optimistic, because if we're not optimistic at this point, it's just going to descend into a chaos spiral. But I feel like over the last probably 3 to 5 years, we had this real period of greenwashing where everybody was making claims about everything. They weren't really substantiating because there was no standard around substantiation. It was kind of marketers taking their best guess and not having to really back anything up. And then we had a real dip because there was this backlash to consumers saying, well, I don't believe anything you're saying anymore, because it kind of spun out of the clean beauty movement, which was, oh, well, maybe all these chemicals that you're telling me are, slowly killing me really aren't that bad for my health, because there's a lot of nuance there that we haven't been bringing in. Similarly, with sustainability claims, there's a lot of nuance that just wasn't being brought into the conversation. And so I think where we're kind of emerging is that all of these new regulatory systems that are kind of coming online, or they're slowly evolving, are responding to that lack of granularity and lack of nuance. And they're creating this baseline standard for it's okay to make these claims. Consumers want to make the claims, want you to make the claims as a brand. A lot of the brands want to be able to talk about the work that they're doing. So there has to be some happy medium. And I think we're ideally getting to that point of being able to make reasonable, fact-based, substantiated sustainability claims, still acknowledging it's not black and white. There's no one sustainable. Anytime we're creating a product, it's an inherently unsustainable process and we're creating waste. But there are more and less sustainable ways to do that. And so I think bringing consumers into a probably more comprehensive conversation that we're used to having, that allows people to talk about the journey that they're on, rather than sustainability being an end goal, I think really helps. And I think these new regulations are giving brands the comfort to engage in that conversation without feeling like, okay, well, if I say something, I'm going to be sued. Like there's going to be a class action lawsuit in California in 2 weeks, and all of a sudden I won't be able to say anything. I do think we're still struggling on the retailer front. So every major retailer in the US, we've got retailers overseas, they all have these sustainability programs. They have these kind of selected and curated edits of products. And that's not just in beauty. I mean, Target's got one, big grocery chains are now implementing them. And the problem is that brands are really struggling with how to develop products when they're targeting those retailers as the endpoint of distribution, because the retailers don't have a lot of transparency around how those sustainability standards are being developed, how they're validating that brands are meeting the standards, and then how the sustainability criteria are being communicated out to brands and to consumers. And so what we're seeing is consumers are buying products at these retailers, and then they're pushing back because they say, well, I interpreted your sustainability edit to mean this, and now you're telling me that it actually meant this, and the brand never really meant to make that sort of a claim, even indirectly. And so the retailers are on the hook there. And I think they're starting to feel a little bit of that pressure. And ideally that will result in them raising the bar in the diligence they put into these standards. Because in the absence of regulatory requirements, it was kind of, again, it was like the Wild West. You could kind of do whatever you wanted. Now there's a little bit more of a like feet to the fire moment. It's like, no, the regulations have been pretty clear about how you should be making these claims as a brand. So we would expect to see the same from a retailer.
I think what Maggie said is really gold. It's very well said, and I think she hit really the crux of the problem. It's a lot to do with the fact that previously it was indeed the Wild West. A lot of chemicals were likely put on the market without sufficient maybe testing, and that is because it was allowed. So I think that really comes back to the responsibility of these companies that do that, and the whole greenwashing scenario that happens. And I don't think it's necessarily bad intent by these actors, because a lot of these actors, well, they don't know necessarily how to approach things. So they might have a certain view of perhaps the needs of, for example, how they need to test their product. So there might be a test that they conduct internally that is maybe not validated, or it's not doesn't have the kind of current scientific validity that we have today. I mean, we have to agree that things have evolved and developed quite greatly over the past 10 years, I would say, in terms of the tests that we're able to employ. So what was perhaps seen as a green product in the past today might not pass that criterion. It's really about having the companies do the right thing from the very beginning. There has to be more testing. There has to be a bit more investment being done into product development. And this is something that we have to live with. On the other end, I think it's also perhaps gone a little sort of like from one extreme to the other. So we've gone from the Wild West to going to the EU claiming that they want to have zero pollution and a toxic-free environment. And I'm not making these words up. That's exactly what they're saying. And as Maggie said, you cannot produce something without actually, you're going to have some waste, because it's not, it's not a fairy tale. There's, real engineering and process chemistry going on. And that's just the reality of how industry works. And eventually we have to indeed find a happy middle ground where we are able to produce our products and our substances, our chemicals, as green as possible, as environmentally friendly as possible, but still be able to produce these wonderful products that we need, in our everyday life. It shouldn't be a punishment. It should be really this interaction between the regulators and the companies, and try to find out what can be done. And definitely, as was mentioned, the consumers play a role in terms of what their needs are, and that is also a part of it.
We've seen a consistent increase in sustainability related or sustainability adjacent legislation, and focused on claims, ingredients, packaging, these financial instruments. The thing that's interesting as we go forward is the new incoming federal administration, I think, has a very different view of sustainability, climate change, and its impact. That will have, I think, an effect on what kind of legislative priorities we see, over the next 4 years and perhaps beyond, to the extent that they are unsure what, if anything, they would do. I think while they're deliberating, the states are really going to fill that void. So I think the other thing that we're going to see is that legislative and regulatory activity around sustainability initiatives is going to happen at the state level. And that's very, very challenging for companies, not just in beauty, but across the board to deal with, because you've got 50 different states with 50 different legislators and legislatures with the different points of view and different budgetary requirements. So I do think we're going to see more state level regulatory activity as we move forward. I think the other thing that'll be interesting to see is a lot of the push around sustainability related legislation, has been driven by consumers and largely assisted with social media, because it's provided an immediate look at the effects of climate change or waste management challenges. I think that visibility has driven a lot of conversation, both legitimate conversation, but also a lot of misinformation, disinformation. And that bleeds into the legislative arena, right? Because politicians are responding to what their constituents are concerned about. The presence of social media is not to be discounted in its sort of impact on conversations about sustainability, which encompass circularity, renewability, persistence in the environment. I think all of those things are kind of in the discussion sphere. We have a very new, not well established expert class to kind of talk about all of these things. It's just such a new issue for everybody to talk about. So we just want to see how the consumer conversation sort of plays out. And with this coming in administration and a lot of social media outlets pulling back on fact checking and ensuring that there's explanation behind, some of these claims, I think there's a little bit concerning around kind of how that's going to play out, especially if we're now going to see a more fractured regulatory environment at the state level, and then additional misinformation sort of kind of out there driving policy.
And then my one final question, this is really, as maybe my audience can gather at this point, the tip of the iceberg. There's a lot in each of these different buckets that everyone's representing happening at a regulatory level. So on that note, do you have any suggestions for brands operating in the cosmetic space to stay compliant with these emerging regulations? Michael, would you like to start again?
Sure. And just a quick comment on Akemi's message a moment ago. I think this sort of war on science for some might be perceived as an opportunity to be let off the hook on certain issues. I see it quite differently than that, because I think it creates pervasive uncertainty, which is challenging for any business to navigate. But to your question, Jen, I think a couple of things. First, get smart on these topics. I know it feels overwhelming, but you attend a couple of sustainability e-summits and you start to get some muscle memory around this stuff, right? So do some reading. That's my first point of advice. Second would be phone a friend, ask for help, both from your peers and other companies, experts like those of us assembled on this screen. We're here to help you. We interact with lots of other companies who have pro tips that we can then relay. Don't feel like you have to do it yourself. And then third, and this isn't a sales pitch for any particular trade association per se, but there are such tremendous educational and interactive opportunities afforded to these companies by various trades. If you're not a member of a larger organization, given all of this that's happening at once, it's a good time to revisit the value of those investments because it's just coming at us so fast. And I think it's helpful to be part of a larger learning community that's taking this in all at once. And that, of course, comes with opportunities to interact more and more with your peers and so on. So I just think the overall message is don't be afraid, don't feel alone, embrace uncertainty, and have confidence in your ability to navigate forward. Keep your compass in your pocket, keep going.
I just wanted to say on the learning opportunities and the value within trade associations, with everything that we've been talking about in light of some of the policy and regulations that are coming out that might be disproportionately more difficult for certain size companies, especially smaller size companies, or to the fact that there's an issue of misinformation impacting legislation right now. An additional value of joining a trade association could be for them to give you a greater voice. You've got many voices to be there to then advocate for reasonable and sound legislation, such as the Independent Beauty Association, which maybe Akemi can speak to, but I'll just move along. Maggie, what do you think?
I mean, there's a couple of things, and I love what Michael was just talking about. I will definitely emphasize the phone a friend, and I will say I don't work for the IBA, but the IBA has always been the friend that I call. And I am working with Akemi on the Sustainability and Supply Chain Committee this year. And all we do is focus on education for brands around these issues, because even for those of us who work in it every day, it's an overwhelming amount of, just in the United States, an overwhelming amount of development and progress. And I think we're moving in the right direction, but brands rightly feel completely overwhelmed by it. So I would say finding, those points of education are really helpful. But then for the brands, and it doesn't matter if you're a pre-launch brand or you've been well established in the market, there is never a point at which it is too soon to think about these issues. What I see brands struggle with is saying, oh, well, this is our marketing department's problem. I'm like, this is a company problem. Like anything to do with sustainability tends to be a cross-functional issue that needs a cross-functional solution. Because if you haven't talked to your product development team at the briefing stage, then by the time the product gets to the marketing team, all these decisions have already been baked in. And then the marketing team kind of has one hand tied behind their back in terms of what they can actually go out and say. Versus if you take an approach where somebody from marketing, somebody from procurement, somebody from logistics and sales, and if they're all in the same room and they're getting aligned on what are the issues, how do they apply to this company, and how does this fit into what we are trying to accomplish in the next 2 to 3 years as a brand, then all of a sudden it becomes a huge opportunity because you're able to kind of predict where the regulatory requirements are going to hit you. You can design your products and launch them and engage with your retail and distribution channels in a way that is going to be seamless rather than reactive. And then when you go to market the products, it doesn't become this operational point of friction because ideally your marketing team would have figured out what they needed to know significantly before the product was about to hit the market. So I think as opposed to viewing these issues as this complex, overwhelming regulatory kind of problem that needs to be detangled, seeing it as a lot of points of opportunity generally is the better approach, because that's what people kind of get inspired and they get excited and they see new value rather than, oh my God, there are 15 new regulatory systems that I have to figure out. And this shouldn't be my problem because this isn't my day job because I'm not a sustainability person. So I think flipping the narrative to understanding how it can benefit you, your company, your role by understanding and kind of implementing a lot of what's happening can really, really help.
Yeah, so I have learned quite a lot actually myself from watching Akemi talk. She's really wonderful and she knows really a lot, very informative. I have a PhD in toxicology. Perhaps I'm not learning toxicology from her, but definitely in the field of regulatory and really beauty and cosmetics and regulations in general. She's a key person to kind of go to and learn from. So indeed, I think joining a trade association is such as IBAs is very useful. I work for a surfactants manufacturer, so I'm going to kind of slip this in that also talking to your raw material provider can be a very big source of information. Every day we field customer questions. Our customers are formulators. They formulate cosmetics. They come to us. They have questions about biodegradation, about microplastics, the upcoming requirement to classify substances in the EU for endocrine disruption. Very complicated topics that even when you have a PhD, it's very difficult to wrap your head around. We're even having regular discussion with regulators on these very topics because they are so complex. And even, in the case of endocrine disruptors, we're still developing the testing protocols needed to come up with the conclusions that we need to follow the regulations that they're giving us. So do reach out, also to your suppliers and ask for that transparency that you need, but also for help and assistance. And yeah, if you have the right, I think, suppliers, you're going to benefit quite a lot.
I love all of these plugs for IBA. Thanks, everybody. I do think there's value in joining a trade association. It wasn't something I'd done early in my career, and particularly for small brands, I think there's, you have so many pulls on you in a small company. You might not have like kind of in-house people looking at this stuff. So it does help. I do think brands, it's worth, just the scope of the regulatory state right now is so broad. I do think it's worth taking some time to understand, what of these regulations will have an impact on your business and do kind of a compliance and risk assessment, right? So just understand sort of where does your company sit vis-a-vis compliance. I definitely echo Maggie's comment around like, hey, this is a top down and left to right, like kind of, across issue. Like it really is something that I think brands years ago did not really focus very much on regulatory compliance. And now it is coming so fast and furious that I think that that's a consideration brands have to think about and companies have to think about a lot earlier. And definitely to Barae and Michael's point, like avail yourself of all of the people in your value chain, everyone you talk to, because everybody has information that's like kind of part of the piece of the puzzle that you need to put together. So talk to your suppliers, talk to your manufacturers, find consultants, who have information, and, do not be afraid to say, I don't know. Do not be afraid to say that. Just say, I don't know about this. Help me, educate me. What do I need to know? I do that every day. Like, I don't know about this. What do we need to know? And I think at some point, what we'll have to do is not only be kind of caught on the back foot always, and having to respond and comply to regulations. But I do think it's at some point the industry needs to be at the beginning stages. We did some of that with MOCRA. I mean, IBA definitely had a seat at the table for that conversation. But as more of the sustainability legislation moves forward, I think it's important for us to figure out, like, how does industry start to get ahead of where regulations are going and drive the conversation. The industry lasted for a long time being self-regulated, right? And so there's a lot of smart people thinking about safety and environmental persistence. Like, there are people thinking about this. So I think we need to get a little bit better about getting ahead of rather than reacting to. And that I think would be, helpful overall for the industry as well as, to mitigate a lot of like consumer confusion. Maybe like help the legislators make a little bit more balanced policy going forward.
And that's all the time we have for the regulatory panel, and it's now time for Q&A. And bear with me as I bring over the Q&A screen for your questions. Thank you so much to Maggie, Michael, Barae, and Akemi for that extremely informative presentation. So here we are. And I really loved this first question that I'll ask from Kelsey, and I'll direct this first to Michael. If anyone else wants to chime in, by all means. This question or comment first. I feel like the policies are focusing on reducing plastic and the recyclability of packaging. However, there is no talk on the government investing more in recycling plants. Is there a disconnect here?
Yeah, it's a great question. So, good morning. Happy Sunday to everybody. I think both things are true. If you look at something like SB 54 in California, which is only one of 5 policies in the country so far, there is an emphasis on plastics. People may know that the legislation was negotiated against what was going to be a ballot initiative that almost would have banned plastic in California entirely. So the mess that we're in now is arguably better than what the alternative was going to be. However, the reason that fees are being charged to companies is to actually make the investment in the necessary education and infrastructure to improve recycling. So all of that's happening at once. And just Friday, there was an approval in Oregon of the program plan devised by the Circular Action Alliance. If you look at that program plan, it actually describes what kinds of investments are going to be made and over what time horizons to improve recycling. So both things are true.
And this next question is from Pia, which I think makes sense to direct to Barae. And so the comment and then question is, IFRA, the International Fragrance Research Association, is that the acronym? IFRA, a sustainability committee, put a couple of existing ingredients through the Safe and Sustainable by Design framework and realized it is completely unworkable for our trade. How do we manage this?
Okay, well, I think this is first a recommendation, so it's not a regulation. So companies are they're told that they should try to follow the Safe and Sustainable by Design framework, and if it is something that is not compatible, for example, with a certain industry, then that is of course a possibility. I've seen some projects for safe and sustainable by design that had something to do with, for example, solar panels that was conducted here in the Netherlands by TNO. And, the way I saw it and I looked at it is that it could be understood differently by different people. So I think the people making these assessments, it's rather subjective, kind of these metrics, and perhaps further guidance on that may make things a bit more harmonized and clearer. So yeah, that is my answer, I think, to this question.
The next question I think makes sense to direct to Maggie, although I'm not sure your expertise in the EU market. So if you want to shift this question to things that apply to the USA, by all means. But the question is from Becca. How do you think the Green Claims Directive in the EU will impact voluntary reporting and retailer standards, such as B Corp, CDP, Planet Aware at Sephora, etc.?
I mean, I think this is a great question, and it doesn't even have to be specific to the EU because we have similar frameworks in the US, there are similar frameworks in the UK, other major markets have them as well. So I think it's really a question of how do all of these emerging global regulations on green claims affect how brands either have to report voluntarily or actually have to do mandatory reporting in some instances. And what I really hope is that there's going to be kind of a convergence of especially the retailers who are setting standards, starting to align their requirements with these regulatory standards as well. Because when brands are trying to enter the market or they're trying to enter a new market, they're really faced with this incredibly complex landscape of, this is the retailer standard on sustainability for the target retailers that I want to go into. This is what the jurisdictional guidance is for the actual geographic market I'm entering into. So once you start layering all these things in, when you have a lack of harmonization, it becomes almost impossible for brands to feel like they're getting it right, which is unfortunate because it ends up having a real kind of hushing effect on brands being able to talk about their substantiated, valid kind of sustainability performance. So I don't see organizations like, I don't see CDP reporting changing anytime soon. I don't see I mean, B Corp standards have kind of already evolved, so they might have taken some of that into account. But where I do see the kind of interplay and relationship between the regulatory standards and external standards happening is brands saying, okay, well, part of how I'm meeting the substantiation for saying I am a sustainable brand is by participating in things like CDP reporting. But it's an area where you have to have, if you're a big enough company to have all these rules, legal, regulatory, marketing, sustainability, like they all need to be in the same room, because you might have a legal team working on checking your green claims, but they never looked at your B Corp submission. And that should never happen. You always want to have all the stakeholders in the room so that no matter what the context is for the claims that you're making and the reporting that you're doing, you are consistent and you are making sure everything is substantiated.
And then I think this may be my last question I have time for, and I'll direct this to Akemi. I think that this is an interesting question for the trade association point of view. Okay, so this question is from Amanda, who asks, how should we combat consumer misconceptions surrounding specific ingredients, for example, with parabens? And maybe I will tack on also misinformation at the legislative level. For everyone's reference, Akemi and Meredith Patillo from IBA did a really great presentation at the Truth and Beauty e-summit on misinformation at the policy level, but tune into that. Obviously, that was a whole presentation, but I'll stop talking. Akemi, what do you think?
It's a really good question. It's a really challenging one. I mean, I mentioned it earlier, right? There's just it's so difficult to get the correct information out there, and so easy to get misinformation out there. And the reduction in fact checking, I think, makes it even more difficult. Honestly, it's going to just sound trite, but there is so much opportunity for education. We, as a trade association, engage with regulatory agencies at the state and federal level. We're engaging with politician offices, their staffers, and you would be surprised how little many of these policymakers know or understand about the industry. And to some degree, you can't be expected to understand everything about every industry that you're being asked to regulate. That's just not realistic, right? So it sort of, I think, falls on the industry and trade associations like the IBA or other trade associations, chemical industry, packaging, to educate and have a conversation with the regulators, the legislators, and meet them where they are. Because I think sometimes the conversation gets very technical very quickly. And, you know, when you think about how policy is made, you've got maybe a paragraph on a one pager. Maybe you've got a couple sentences, 2-3 sentences to get across an idea, you know, to a policymaker, and you're often going through their staff. So, you know, I think that we have to just be maybe more open to having some more fundamental conversations, and to having them in a language and in a format that the staffers and the legislators can quickly understand and grasp. And we started to do that, both just as an association having those conversations, but also through our Instagram page, also through our LinkedIn information. We're trying to help share what the industry is about, how complex it is, and that there are a lot of nuances and there's a lot of gray area out there, right? And so, you know, absolutely, you know, talk to us and your other trade associations about, you know, how can you educate lawmakers? How can you be part of the conversation so that we're a little less reactive and don't have policies that sort of don't really make sense for industry compliance?
And that's all the time that we have for this Q&A. I did give this presentation a full hour because it's such a big conversation, and clearly, again, just the tip of the iceberg for the topics of regulatory, especially specific to each of the panelists. I'll just maybe say to the panelists and also to any speaker who's watching, feel free to go to the YouTube chat if you'd like to continue asking questions or answering questions. There have been quite a lot of questions, and thank you so much to the attendees for being so engaged throughout the summit. But that concludes this e-summit, or sorry, oh my gosh, that concludes this presentation, not the e-summit. And we'll take a quick break and go on to the next presentation. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Our next presentation will be a panel featuring two perspectives. First, from Chris Hughes, an environmental scientist specializing in chemical hazard assessment. He founded Embark Chemical Consulting and previously led toxicology services at Rickard PLC and Shell. A leading expert in biodegradation and chemical safety, he chairs industry groups and advises UK regulatory bodies on chemical risk. Alongside is Dr. Norbert Kaminski, who is a professor at Michigan State University and director of the Center on Research for Ingredient Safety. He has held advisory roles for the US EPA, NIH, and National Academy of Sciences on environmental health and toxicology. A former Society of Toxicology president, he has contributed extensively to research on toxicological risks. Without further ado, here's our Biodegradation and Persistence panel. Welcome to the Biodegradation and Persistence presentation for the Sustainability Summit. And I'm just going to get right to it with my first question. A topic that is increasingly important to cosmetic companies is biodegradation. Can you give me a 101 on biodegradation? What are some key concepts? How is this validated? What are the limitations in validation? This goes on. And how does this apply to ingredients as well as the finished cosmetic product? Finally, to make it ginormous, what is the current policy landscape like for biodegradation, especially relevant to cosmetics?
Thanks, Jen. I'll try and attack that very big question just by starting out by describing what is biodegradation. All the chemicals that we use in day-to-day life, including those that are in cosmetic products, may make their way out into the environment in the course of their life cycle or at the end of their life. A question that we often have, both as scientists and consumers and policymakers, is what happens to those chemicals when they are emitted into the environment? Where do they go? Do they get removed from the environment ultimately? And that's where biodegradation comes in. So when a chemical is in the environment, it can move around, it can be transported spatially, it can partition to different compartments. So it can initially start in water and it could volatilize into the atmosphere, or it could be absorbed to particulates and settle down onto sediments. The other thing that can happen is that it can be degraded. Degradation is ultimately the way that chemicals can be removed from the environment after their use. And biodegradation is a really important process that chemicals can degrade abiotically through hydrolysis or photodegradation. But the action of microorganisms to biodegrade chemicals is by far the most important in removing chemicals and converting them all the way into CO2, water, and mineral salts. It's a really important process, and it has been of importance for a long time, both in chemical regulation and commercially for organizations that market products to consumers, such as the cosmetic sector. However, it's becoming all the more important now because of the global sustainability agenda, which is sort of reframing the way that we're looking at all the different things that we make and use in day-to-day life. And so we're seeing that very much in the policy space as well, particularly in the EU, where there are a number of new regulatory measures coming in, which have a huge emphasis on biodegradation and environmental persistence. So in terms of the verification or the testing, we typically do this with what are called standardized tests. The Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development issue guidelines for assessing biodegradation. Within those, we have various kinds of biodegradation tests. So you have a group of tests called what are called screening tests. These are the sort of high throughput, relatively cheap tests that give you rapid information on the properties of a substance that you can then use to make inferences about the biodegradability. And the most basic one of those is the ready biodegradation test, which is the most commonly used test, and it's sort of considered the gold standard in assessing degradation and using this information for safety. And for that reason, it's a very stringent test. Now, you can go to higher tiers, let's say, where the test is not quite so stringent, such as with inherent biodegradability tests. And then you can also go all the way through to what are called simulation tests, which are designed to assess biodegradation in a specific environmental setting, like in a sewage treatment plant or in a surface water or at the water sediment interface or in soil. And these tests become extremely complex and costly. They tend to give you more realistic information on what's happening with chemicals in the environment. Now, for biodegradation assessment or biodegradability assessments, you're typically working with screening test information. And that's typically what cosmetics companies and their raw material suppliers will be likely to generate on individual ingredients. In terms of assessing the finished product, let's say, or assessing individual ingredients, there's an important distinction there, because obviously a cosmetic product is likely to be a combination of many individual ingredients in a formulation. That will be what's marketed to the end consumer. And it might be the end consumer that's interested to know, is this product biodegradable? So an important thing to know is that in order to assess this, you need to look at the properties of each individual ingredient, because each ingredient will have its own properties, its own fate properties, and also biodegradability, and would therefore need to be assessed individually. When you're looking at the overall product, the formulated product, that means it's difficult to assess the biodegradability of the product, because you can't simply put a cosmetic product into a standard biodegradation test, because the test will measure something like oxygen consumption, CO2 production, or removal of dissolved organic carbon, which is an overall non-specific measure of biodegradation that doesn't look at individual ingredients. So what typically happens when you're looking at formulations is you look at the percentage of the formulation that meets a certain criteria. How much of the formulation is readily biodegradable, for instance. So that is the basis by which many eco-label schemes work for these products, and other company-specific sort of internal schemes will work on a similar basis.
Can you do the same kind of 101 for persistence as it applies to cosmetic products and ingredients?
Of course. This is closely related to the issue of biodegradation. Biodegradation is still the most important process that typically controls or dictates the persistence of substances in the environment. There are other properties and processes that are important as well. From a persistence point of view, we're looking at it kind of from the other end. So when we talk about products being biodegradable, we are considering that they have a potential to do something that's positive, that's of benefit. They're removed by naturally occurring microorganisms. When we're talking about persistence, we're looking at the time that a chemical will reside in the environment. If a chemical is residing in the environment for a long time, then it has a greater concern in terms of its potential to reach increased concentrations in the environment. And those concentrations could also be difficult to reverse if the chemical was ever ceased to be emitted. And so it's a different way of looking at what is in essence the same challenge. It's becoming more and more relevant as a question surrounding chemicals. Now, most cosmetic product producers are most likely still looking at this issue of biodegradability and looking at biodegradation screening tests. However, they need to be aware, and people need to be aware, that the policy landscape around persistence is evolving rapidly. Persistence used to be something that was in focus for a subset of chemicals, or sort of an overall fraction of the chemical space, which was also looking at chemicals that were bioaccumulative. So chemicals that like to dissolve in fats, which would be more likely to be taken up by organisms and bioconcentrate from the environment into organisms, or biomagnify up the food chain. That situation is shifting now. What we're seeing in the EU is that there's a new hazard class that's emerged, which is called PMT, or persistent mobile and toxic. And the concern around this hazard class is that it relates to chemicals that are more mobile in the environment. So these are the hydrophilic chemicals that can potentially pass through barriers and make their way into drinking water. And so it's a concern that's linked to mainly around issues of human health. And PFAS has really been, I'd say, an accelerant in the growing concern around chemicals that can get into drinking water, which is likely to have triggered the emergence of these sorts of regulatory developments. A big new challenge. The effect of this is that if a chemical is not bioaccumulative, it's quite likely that it may still be mobile, which means that now we need to take a more broad view in assessing the persistence of chemicals.
And so I guess this brings me well to the next question that I have for Norb. You brought up PFAS. This is an emerging pollutant of concern in the cosmetic sector. There's a lot of regulations that are coming forth around PFAS and obviously beyond. I'm also thinking about microplastics. There's a lot of noise in the public sphere right now about microplastics. Whether or not the concern is all accurate is definitely a question, but then there's also a lot of regulatory action that is coming forth that will be impacting the cosmetic sector, probably based off of what I understand. Could you give us an overview of these two categories? How are they defined? What are some of the current challenges with these definitions? What do we currently understand about their environmental impacts? Where are the gaps in our understanding, and what is the policy landscape? This is a huge question, so answer it as you can.
All right. Well, I think we could probably spend more time than you have to talk about both of those. So let's start with microplastics, because they really have gotten a lot of attention. So typically when we're talking about microplastics, we're talking about plastics that are somewhere in the size of 1 micrometer to 5 millimeters, either in diameter if they're spherical, or if they're not spherical, at least that size in one of the 3 dimensions. What we don't hear much about, though, are the nanoplastics, which would be 1 micrometer or smaller. So in terms of the microplastics, although we hear a lot about them, most of the evidence that has been published in the literature suggests that those particles, those plastic particles that are microplastic in size, really don't cross biological barriers with any efficiency. And so typically what we're concerned about is the microplastics in food and drinking water, their ability to cross the gastrointestinal tract and get into circulation is unlikely. And in fact, in terms of microplastic exposure, we probably have at least 2 times the amount that we're exposed to from indoor air than from drinking water or food, because virtually all of the textiles these days have microplastics in them, carpeting, our clothing, upholstering on our furniture. And so really the larger exposure to microplastics is through indoor air than it is and respiration than it is through eating food or water. Now, what we don't know much about are the nanoplastics, and those are much smaller in size. And the thing about plastics, which kind of gets back to what Chris was talking about, is their degradation. What we know is that these plastics do continue to break down in the environment due to either abrasion against other solids or through UV radiation and so forth. Those size plastic particles really haven't been studied to any great effect. I am aware of a paper that will be coming out in Nature Communication in the near future that is going to suggest at least that our exposure to nanoplastics is really what we should be more focused on, although at the current time, there really is no evidence of specific adverse effects due to those nanoplastics. Those studies still need to be done.
One thing that I just wanted to bring my audience attention to with some of the upcoming microplastic regulation ramifications for the cosmetic sector, especially considering I think that maybe the cosmetics industry has been overly vilified when considering the source of microplastics in the environment. Cosmetics aren't the primary source, or even I wouldn't even say the formulas are a major source, despite the attention that cosmetics had with the microbead regulations that had a pretty profound impact for microbeads in cosmetic formulations. So microbeads aren't really something based off of surveys that have been done in cosmetics, not really used, but still there's still some microplastics in cosmetics. Something specifically I'm thinking about is encapsulation for different UV filters with sun spheres, for example, that especially in the North American market, sunscreens are very reliant on because of the limited palette of UV filters. And so those might be removed from the palette of ingredients allowed in cosmetics or OTC products. And impact that is concerning to me specific to this ingredient is limiting the palette of ingredients in sunscreens may translate to less efficacious products that consumers are likely to enjoy. And then there's a whole domino effect of negative outcomes.
Certainly, exposure to microplastics through the skin is really not a toxicological concern because they're not going to cross that biological barrier. Now, if that's getting into other sources like water, for example, and food, but again, those are much larger in size and are not going to be taken up from the GI as well. But I think you raise a very important point is there is a lot of focus right now on UV filters, not just plastics, obviously, that are in those preparations, but the filters themselves. As you rightfully point out, I think the concern from UV radiation and potential adverse effects are orders of magnitude greater than any toxicity that those UV filters are going to cause. In fact, most of these have been used for decades and decades, and there really is no epidemiological evidence to suggest that they cause adverse effects. But we know UV radiation clearly causes certain types of cancer of the skin, and we should do what we can to protect ourselves from that.
And maybe I'll just say, just because there's probably going to be somebody in the viewership being but what about coral reefs? I would point you to the recent National Academies of Science review on the environmental fate of sunscreens, where they concluded that the overwhelming evidence does not support the link between sunscreen use of any UV filters and coral bleaching. But we'll just move along to then the other emerging pollutant that I brought up was PFAS.
So this is an area that we've heard a lot about, but we don't have that much science around. There are, I don't know, the last time I heard, over 10,000 different PFAS chemicals. And of those 10,000, we really have a lot of information about PFOA and PFOS, which were used quite extensively and have now been pretty much banned for quite a number of years. So the amount of those two congeners in the environment, again, is very, very low. The epidemiology around PFOA and PFOS suggests that they may result in an increase in what are termed these low density lipoproteins, often referred to as bad cholesterol. I think the epidemial around that is somewhat convincing, but the changes are relatively modest. And so whether that actually results in adverse health effects, I think is questionable. I think there's also some evidence that there is a decrease in immune function, and that primarily was identified in terms of vaccination titers, especially in children. And so the data to date suggests, and there's one German study in particular that identified in 1-year-olds there was a significant decrease in vaccine titers to several different vaccines. However, there was no increased incidence in infections in those children. Are the effects real? Probably. We don't know yet. We have animal studies that show that at very high doses, which are not relevant to human exposure, one does see a decrease in immune functions, including a decrease in the antibody response. But those studies, I don't think are relevant based on the very high doses that were used. And so we really need to have more studies done in human models with exposure to relevant concentrations. The problem is, how do you do that testing on over 10,000 different chemicals? I think the concerns around PFAS chemicals, again, gets back to what Chris was talking about, in that they are very persistent. Most, if not all, chemicals that are persistent in the environment, we certainly want to limit them. Whether they are actually causing adverse effects at the concentrations they are in the environment, I think still is a big question.
Maybe my question here will be like, what's the challenge with grouping all PFAS together? This like vilification, this blanket vilification that we see right now with PFAS, and whether or not that's relevant to cosmetic formulas.
The issue around this whole class of chemicals is even being able to measure and identify them, because there's so many different types. So how is one going to measure them? And to a large part right now, from a chemical analysis standpoint, a lot of times what is being done is just trying to measure that fluorine molecule. And so if you have a chemical that has carbon atoms and you detect fluorine on there, that technically would fall under, depending on whose definition you're using, that potentially is a PFAS chemical. So your point is that, and the point I was trying to make is that we know very little about 99% of these chemicals. And currently you're correct in that they're being viewed by many, especially in the news media, as all being like PFOA and PFOS. And we really have very little toxicology information around most of them.
Just being mindful of time, I'm just going to direct the last question to Chris. Can you speak to the challenges of data or lack thereof in validating some of these environmental issues that you've been talking about? And do you have any recommendations for brands who may be watching this in navigating this kind of messy space?
You've alluded there to a lack of data. I've already spoken about the data that we generate with these standard tests. The issue is that unfortunately, there is a scarcity of this kind of data on substances, in particular, when you get to the very high tiered biodegradation simulation tests. It just simply hasn't been a question that has been asked before of many ingredients. Only recently are we seeing now the likes of the European Chemicals Agency indicating that they would like to see simulation test data for all substances that are registered at greater than 100 tons per annum, for instance. In the case of screening test data, which we're mostly concerned with and likely to be working with, organizations need to speak to their suppliers and to try and get hold of this information in order to do a robust assessment of their products. Now, again, there are challenges there in that often this information comes in fragmented or a limited form. So it might be provided to them within a safety data sheet, and the actual details of the study could be very, very limited. It might be limited to a simple conclusion: this is readily biodegradable, or this is degradable. Or it might be that you get a value like a percentage of degradation that you're able to compare to certain criteria. But the challenge is that you might be limited in terms of what you can do with that information. And these tests are quite complex. They do have various validity criteria associated with them, which you might need to be in a position to check in order to be fully confident that the data can be used for a regulatory purpose. There are also the differences in the kinds of tests. As I mentioned, you have ready biodeg tests and you have inherent biodegradability tests. And the difference between those tests is very important in terms of how they're interpreted from a regulatory standpoint. There are also challenges related to the kinds of substances that you're working with. Substances can have certain properties that make them quite challenging to assess with these methods. So if you have a volatile substance or a poorly soluble substance, you're likely to see bioavailability constraints in your test, which may have dampened down or reduced the amount of biodegradation that you actually observe. So you could look at potentially revisiting those data and even repeating the test if you design the method in a way that better suits the properties of the substance that you're dealing with. Another thing I'd like to bring up is that many substances that we use on the market have what you describe as a complex composition. They're not one kind of molecule. They contain many different individual constituents, so naturally derived substances, for example. However, from a regulatory point of view, they're classed as an individual substance. And as I mentioned before about the challenges of dealing with formulations and assessing them, the same issues arise when you're looking at assessing the biodegradability of complex substances. And there are a lot of challenges there that and nuances that need to be understood. I think overarching, I would say, I would encourage people involved in this work to speak to somebody who has the expertise to be able to guide them through this process so they can carry out these assessments in a robust way. And I'll just add that given the way that my accounts and Norbert's accounts have contrasted in places, I think this reflects the fact that it's important to note that biodegradation is one fate process, and it's important to look at the whole picture of a chemical's properties and also its use in order to properly understand the risks that it may pose.
And that's all for this presentation, and it's now time for Q&A. And give me one moment here as I bring over the Q&A screen to the main screen. Thank you so much to Chris and Norb for contributing to this presentation. If both of you want to put your video on or not, Whatever you want, it doesn't really matter, actually. I'll just get started with my first question. So this is from Dan, who says, Green chemist here. The debate around PFAS and plastic persistence is far more nuanced than what companies, NGOs, and governments currently are talking about. Then add chemophobia to the mix. The question is, how do we oppose the current hazard-based ban approach to chemical safety, which limits innovation and creates more maybe harm than good? Is there a need to push for risk-based regulation? Maybe I'll point this question to Norb. Would you mind chiming in?
Well, actually, that is an excellent question, and it's a problem that many countries have struggled with. As we know, in the U.S., we're a risk-based regulatory attitude toward this, and quite honestly, I don't know how we turn this around, because what I've seen over the last decade is typically movements start in Europe. They're then picked up by consumer advocacy groups in the U.S., and that's when regulatory guidelines begin to change in California. And ultimately, because California is such a large has such a large economy, that then really gets translated to the rest of the U.S. So this is a huge problem, and quite honestly, I think the only thing we can really do is still focus on the science. Unfortunately, that's not what is often communicated either by these advocacy groups or the media, which is really looking for sound bites that will capture people's attention.
Perhaps this is a call for better science communication. And this also brings up some of the comments that Akemi brought up in the regulatory panel of opportunities for advocacy from, for example, trade associations. This next question comes from Becca, and maybe it makes sense to direct this to you, Chris. The question is, are all brands claiming of biodegradable ingredients or having biodegradable ingredients and or formula currently not accurate or valid, given that the science is still emerging?
So I would start off by saying I hope not. I hope that the science that we have, and also the methods, and in particular the standards that have been developed so far, give the tools that companies are able to robustly evaluate and communicate information about this property for their products. So from a biodegradation point of view, there are well-established methods for assessing biodegradability. So for instance, the Ready Biodegradation screening test. And this method can be run for your ingredients and give you a clear outcome of whether the substance is readily biodegradable or not. I think where we have challenges are that there is still a scarcity of data for some ingredients, and there are also issues with actually carrying out these tests. So, for instance, on the Ready Biodegradability test, this test can be quite prone to what are called false negatives. So, for instance, if you have a test material that's volatile or is poorly soluble, then that substance might have lower bioavailability in an experimental system, which shows up in the results as low biodegradation, whereas in reality, it might just be that you didn't maximize the bioavailability of your substance in this test. There are also challenges around the interpretation when it comes to things like complex substances, that's substances with more than one constituent, where there are some interpretation challenges there, because you need to try to get at an understanding of what's happening with the individual constituents. So I would say, in summary, there's new science emerging or new concerns emerging around environmental persistence, but the basic screening tools that we have available should give you a robust understanding of the biodegradability of your product, and it's a question of generating that data and interpreting it correctly.
This next question I'll address to or point towards Norb. The question is from Mercedes, who asks, what are some good resources / research that look deeper into the impact and use of nanoplastic, microplastics, and PFAS in beauty? And also I'll add in my own question in consideration of the growing issue of research fraud, accessibility of science. What are the additional challenges in people who aren't relevant subject matter experts in actually accessing the information? I mean, they might be able to get the study, but will they actually be able to critically appraise the information?
Yeah. That is a huge challenge. So at our Center for Research on Ingredient Safety, one of the things that we've tried to do to help the public is we prepare a blog that goes out every Monday, and it really focuses on those issues that are in the news. And so we've done quite a few on, for example, on microplastics and nanoplastics. We've done things on various ingredients and not only food, but cosmetics. But it is very difficult, I think, for the average person to make sense out of this because, Jen, as you pointed out, if you go to the primary literature, I don't think the average person really has the skill set to get into the nuance, for example, of the experimental design, as well as I think the biggest culprit are often the doses or concentrations of these various chemicals at which they're tested. The old adage is that the dose makes the poison, and pretty much anything will give you an adverse effect at a high enough dose or concentration. And so, again, I think it is very difficult to actually get to this information. I wish there was a Wikipedia-like site that I could say, here's where you can get the straight scoop. But unfortunately, I think it is really difficult. And that's why at the Center for Research on Ingredient Safety, we make a huge effort on a weekly basis to try to put out information on those chemicals that are in the news.
Now, Nor, before you leave the chat today, would you mind putting the link to that blog in the chat, and then I'll copy and paste and put it over to the YouTube chat from Dan. Dan asks, what's the name of the blog? Is it on LinkedIn? Would love to read and share with his followers there. So the next question, coming back to the topic of biodegradation, I'll direct this to Chris again. So this is from Kelsey. Would you recommend testing the final formula for biodegradation rather than individual ingredients? Is it the companies that are testing the individual ingredients, or are they getting this information from their suppliers? That's my tack on. And we've already talked about challenges there. Or are both as equally as important?
Yeah, so this relates to the challenge which I've already mentioned around complex test materials. So you can have a substance that itself has a complex composition, or you can have a formulated product in the end, and you want to understand what the biodegradability is of that formulated material. Unfortunately, testing the whole formulation with one of these standard biodegradation screening test isn't going to give you necessarily very useful information, because what these tests tend to yield in terms of results is a measure of total oxygen consumption or total CO2 production. And what you also find typically with these tests is that you rarely, or if ever, really get a 100% degradation. And that's because there's always a certain amount of the carbon, at least in respirometric tests, a certain amount of the carbon that's in your test material that's being utilized by the microorganisms to increase their biomass. So it doesn't get converted into CO2, it doesn't get fully mineralized. So you're met with this result that's below 100%. That doesn't necessarily mean that there's a fraction of the test material that's not degrading or is not completely degradable, but you need to be cautious of how you interpret that. And so when you're looking at formulated products, these aspects introduce uncertainties, and my recommendation would be to try to inform your assessment based on either testing or other means of inferring the degradability of your individual ingredients. And many schemes for providing an evaluation of products will work on that basis. So they'll look for what percentage of the composition is regarded as being biodegradable.
This is another question for you, Chris. This is from Lola, who asks, can you talk a little bit more about the PMT classification? It was very interesting.
Yeah, sure. So I think that, there's so much happening in the EU in terms of policy, new policies coming out here, there, and everywhere, new issues emerging that's getting everybody talking, that I think that some policies don't get as much attention as they perhaps should in terms of their potential impact. But the PMT hazard class that's been introduced in Europe, in my view, is one of those policy measures, because it is really massively changing the game when it comes to evaluating the environmental persistence of substances and how substances of concern are going to be identified in the future in Europe. And it remains to be seen what the subsequent regulatory impacts are around those chemicals. So for example, at the moment, we already have PMT introduced as a new hazard class under the EU CLP regulation, which is the European Union's version of the globally harmonized system. That has some links to other legislation, but at the moment, the overall impact in terms of what it means for whether you can supply or place a product on the market is not quite clear. However, it is proposed that this will also be a hazard class that's introduced as a substance of very high concern, or so-called SVHC, under REACH. And if that does happen, then that will have considerably greater market and regulatory implications for substances that fulfill these criteria. And this is really pertinent at the moment, because the European Union is currently discussing a revision of REACH, which is expected to be coming out later this year. And it's not clear at this stage whether this will form one of the policy measures that's introduced, although it was specified in the original Chemical Strategy for Sustainability, which was released in 2020, that was the intended direction of travel. So you really want to watch the space with respect to that particular measure. But in terms of what it's about, so this is really about protecting drinking water. So there's a human health, emphasis on the PMT and VPVM hazard, which I believe has been sort of catalyzed by a lot of the concerns that have been raised around PFAS substances, which were not being necessarily captured by the the so-called PBT or POP criteria, which have been historically in place for a number of decades around the globe for the bioaccumulative and persistent substances. But it was a relatively short logical step to say, well, what about other chemicals that are persistent that might not fulfill bioaccumulation criteria, and that seems to be what has now happened on the EU side. So, yeah, the chemicals that are more hydrophilic, that like being in water, are more likely to travel through soil and within water to distances away from point sources and potentially passing barriers and getting into drinking water. And that's the principle behind it. And yeah, I mean, I could talk for a long time about this because I think it's a really important development on the EU side. But maybe I'll pause there for you, Jen.
Well, I'll just point my audience to Chris just launched a podcast of his own called Chemicals Journey. Is that what it's called?
Chemical Journeys. Chemical Journeys.
Go tune into that. And maybe this is inspo for a full episode that he can talk about this specific topic. Okay, I'll address my next question or point my next question to Norb. So something that I hear a lot from especially consumers, maybe some smaller brands, is that how do we address microplastics? We should ban all plastics. Is there anything wrong with this blanket recommendation as an approach to address microplastics? What are your thoughts?
Yeah. So I think plastics are a really, really difficult topic because plastics are used in so many, many different things that we use on a day-to-day basis. Unfortunately, they are very persistent, and I don't know if your audience saw the recent paper that came out, it was a couple of weeks ago now, about really nanoplastics being found in human tissues. And unfortunately, the title of the paper led you to believe that these are microplastics that are being found in human tissues. And that actually is not correct, because most microplastics are too large to cross biological barriers. But what happens is, as these plastics continue to degrade, ultimately there are very small shards in the nanoplastic size, nanoparticle size, and those actually are apparently able to cross blood-brain barrier as well as into other tissues. And so this paper that was published a few weeks ago in Nature, I believe was Medicine, reported on this. Now, the caveat is that the analytical tools that they were using could not distinguish very well between nanoplastics and very short chain free fatty acids, which in the brain are at a very, very high level. And so there were some micrographs in that paper that showed some of these plastic shards in the brain of cadavers. And so they are literally getting distributed in the body. The question is how much, and also, is this actually causing any adverse health effects? Because, plastic is relatively inert material. But the short answer to your question is we really don't have good ways to deal with plastic waste. There are two plants that have recently been developed, one by ExxonMobil, and I think 3M is the other one, where they're actually able to almost completely recycle plastic waste. But the only really good solution right now for plastic waste at the amount we're generating is incineration. And I don't think people would be very excited about that unless we could ensure that you know the emissions were scrubbed in a way that would not lead to additional pollution. So that's a huge problem for us.
And maybe I'll just say, well, there was a few comments. First from Annika, who says there were issues with that study's methodology. I think there was a Science Media Center publication. They have like briefing notes where they have scientists contribute their point of view for what the public should be aware of. Highly recommend my audience look to what they published. One of the authors or one of the contributors is actually going to be on my podcast in a few weeks, and this study came up, and he talked about the analytical challenge that Norb had highlighted. Oli Jones is his name, or Dr. Oli Jones, sorry. So stay tuned for that podcast episode. Are there any, maybe I'll frame this question, because ask your questions in the chat. I know you guys are enjoying this conversation. There's a lively chat going on, but ask your questions. But I do have a follow-up question. So what are some of the top misconceptions that you've seen out there about PFAS and microplastics that you think is important to clarify that weren't covered in the presentation yet?
Yeah, well, I would say the maybe not misconception, but what people are not aware of is that the primary route of exposure to microplastics is breathing indoor air. And that is because virtually all of our textiles and fabrics have plastic in them. So your carpeting, your sofa, unless you have a leather sofa, your clothes. And so the actual amounts of microplastics in indoor air are actually pretty significant. The good news is that these microplastics are not going to cross your gastrointestinal tract. And if you, or at least not to any appreciable amount, and if you inhale them, they will probably mainly be removed by what's called the mucociliary escalator, which is in your airways that will bring particles up, and you end up swallowing those as they are removed from your respiratory tract. And so, for example, there's been a lot of concern about consuming seafood because people see these photographs of all the plastic floating around in the ocean. There'll be a paper coming out in Environmental Health Perspectives that will put some of this into context. But the reality is there's very little microplastic particles in seafood, and not any more in seafood than any other foods that we eat. And actually, you will pick up more microplastics when you're preparing your food in the kitchen than what was there probably from the processing of the food before it got to your home.
And also the health implications of those microplastics are, big question marks currently. There's a lot of headlines that this is bad, but we actually don't understand this, as Norb had already talked about previously. And now I'm going to address or point the same kind of question to Chris. What are some of the top misconceptions you see with respect to biodegradation and persistence?
I think the key one that I want to highlight, and it keeps coming up even amongst experts when we're sort of discussing this topic, is what we mean by persistence, and that people should be aware that when we talk about persistence in a regulatory context, we're not necessarily talking about forever chemicals like PFAS, which have extremely long degradation half-lives if they indeed do degrade in the environment. What we have in the regulatory context are criteria for persistence or very persistent, which are linked to much more modest degradation half-life. So 40 days or 60 days in water, 120 or 180 days in soil and sediment. However, when you're talking to people now about persistence, everybody's thinking about PFAS and microplastics, and that kind of overlays everything. If you're talking to people who are involved with site remediation of contaminated sites, they'll have a very different internal sort of understanding of the term persistence than the people who are working in the regulatory space as well. So there's some work to be done there to try and nail down what exactly we're talking about when we're talking about persistence, because that's really important also in terms of how we manage these different chemicals, how we prioritize and discern what's a problem and what's not a problem.
And Jen, if I could just add one more comment on the plastic side, is the reality is that these plastics, as they are out in the environment, they do continue to break down to smaller and smaller pieces. And that's really the big concern, because as they get into the nano size, then they can become bioavailable.
I guess like a follow-up question, how do we think about this pollution impact of plastics and weigh that against, like, looking at the end of life, weigh that against the production and in-use phase of plastic life cycles, comparing and contrasting to other packaging materials? For example, when we're thinking about like glass, there are significant emissions, especially compared to plastics, associated with their production and transportation. In-use feasibility is also a giant challenge, especially for people with, like, for example, disabilities. If they drop it in the shower, for example, then there's also a safety risk associated with that package. Yeah. Also considering the like benefits that plastic has to society, I don't know. How do we think about all of this? Weighing the benefits against the cons, and then also comparing and contrasting across the packaging landscape of what's available to us.
Yeah. So there's been a huge effort that has been made trying to develop plastics that would be more biodegradable, so that they would, self-degrade into its original constituents. But the problem that often is not considered is that many of these plastics are actually at temperatures much lower than typical air temperature, especially, like, for example, plastics in certain areas in the ocean where the water temperature is very cold, and temperature greatly slows down the biodegradation even of those plastics that are being tested as being more biodegradable. And so the reality around biodegradation is that we really haven't come up with a solution for these plastics that would allow us to have them degrade in reasonable periods of time.
And then also to add a layer of complexity, if we want to recycle the plastic, that may also create additional challenges, because reuse would probably be a good thing when we're thinking about a plastic packaging. But then if it's going to degrade faster, then how will that integrity hold up through like cycles of recycling in municipal facilities?
Yeah. Well, the newest recycling plants, and I mentioned this too, they actually break down the plastics back into their monomers. Mm-hmm. But the other challenge here is the amount of energy you're going to utilize for that recycling. So it doesn't come without a cost.
Big topic. But unfortunately, we've now come to the end of the time for Q&A. Thank you so much to Chris and Norb for agreeing to this presentation. I will put both Chris's podcast link as well as the link that Norb has shared in the chat here. I'll put this in the chat in the YouTube stream. So yeah, stay tuned. You'll see that. And yeah, thank you so much to both of you. And I hope you both have a great rest of your day.
Well, thank you, Jen. This was a pleasure to participate. Good luck with the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Thanks for the opportunity. Bye.
And bear with me as I get the next presentation on for you, which is going to be by Binur on messaging sustainability. Our next presentation will be by Dr. Binur Aral, who has over 20 years of experience in consumer product research, leading Good Housekeeping Beauty, Health, and Sustainability Lab. She has shaped product evaluations and sustainability initiatives and now runs a consultancy helping brands balance growth and consumer trust. She also mentors and contributes to industry publications. Without further ado, here's Binur's presentation.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining this session on messaging product sustainability in our industry. Despite the growing consumer demand, there's still no clear, consistent way to define what product sustainability means in our industry. Our goal today is to unpack some of these challenges, explore how third-party emblems and retailer-led standards have tried to fill the gap, and discuss why these efforts haven't fully solved the problem. Ultimately, we're here to spark a conversation about how we can all do better. While product sustainability has no universally accepted definition, several organizations can offer perspectives. To set the stage, I'd like to start with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. While none of these 17 goals are product specific, SDG 12, Responsible Consumption and Production, offers a valuable lens through which we can begin to define it. This chart draws attention to the importance of life cycle thinking when discussing product sustainability. It emphasizes that all three, environmental, social, and economic dimensions, should be considered at each stage of the life cycle to avoid simply shifting the burden from one stage to another. In other words, brands designing and marketing products shouldn't only focus on the ingredients used and how products are manufactured. They must also consider how consumers will interact with these products, the impacts during the use phase, and the consequences at the product's end of life. Let's shift our focus to Europe, where regulatory efforts often lead the conversation in sustainability. The European Commission's Eco-Design for Sustainable Products regulation went into effect last year. Its goal is to incorporating sustainability concepts when designing products and making it the norm, ensuring they last longer, are easier to repair and recycle, contain fewer problematic chemicals, and are more energy and resource efficient. One standout feature is the introduction of digital product passport, a tool designed to give consumers easy access to detailed information about a product's components and materials. Now, I can't help but wonder how a digital product passport would look like for a beauty product. Even a minimalist formulation can easily have 3 to 5 ingredients, and we all know that some formulas can include 10, 20, or even more substances. Add in the primary and then secondary packaging components, and you're looking at a data set that could easily overwhelm both brands and consumers. Based on what we heard so far, we can say that sustainable products are those that benefit society, the environment, and the economy throughout their entire life cycle, from raw material extraction to final disposal, all the while safeguarding human health and the environment. Now, that's a tall order. Plus, how do you actually quantify all these attributes in a way that's universal, science-based, and still makes sense to consumers trying to make informed choices? As we have heard today, when it comes to the environmental aspect of sustainability, the Environmental Life Cycle Assessment, or ELCA, is the primary tool. It helps quantify a product's environmental impact across all stages of its life cycle. But even with LCA, we're often left grappling with gaps, especially when it comes to social and economic impacts, which are harder to measure. To further frame my presentation, I want to briefly touch on the different production models. Traditionally, many CPG industries, including beauty, have operated under a linear model. You extract raw materials, produce goods, use them, and then dispose of them. It's a straightforward take, make, waste system. While efficient in the short term, it has significant environmental costs. On the other hand, the circular production model aims to close that loop. It's about designing products and systems that minimize waste, keep materials in use for as long as possible, and regenerate natural systems, which is, of course, much more difficult to achieve, especially in isolation. As we heard today, life cycle assessments take a comprehensive cradle-to-grave or even cradle-to-cradle view for circular production models. Despite its value, conducting an LCA is far from straightforward. Here are the challenges. LCA demands extensive data collection across complex supply chains. Even for seemingly simple products, tracking the environmental footprint of raw materials, packaging, manufacturing, distribution, and end-of-life disposal can be overwhelming. LCAs can be cost prohibitive. They require specialized software, trained staff, and sometimes external consultants. Resources that aren't always accessible, especially for smaller brands. LCAs have a case-specific nature. There's no one-size-fits model. There's no one-size-fits-all model. Every product has unique variables, making it challenging to compare sustainability across different categories or brands. While LCA is a powerful tool, the complexities mentioned make it challenging to apply universally. And today we'll focus on how third-party standards attempted to bridge these gaps. The cradle-to-cradle concept, developed in the 70s by architect William McDonough and chemist Michael Braungart, takes inspiration from nature, where waste doesn't exist and everything is part of a continuous cycle. Their philosophy challenges us to rethink product design, ensuring materials remain in safe, regenerative loops. There are three core principles rooted in nature. Waste equals food. In nature, waste from one system becomes nourishment for another. Use clean and renewable energy. Just as ecosystems rely on solar energy, manufacturing should transition to wind, solar, and other sustainable sources. Celebrate diversity. Nature thrives on diversity, and sustainable design should be adaptable to local environmental and cultural conditions. Launched in 2005, Cradle to Cradle Certified Product Standard Certification evaluates products across 5 key sustainability categories: material health, product circularity, clean air and climate protection, water and soil stewardship, social fairness. Products are certified at bronze, silver, gold, or platinum levels, with brands requiring to show continuous improvement every 3 years. The adoption of the cradle-to-cradle certification in beauty remains limited. Companies like L'Oreal, Lush, Beiersdorf, and Johnson & Johnson have incorporated cradle-to-cradle certified products into their portfolios. Currently, about 35 beauty products hold the certification. Founded in 1989, Green Seal is one of the first environmental certification programs in the US. Unlike most, Green Seal has always focused on both environmental responsibility and product performance, ensuring that certified products not only meet their stringent criteria, but also effective in their intended use. This emphasis on efficacy is key, because a product doesn't perform well will be discarded, beating the purpose of its existence. The Green Seal evaluates products based on health and environmental safety, sustainable sourcing and manufacturing, packaging and waste reduction, and most distinctly, product performance, where a product must demonstrate performance equal to or better than a market leader. Despite its strong credibility, Green Seal has had limited adoption in personal care products. Under standard GS50, only 3 personal care products are currently certified. Additionally, under GS44, which covers soaps, shower products, and hand sanitizers, there are 9 certified products listed. Notably, Green Seal certified products now automatically qualify for Amazon's Climate Pledge Friendly program, reflecting the growing influence of retailers in shaping sustainability narratives. Now, this duo holds a unique place in my heart and in the consumer product space. I spent a good chunk of my career at the Good Housekeeping Institute, the foremost consumer product testing laboratory in the US. The Institute and its licensing program, the Good Housekeeping Seal, are widely recognized by consumers and associated with quality and trust. The 115-year-old Good Housekeeping Seal guarantees that the product works as advertised, and it even offers a money-back warranty. This means if a consumer is dissatisfied with a product's performance, they can request a refund, repair, or replacement directly from Good Housekeeping. This guarantee of performance plus the warranty makes the Good Housekeeping Seal unique in the certification space. To mark the 100th anniversary of the original seal, we introduced an environmental overlay, the Green Good Housekeeping Seal. Here's the key. A product could only apply for the Green Good Housekeeping Seal if it had already earned the original seal, meaning it had to meet strict performance standards first. This ensured that sustainability was never pursued at the expense of product efficacy. Despite strong consumer recognition due to the legacy of the brand, Green Good Housekeeping Seal faced significant barriers to adoption. Dual-layer approval process. Brands first had to meet the seal's strict performance standards before even being eligible. Licensing costs. The Good Housekeeping Seal required a licensing agreement with substantial fees, partly because of the 2-year consumer warranty. This was a hurdle, especially for smaller brands. Rigorous criteria. Applicants needed to provide in-depth sustainability data. For example, among other criteria, we were asking energy, water, and waste reduction matrix per kilogram of product produced over the past 3 to 5 years. Back in 2009, most companies didn't have dedicated sustainability teams, making it difficult to compile the necessary data. Even at the corporate level, sustainability reporting was still emerging, which limited participation. In many ways, the Green Good Housekeeping Seal launch and its stringent standards were ahead of the times. While life cycle assessment and multi-attribute sustainability frameworks have existed for decades, their complexity has limited their widespread adoption. Instead, consumers gravitated towards simpler narratives, like clean beauty. The clean beauty movement gained momentum in the 1970s with natural makeup and later the clean eating movements. Over time, it has been marketed as natural, non-toxic, and green, often implying that conventional products are dirty. In my opinion, its rise is closely tied to the nature of the federal oversight of cosmetics in the US. The FDA, responsible for regulating cosmetics, also oversees drugs, medical devices, food safety, and more, leaving little focus on cosmetics. For years, advocates of clean beauty movement have pointed out to outdated cosmetic laws in the US, emphasizing that while other countries have banned thousands of cosmetic ingredients, the FDA has prohibited only 11 ingredient groups. While recent updates like MOCRA marks the first major reform in over 80 years, the focus is on safety, manufacturing, and reporting requirements, rather than marketing claims like clean or green. That responsibility falls under the Federal Trade Commission, whose green guides regulate misleading environmental claims. While an update was expected to the green guides in 2024, no revisions have been made. As a result, the clean beauty movement continues to thrive, often blurring the lines between adjectives such as clean, natural, organic, sustainable, and more. Let's examine the role of retailers in this space. Have they helped consumers make more informed choices, or have they added to the confusion? When talking about retail, it's impossible not to start with Walmart, the world's largest brick-and-mortar retailer. Walmart's sheer size gives it unmatched influence over global supply chains, consumer behavior, and sustainability practices. Walmart formally began its corporate sustainability journey in 2005, well ahead of many retailers, in response to growing public scrutiny. It committed to reducing waste, improving energy efficiency, and sourcing more sustainable products. Since then, Walmart has expanded its efforts through large-scale programs like Project Gigaton, aiming to cut 1 gigaton of greenhouse gas emissions from its global chain by 2030. In 2021, Walmart introduced the Built for Better initiative, designed to help consumers make more intentional product choices. It's divided into 3 categories. Built for Better, for you, highlights products with cleaner ingredient profiles, including those certified by EWG, verified and standard 100 by Ooka. Built for Better for the Planet recognizes products with environmental certifications like Energy Star, Rainforest Alliance, and Cradle to Cradle. Built for Better for Community spotlights US-made products and those from women and minority-owned businesses to support local economies and diversity. Despite being one of the first retailers to address sustainability, Walmart has now also launched a clean beauty program. Introduced in 2023, it features a made-without list of over 1,200 restricted ingredients, which Walmart claims was developed through supplier consultations, regulatory reviews, and the insights from the Environmental Defense Fund. Walmart's dual approach, leveraging third-party certifications through Built for Better program while establishing its own clean beauty standard, is probably a sign that the retailer is trying to meet where its consumers are today. Target has long positioned itself as a leader in safer ingredient policies and sustainability, integrating strict chemical transparency efforts into its retail ecosystem. In 2017, it launched its Chemical Policy and Transparency Initiative, eliminating certain chemicals from key categories like beauty and personal care, setting a precedent in mainstream retail. In 2019, Target introduced Target Clean Beauty, featuring a made without list banning over 1,200 ingredients, includphthalates, parabens, and formaldehyde donors. Target claims this list was developed through consultations with suppliers, regulatory reviews, and organizations like the Environmental Defense Fund. In September 2023, a class action lawsuit was filed against Target, alleging that its Target Clean label misleads consumers. The lawsuit claims some labeled products still contain harmful or unwanted ingredients, including formaldehyde. In October 2024, a federal judge ruled that this lawsuit could proceed, rejecting Target's defense that consumer perception of clean is subjective. This case is ongoing and could have significant implications for how retailers define and market clean beauty products. So while Target has made strides in safer ingredient policies and transparency, this lawsuit highlights the legal risks for retailers who adopt broad, clean labeling without clear consumer understanding. When we talk about scale, Amazon is in a league of its own. Despite its massive influence, Amazon was relatively late to the corporate sustainability game. Amazon formally entered the sustainable space in 2019 with the Climate Pledge, committing to a net zero carbon emissions by 2040, a decade ahead of the Paris Agreement targets. In 2020, Amazon launched its Climate Pledge Friendly label to help consumers identify sustainable products. Unlike most other retailers that have developed proprietary sustainability standards, Amazon relies heavily on third-party certifications. These include Cradle to Cradle Certified, Green Seal, Fair Trade Certified, EPA Safer Choice, and Global Organic Textile Standard. Amazon has not introduced an in-house clean beauty standard. Instead, it relies on third-party verification. For example, Amazon's private label beauty brand Amazon Aware carries the EWG verified badge, signaling a focus on ingredient safety. I feel we would need an entire summit to discuss the soundness of the EWG verified criteria and its market penetration, but I'll just leave it at that. Amazon's certification-driven model allows it to curate greener products at scale without the complexities of creating new standards. However, this approach may also be seen as reducing sustainability to a marketing checklist. Whole Foods Market, founded in 1980, built its reputation as a leader in natural and organic retail. It was one of the first major retailers to set ingredient standards, emphasizing transparency and environmental responsibility long before clean beauty became a mainstream trend. While Whole Foods developed its whole body program to curate personal care products that met their ingredient and sourcing standards, their no-no list now bans over 240 ingredients, including parabens, phthalates, and oxybenzone, arguably making Whole Foods one of the earliest retailers to drive the clean beauty movement. While Whole Foods now markets its standard as beyond clean beauty, the program still revolves around ingredient bans rather than broader sustainability efforts. Unlike its parent company, Amazon, Whole Foods has not adopted a certification-based approach, raising questions about how its beauty standards will evolve. Sephora, the epicenter of beauty retail, launched Clean at Sephora in 2018. The program now includes over 130 brands and bans ingredients like parabens, sulfates, and formaldehyde releasers. However, Sephora faced legal scrutiny over its clean beauty marketing, just like Target. In November 2022, a class action lawsuit was filed, alleging that Sephora misled consumers by implying its Clean at Sephora label meant products were free from all synthetic or harmful ingredients. Sephora argued that its definition of clean was clearly outlined, specifying only certain restricted ingredients. In March 2024, a U.S. District Court dismissed the case, ruling that a reasonable consumer would not assume clean meant 100% free from all synthetics. Perhaps realizing the need for a broader sustainability focus, Sephora launched its Planet Aware program in 2024, shifting beyond ingredient bans to what they describe as including sustainable ingredient sourcing, packaging sustainability, carbon footprint and ethical sourcing, consumer transparency. While Sephora successfully defended its clean beauty program in court, its pivot to Planet Aware suggests the retailer saw a need to evolve its messaging and moving beyond clean beauty's limited scope toward a more holistic program. As one of the largest beauty retailers in the US, Ulta has significant influence over the industry. Unlike some retailers where sustainability programs feel separate from corporate goals, Ulta has more directly integrated their conscious beauty platform with its broader environmental commitments. For example, among other targets, it aims for 50% of its product packaging to be recyclable, refillable, or made from recycled or biosourced materials by 2025. The conscious beauty at Ulta is built around 5 pillars. Clean ingredients. Products must exclude ingredients from Ulta's Made Without list, which bans over 30 chemical groups, including parabens, phthalates, formaldehyde-releasing agents, and PFAS. However, Ulta acknowledges that trace contaminants may still be present, a more nuanced stance that the absolutes often used in clean beauty marketing. Cruelty-free brands must be certified by third-party organizations. Vegan products must be free of animal-derived ingredients such as beeswax, lanolin, collagen, and carmine. For Giving Back, recognizes brands that contribute to social or environmental causes. 5, sustainable packaging. At least 50% of a brand's total packaging by weight must be recyclable, refillable, or made from recycled or biosourced materials. This aligns with Ulta's corporate packaging goals I mentioned earlier. By tying conscious beauty more closely to its company-wide sustainability commitments, Ulta is blending ingredient focus with broader environmental impact. However, like other retailers, it still faces the challenge of balancing transparency with marketing appeal. Unlike retailers that adopted to the clean beauty trend, Credo Beauty was born from it. Founded in 2014, Credo positioned itself as the leading clean beauty retailer, committed to eliminating harmful chemicals from personal care products. At the core of its philosophy is the Dirty List, a restricted substance list that now bans or restricts over 2,700 ingredients. In April 2018, the company expanded its vision by launching the Credo Clean Standard, a framework that's said to go beyond ingredient bans. As the clean beauty movement has grown, many retailers have expanded their restricted ingredient lists, aiming to eliminate substances perceived as harmful. However, this trend has led to unintended consequences, particularly concerning product preservation and stability. The exclusion of certain preservatives has been linked to increased instances of microbial contamination, including mold growth in beauty products. These incidents highlight the delicate balance between formulating products that meet certain clean beauty standards and ensuring consumer safety. Among other criteria, today, the Credo Clean standard states that brands must conduct raw material and final product testing for contaminants, heavy metals, preservative efficacy, and irritation potential. As we conclude, one thing is clear. Messaging sustainability in a consumer-friendly manner remains a moving target. Life cycle assessments provide the most rigorous way to measure impact, yet their cost and complexity keep them out of reach for many brands. Holistic third-party certifications attempt to fill this gap, but consumer recognition and adoption remain limited. Retailers have stepped into their own clean beauty sustainability programs, shaping norms but often through ingredient-focused no-no lists that don't capture a product's entire footprint. At the same time, lawsuits like the one against Target moving forward, while Sephora successfully defending its own, highlight the risks of leaning too heavily on ingredient exclusion lists without broader considerations. So, where does this leave us? Sustainability messaging is not static. It must evolve alongside science, regulation, and consumer understanding. Being carried by a retailer with strict clean beauty standards doesn't make a product sustainable. We must consider the full product life cycle. Consumer education is critical. Retailers, brands, third-party certifiers, industry organizations, and unbiased voices like those of us at this summit play a key role in bridging the knowledge gaps. Product performance matters. A product that fulfills its promise gets used until the very end, reducing waste and saving resources, which must be the baseline. Oddly, this is still missing from most sustainability criteria today. While perfection may not quite be attainable in the realm of sustainability, meaningful progress is. The industry must keep pushing for smarter, more holistic approaches rather than chasing trends that may not hold up in the long run. Thank you for your attention, and now let's open the floor to questions.
And give me a moment here as I bring Burner into the main screen for Q&A. Thank you so much to Burner for this presentation. And we had quite a few questions come in. The first question, I will couple with, couple two together. The first one is from Annika. Corporate sustainability is nice, but what about the small businesses? It causes to go out of business. Surely, under the societal impact of sustainability, we should somehow include it. Corporate sustainability, I'm like trying to verify sustainability claims, as was highlighted in this presentation, are very cumbersome, especially from a financial resources point of view. So I'm coupling that with a question from Amanda, who asks, are there ways to allow smaller businesses to confirm their efforts in sustainability, something which is more easily attainable by the businesses, but still reliable?
Hi, thanks, Jen, again, and everybody spending their Sundays with us. This has, been brought up before. I think, Mark brought it up in terms of going back to the basics instead of being lost in this whole ESG frameworks and acronyms and the different reporting, frameworks. I believe with small businesses, especially, you need to figure out what makes most sense for you to, start with your sustainable journey with, and being transparent and communicating. and incorporating this early on. I see that with many smaller beauty companies that they get in touch with me, is that they're typically already have formed an idea of kind of a product that they want to launch. I want to launch with an EWG standard, and and instead of like really looking at it and the difference that you can make as a business or with your product, and to look at the sustainability in broader context instead of just focusing on emblems, etc. But as we discussed, unfortunately, the businesses to thrive, they need to be in retailers, whether on shelves or online. And these standards are sort of the gatekeepers, for them to come to the next level, achieve their next level. Some of these standards now, I feel, are available in certain formulation platforms like Novi and Reggie. That you could actually like put your formula in and figure out whether it fits one of these standards, which kind of makes it easier if you want to go that route. But at the same time, again, we're kind of focusing on these different retailer standards. I don't know if I answered the question, but it's loaded. So
Yeah, and maybe I'll just add on a point of view that like it makes sense for smaller brands to comply with retailer standards, like you have products to sell. Another approach that maybe is even more impactful compared to product sustainability is thinking about things like your policy and educational footprint as part of your sustainability strategy. So like Mark had brought up in his presentation, like educate your consumers. You have an opportunity. Or like Akemi had brought up in the regulatory panel, join a trade association. Make your voice heard. You could even be a part of a committee to help foster better policy, which ultimately is probably more important compared to product sustainability. Okay, this next question is from Mariella. Please let me know if I've mispronounced your name. With so many retailer programs creating confusion, how can we communicate sustainability better to consumers at a product/brand level, regardless of where they're sold?
I think it's kind of revolving around the same ideas. Yes, we also heard that there's likelihood that these retailer standards are kind of merging. Some started with their own clean lists and or no lists, and now have moved beyond the clean beauty programs, and is integrating some more holistic attributes, life cycle related. So maybe there's going to be a merger of these at one point. Again, industry associations can lead you, talking to people who are in the space, consultants who can help guide you what makes more, reasonable for your brand and your initiatives, what you can take. Sometimes, thinking end of life, or what you're incorporating in and into your ingredients is much what you can have control over, but also increasing your knowledge as a brand and going beyond the narratives that are already out there, participating in panels and understanding how smaller brands that have, moved through the ranks. So there's no, I think, silver bullet in that case. You have to find your niche. But what I want to make, again, a point is, Jen, you mentioned it in the beginning too, is about the purpose, right? Inherently, we are going to have some impact, right? In anything we do, launching a product. What is the purpose of launching a product? It has to serve a consumer need. Hopefully, it's a need that hasn't been met before. And once you have it, okay, that's kind of like the gold standard or platinum, but the product must work. Okay, so that's kind of like really resonates with me. I think that is usually ignored and I don't know if retailers, I doubt that they actually incorporate it. Like, are you true to your performance claims? I doubt that it's part of the criteria. I think that's going to be the science-based and the substantiated claims should be the norm. Like that's the baseline. And if you can show that, and then your other initiatives, I think maybe for smaller brands, I think that should be the baseline instead of like chasing these, maybe corporate filings, etc., which are costly and seems like confusing as well. I hope that was sort of addressing the question.
Oh, it just reminded me of a conversation with a ingredient supplier who commented, he shall not be named, that it was in reference to a trade publication about how like there's been all this innovation, but the cosmetics industry keeps using the same old stuff. But then it's like who asked for some of these items, consumers don't actually like these products, and then of course they go back to the standard formula. I'm thinking specifically of like solid shampoos, which is a very nice idea, very nice idea. However, I do not like them at all. They make my hair feel gross, and therefore I will not use them.
I mean, there are some better than others, but some work in the concept. There are issues, you keep the bar in the shower and then kind of water hits it and kind of,
Dissolves.
erodes. There's the powder. I mean, we've seen it all. There are all good attempts. Sort of like the idea should be really solving a need. If there's a need to be met, do it. Not just, for the case of launching something. I've seen a powder-based face wash in a paper packaging, like individual paper packaging. And it's the whole idea is, well, like it washes down to, it's just like you wash with it and it kind of dissolves in wash water and goes down the drain. So, but what does happen to it? It's just like, and why, it's like supposed to help you when you're traveling. So, and that's kind of like one of the big no-nos what I learned when I was at Unilever, like don't launch products that are just good for when you're traveling. That's just bound to, fail. And we've seen it in, many brands that have launched even at Target and that kind of disappeared in that space. So it's all about, I think, going back to the basics, as Mark said, and you said purpose and what you can control, and really, really making sure the product works in the beginning, from the beginning.
And maybe don't just rely on assumptions. Like, for example, the fact that I just wanted to bring up, there was a comparative LCA on toothpaste tablets. Everyone thinks that toothpaste tabs equals more environmentally friendly. Do they? The LCA pointed at the water usage differences and how these products may actually have a higher impact. So don't just assume. However, that assumption landscape is challenging.
I have something to say on the tablets. I mean, first of all, like you put your, I mean, maybe some have mechanisms, but I've seen a lot that you just put your hands in and your hand is going in and out of this thing that is supposed to touch your mouth. And then you kind of put it on the brush, and it has to be wet. It's just like, again, it comes to the performance and how the consumer is going to, interact with it is something that I think many brands just chase some kind of technology now that it's available. But if it ain't broke type of thing in terms of perhaps not break it in every case, only when it makes sense.
And so this, I mean, we probably have time for one more question, and then that'll conclude the Q&A. And we're going to have a very brief lunch break. I'm sorry, I really packed the summit this time around. But I mean, I wanted to, maybe I'll just say, like, the goal for all of these summits is to compete with the highest quality e-summit, or sorry, highest quality conferences that are usually like the one that I think I'm competing with. Some people may know who it is in the ballpark of $2,000 to attend. So I want to compete, except make it all free. But as a result, this is jam-packed. as much information as I can give you in 8 hours. Okay, this final question is from Lola. All these certifications and standards can be very confusing for both consumers and brands. It seems like maybe it's fueling retailers are fueling greenwashing. I agree, as you would have heard in my presentation. The question is, do you think it's possible to find some common ground?
I think the common ground is, the thinking about the whole life cycle approach. I think we can't forget about it. Can't just focus on one area. Perhaps it's going to be easier to make the impact in one area versus the other, and communicating that to your consumer, educating the consumer, I think is missing out. And I know that coming from a brand who spoke to 50 million consumers, we didn't do a good job at good housekeeping. I feel there's always that kind of balance about how you communicate sustainability, because it's a mouthful if you think about everything, and do it in a way that's not going to overwhelm folks, as well as also be meaningful. So that's the striking the right balance could be different for every brand, and that could be part of the brand identity. I feel is how you communicate, how you educate. A lot of times these days, founders are on social media. Not saying that they're all saying the right things. Sometimes they are contributing. Most of the time, I'm afraid to the misinformation or disinformation. So it's starting with knowledge. I think coming from a place of knowledge and trying to kind of work on verbiage that is going to resonate with your consumers. Unfortunately, there's no, I think, one size fits all type of approach here. But yes, being carried by a retailer doesn't make you more sustainable necessarily.
And that concludes, there's a lot more to be said on that specific point, but we don't have time. This concludes this Q&A. Thank you so much, Binur, for agreeing to this. And we'll now go into a very brief 10-minute, break for lunch. Thank you so much to everyone, and we'll be back. And also quick, before I leave you guys for a very brief amount of time, I wanted to thank again all of the summit sponsors who have helped us make these e-summits freely accessible. It absolutely would not be feasible without their support. So thank you so much for supporting good science communication in the cosmetic sector. As you would have heard throughout the day, probably important. And thank you for supporting my science communication. So to our silver sponsor, Croda, our bronze sponsor, BASF, and our general sponsor, Evonik. And we'll be back. Our next presentation will be by Dan Coppins, who is a packaging technologist and sustainability consultant at Pac-Man Consulting. He helps brands develop and test packaging while ensuring regulatory compliance and improve sustainability metrics. Passionate about eco-friendly materials, he advocates for practical, science-driven packaging solutions. Without further ado, here's Dan's presentation. I'm here with Dan Coppins, and we're going to do the fireside chat about packaging sustainability. I figured a fireside chat format would maybe be more engaging for the topic. Definitely easier on Dan's end. Thank you so much, Dan, for agreeing to this. And I'll just get right to it for my first question. Can you give us an overview of the environmental challenges that currently impact packaging decisions?
The impact stuff hasn't really changed in the last few years. We changed over to a lot of concern around material choices, and that has continued on into this year. Hasn't significantly changed. Really, the biggest impacts here, which people know, is plastic versus the alternatives, which is a really interesting piece because you see a lot of information around plastics and you get a lot of information around all the alternatives and how they're made. The bit that people don't necessarily understand is how they are mixed together and how the alternatives work. Some alternatives are fantastic, but in the same hand, not alternatives are necessarily better than the original packaging they're in, which obviously is driven by regulation and changes to the market as well, which I'm sure we'll come on to later. But the main, I think, issue environmentally here is around recycling and end of life of packaging, as well as the source of that material, and also considering going sort of more mainstream with reuse needs to be improved, as well as mono materials. So there's a whole lot of challenges to consider that will impact that environmental piece, and part of it will depend on that geography.
How is the packaging sector meeting some of these challenges?
At the moment, a lot of testing. Over the last 12 months, we've seen some real huge steps forward in alternative materials. Companies such as Noppla, continue to grow with a fantastic alternative offering, but not always suitable for everything. There are some things that this material can do. There are some things that can't. So the sector is going through more of a testing phase to meet the challenges, but also regulation is becoming a much higher focus for these things. In the UK, we've seen the EPR scheme, Extended Producer Responsibility, which changes the way that we as companies pay for our packaging and packaging waste recycling, very much in line with Europe and the way they do it. But in Canada, you guys haven't quite got the same thing. You're still sort of a little bit behind on that, but these are the things that the governments are looking at the moment. But also the infrastructure in Canada is in a very different place, in a very different state. And I think that regulation supports alongside the further testing and investigation of alternative materials, and also more streamlined materials, lightweight materials, and better recyclability.
I guess I just wanted to dig in. You had given us an overview already of the environmental challenges that impact packaging decisions, and also a bit of an overview how the packaging sector is starting to respond from like the science communication angle. From what I've observed online, there seems to be maybe a disproportionate attention to end of life and maybe not enough attention to beginning of a life for packaging, especially from consumers, and that may be influencing consumer perceptions, that may influence brand decisions for the packaging that they choose, which may or may not be superior for the environment. I don't know. Do you want to comment on what I just said?
Yeah, it's an interesting one, and interesting that you highlight that you've noticed a change to sort of more focus on the end of life. And end of life is critically important because how we go on and we reuse. And I mentioned reusables as well as sort of the better materials. Packaging is not a one size fits all. Depending on your application and what you're trying to achieve, it really does have a huge impact on what you choose and why. When speaking to technologists in the field, you'll find that actually that focus needs to be on every stage. There's 3 stages. You've got from source, which is obviously the part you're feeling is not focused on as much now. You've got the application and use, which is super important from a consumer point of view, that it is a good material to use, or it's good user experience, particularly in a luxury market. And you've got the end of life, which has become a much, much bigger focus over the last 12 to 24 months, with a lot more conscious decisions being made in how do we get rid of it afterwards, which is really great news, actually. It's really, really important that we're thinking of that. Infrastructure being improved. But there is also a lot of work that perhaps isn't so obvious that does go towards where we're getting things from. Alternative fibres, so crop waste is a material that is an alternative to paper, traditional paper from trees. We've had seaweed inventions come along, algae inventions come along, a lot of organic materials from different sectors. What I find important when we're looking at start of life is if you're going to use an alternative to what's there, you need to understand what's the impact of obtaining that material. Is it a crop grown on land? Is it a crop grown off land? Should this crop be used for packaging, or is actually this a food crop that we should be using to support the significant amount of human lives on this planet? Everything's in balance, and you can't lean one way or the other too far, because it has to all come into the same place. Every part of the process should have the same focus, but for a consumer, if you were to focus on the beginning, middle, and end, it's going to be too much for them. They're going to lose focus, and they're not really necessarily going to understand. This education is going to take quite a lot of time to really get that understanding of what's best. And that's where, as technologists within businesses, people like myself need to give that balance on the behalf of the consumer, use the science that we understand in order to make the right decisions so that it's easier for the consumer. We need to design things that are easy for them to dispose of. But actually, if they understand a bit more about how to dispose of, I think that's really good to have. But as with anything, this goes for food as well as packaging. Understanding where things come from is just as important.
And then moving along, what is the sustainability innovation landscape right now in packaging? You've already alluded to some of it.
People are taking anything and trying to see if they could be made into packaging. It's fantastic. But I mean, besides just the material, I'm seeing a lot of cross-industry changes as well. Where what I mean by that is you'll have someone take from one industry, say pharmaceuticals, and they'll start applying it to cosmetics, or from food to cosmetics, and say, well, this packaging type works in this format. We want to stand out. We want to do something a little bit different. So how do we do this in a way that also gives you an edge? Some examples of this that we've seen is in the UK, McDonald's. We all have them. They're a global brand. But the way that they do things in the UK, and actually in Europe, is different again from the UK, but they've just gone to a paper-based lid for their hot drinks. And the interesting thing about that is they've gone from a polystyrene lid, a black polystyrene lid, really, really quite bad for recycling, to this paper-based lid, which also has a plastic liner in it, which we know because we need to protect it from the hot water. Now, the interesting thing is you get arguments whether this is a benefit or not. What I like about this is the brave approach to this to try it. Not everything that you test is going to work, but actually to test it and get feedback is brilliant. The question is now, the cap and the cup can now be recycled together rather than having to take one off. So where, some people are thinking innovations here is going to be new materials, new things. Actually, sometimes it's a new format or it's a new way to put together. It's just borrowed from somewhere else. I think innovation-wise, mono materials, whatever that is, the less material we're using, the less material we waste. The simpler something is, the easier it is to recycle. And I think that's where innovation seems to be quite interesting, is actually reducing the amount of components to each of the master component. The primary pack now can be made of one material much easier. We've seen, sort of mono-material pumps coming into cosmetics in the last few years. They're still quite bulky. They're cosmetically, aesthetically even, they still need some work. But the fact that they exist now means that you could put that into the recycling stream and that could be recycled into another material much easier because they don't need to be separated as one. The challenge to this, of course, is how to identify the fully mono-material pumps versus a mixed material pump. So that's going to be the next part. I know that there is a lot of work going on globally with waste identification, recycling center technology. So there is work still going on that is really, really exciting. But we are seeing, huge strides forward and a lot of money being spent on innovative ways of working and innovative solutions.
And what are some of the challenges associated with these innovations, or in meeting some of the challenges we talked about earlier? And something up front that I'm thinking, and you had brought this up, as we're not quite there with aesthetics, and the fact that packaging appearance is a major factor for consumer purchasing behavior. If a packaging doesn't look nice, consumers won't buy it. But then there's certain packaging decisions, say like metallic lettering on a package, that may render the product less recyclable, or paper stickers on plastic that may make it more challenging to deal with at end of life. So can you speak to some of this?
I think with these, it goes back to the simplification monomaterial. If you've got a plastic bottle, say if you could put a plastic label on it, these things, or the same material plastics, a PET label on a PET bottle would be much easier to recycle. However, the system, the infrastructure does remove these labels from it, and there are nuances within this. But absolutely, designing for recyclability is a massively important thing. Designing for reuse, equally as important. These things need to be done side by side. The challenge you've got here, of course, and this is almost a unique challenge to cosmetics or any luxury packaging, is defining luxury and what that means. What is the consumer expecting from a luxury item? What is that experience? And a lot of the decisions that are made are to provide that luxury experience without necessarily much regard for the before and the after, which obviously is, this is the role of the development team, to think about the before and after and actually design that in. Now, what is pretty and what is not, again, it's a little subjective. It's what your brand can sell as a luxury item. If they can explain it away, does it make a difference? I'm not sure. That's a consumer test sort of piece. But the challenge is making the right choice of the least amount of materials, keeping it aesthetically pleasing for the brand team, for the marketing team, and also ensuring that the experience is good, as well as being disposable in a way that is responsible. These are pillars of development, but it's that perception of what people find luxurious and how we market that as such.
Another angle to this that I'm thinking about is with respect to packaging accessibility for like disabled populations. And so sometimes, for example, a bulkier package in certain scenarios, obviously you have to test it, and Rare Beauty has done a lot of really interesting testing for this. But a bulkier part of the package that might mean more material may be more friendly for people who have hand coordination issues. Glass packaging, maybe not the greatest for people who may be more likely to drop a package in, for example, the shower.
I've worked with brands that have done glass products for the shower, and that is an advice that I have, is actually what are you housing in this glass? If you're housing an oil in the glass and it's a shower product, actually is glass really the right option? Obviously, glass has an advantage from a compatibility point of view, stability point of view, and that might be the decision for that. But when it comes to accessibility for the general, this is something you need to take into account with the design phase, and you test that. Can someone use this regardless of their strength? How much force does it require to open the cap? Does it require a high level of torque in order to remove the cap, or open the button, or apply that product? This is something that should be done in development. And I think it is a super important part for inclusivity, particularly with a luxury brand or cosmetics as a whole, because they should be accessible to everyone, regardless of your physical state or abilities. You should be able to use this product within reason. And obviously you need to have the caveat of within reasonable consideration. If someone throws it to the floor, is it going to last? Probably not. But actually, if you drop it, it should last. These are the staples that you should be testing about and considering. There's a lot of technology now where it comes for QR coding and actually having additional instructions. I've seen the use of Braille on packs, which is fantastic. But again, if you've got a cosmetic pack, have you got room for that? Well, how much room are you going to have It's the considerations of the brand and what your brand positioning is, how big a proportion of your consumers fall into this area, and actually how much focus should you put on this. It's a tricky question, and there isn't a right or wrong answer. I think it really does depend on your brand positioning and who you're targeting. But this goes for any sort of packaging design as well as branding. You need to understand your target market before you sort of embellish the pack fully.
What are common sustainability misconceptions that you see out there about packaging?
You know me, Jen. It's always about the plastic. I really do despise the demonization of plastic. I think that the reduction in single-use plastic is a good thing, but demonization, saying all plastic is bad, I think is inaccurate. There's a lot of people that will use, say, bioplastics are better, but actually a lot of bioplastics are just plastics that have come from a biological source. It's understanding a bit more about the terms within the industry. But we also have misconceptions about what can be recycled. We have misconceptions about how, what impact we have and the infrastructures around. And it's a very difficult question to answer because there are a lot of misconceptions and misunderstandings out there. And I do a lot of work to try and correct these. I do a lot of posting on LinkedIn to talk about these topics because the misconceptions sometimes quite frustrating, particularly for someone in the industry. A lot of packaging you will see on shelves, the packaging choice, the material choice has been made for a reason. And 99% of people, they'll be making this reason for what they believe is right. But actually, there's a lot of confusion, even in the industry, by some that mean that you will make mistakes, and we all make mistakes. But choosing the most or least impactful material is the best thing to do through the LCA analysis or through understanding where does it come from, where does it go. But, I wouldn't say any one material is better than another. Each has their benefits and, kind of cons in different areas. And that's what needs to be understood.
My final question, and I'll tie this together because we're limited on time. So there's two questions here, but I'll tie it to one. So the first part of it is, what are your suggestions to cosmetic brands thinking about reducing the environmental impact of their packaging? Cosmetic brands we're talking, obviously. And then the second part of that is, how can consumers, or how would you suggest consumers think about the environmental impact of packaging?
With the reducing the environmental impact, understand where you're getting your packaging from and understand its sort of physical geographic location. Are you getting this locally sourced? Is this coming from far? And actually what's it made from? But as we've touched on here, design is a huge part of this, and ensuring that it is a streamlined design that is designed to ideally be reused. But if it can't be reused, designed to make sure it can be easily and fully recyclable into an alternative. I think that's really the most important thing. For businesses, this can start with an LCA, which will give you an indication. A lot of LCAs will show you that your formulation is actually going to have a bigger impact than your packaging, if I'm completely honest. Which again, I'm sure some of the other guys are going to cover anyway, or have already. I'm not sure who's before me. But that there is a big impact in things like mineral oils. Huge impact. Whereas packaging actually is a much smaller impact. But making the choice to understand what you're using and why you're using, justifying that use, will make a difference. Understand your demographic. Where are they likely to use this pack? If it's a product that they're likely to use on the go, the simpler the better, because actually they're going to go in street bins, or they could, worst case scenario, hopefully no one's consumers like this, but it could end up as litter. If that's the case, actually, how is it easily identifiable? Will it break down that environment? We should be teaching our consumers not to litter. However, we know that no matter where you go in the world, this is still an issue, and this behaviour continues where infrastructure is not in place. However, where infrastructure is still in place, we still see this issue. And actually, it's with re-education with that piece. The best way of reducing your impact is just make things simple. Simplicity is beauty. And I think that's really, really important to hammer home. Making something complicated 10 years ago, absolutely. It looks exciting. It's really complicated, but actually it doesn't need to be. You can still make something feel luxurious, but be really straightforward and simple in design. And this is where designers can really come into their own. And that's a great opportunity for them. Think about how consumers would think about the impact of the packaging. Again, it's that littering piece. Don't do it. put it in the recycling bin and reuse it in some way, repurpose it in a way that it can be used as something else for a period of time. But when things are designed for reuse, design them also reuse that could be recycled afterwards. That's really important. Again, these are all design elements, but for consumers themselves, make sure you're doing what is best, that you believe is best. Ask the questions to anyone you know that might have knowledge. There are great podcasts out there, great conversations out there that you can reach out to a lot of people on LinkedIn to ask questions if you're not sure. And I, most of the professionals I know would not mind you reaching out to ask the questions. Actually, we quite like it. The other thing is really what brands can do to help, which is QR coding, instructions on pack, just general guidance. Also, a lot of these brands have retail outlets. Can you do something here? It's the education piece that supplements from a brand side. Consumers can only do what they know, what they can understand, and what they can be taught. They can't do something they don't know exists. So actually, this is both consumers do what you're taught to do, but brands teach them the right thing to do. It's your packaging. You should know best on how that's going to be recycled.
And that's all the time we have for this presentation, and it's now time for Q&A. And bear with me as I bring Dan onto the main screen for Q&A. Thank you so much, Dan, for agreeing to be a part of the conference. And here we are. I know many of the questions were already answered. Thank you for being in the YouTube chat answering as they came up. So if you want more detail, look to the chat. The first question came from, I feel like this is good to say publicly, from Dan. Plastics have some excellent sustainability properties, yet continue to be demonized. How do we get this information out? I'm constantly called ignorant and no one seems to read what I have written. I can't. Oh, you're muted.
That doesn't help.
There we
go. I think the key point to highlight on this is the word ignorant. Ignorance is a lack of understanding. And actually, some of the people that will be calling Dan ignorant in this instance are probably ignorant themselves. Understanding material science is not necessarily a straightforward topic, nor is it exciting for most people, unless you're a pack nerd like myself. In which case, you revel on understanding these things. But the mainstream media are very good at pushing whatever that agenda needs to be. And for a long time, anti-plastic, due to the Blue Planet effect, which we're still feeling the ripple effect from continued NGO movement towards the anti-plastic movement. There's a lot of reduction targets. It's very difficult to actually stand up and say to a group of people, actually, no, plastics aren't as bad as you're making out. Don't get me wrong, there are real issues with plastic, and there are some biological concerns that we haven't fully proved or disproved. There's been tests that haven't. There's a lot of information out there about it, but talking about it is the best way of opening that up. Being called ignorant, unfortunately, you've got to start sort of help people understand why the ignorance is not actually that case, and it's time and patience with these people that get you there. Some of the people here that have been asked questions I speak to on LinkedIn, I've seen on LinkedIn there's these conversations happening, and I want to listen to people that feel that plastic is bad, so that we can have a further, deeper conversation to understand why they feel this way, and actually what are the facts. And in some instances, plastic isn't the right thing to use, but in many instances, actually, there's a benefit to using it. It's being able to explain why, in this particular instance, this pack benefits from this material over any of the others. It's giving the actual reason it's used is better than just trying to fight with nothing behind you. Understanding really is the key to sort of solving that problem largely.
This next question came from Mercedes, who asks, what are your thoughts on all these recycled/plastic resin alternatives being made and popularized? Broad, I know, especially with mono advantages.
It depends on the resin and what we're meaning by resin. Largely, the plastic types that are out there that are pretty eclectically going to cover almost everything we need to work on. And a lot of resins are sub-resins from these larger groups. So it depends on whether we're talking about these as additives or new polymer constructions. If it's new polymer construction, the risk and challenge here is that there isn't a recycling outlet for them. That's where they're going to cause issues. And if you're looking at developing a new resin, it's advised that you work with some of the large recyclers to understand the technology and understand, can they identify, can it be recycled with another resin broken down into a different polymer chain? Alternatively, there are the chemical recycling route where it changes back to oil, where you can then repolymerize into anything else. So there are routes for new resin, and I think that looking at these resins is great, really useful, because you will have innovations that improve on what exists, and we need that. But it's working as a collective group and reaching out and getting that expert support to ensure that whatever you're going to do has a positive impact and doesn't necessarily muddy the water. So it's more about having that communication piece, I think, if you're going to go down that route.
And now, from your perspective as a packaging technologist, I'm really curious in how you see some of the challenges associated with new packaging regulations that now brands have to comply with. Specifically, I'm thinking about the increasing PCR requirements. We see this at a state level and in different jurisdictions globally. So maybe I'll just leave it there. PCR, and then, I mean, you can talk to, there's so many things happening, like, for example, recyclability claims too. Okay, those two angles, we'll leave it there.
We'll address recyclability claims, because I think that's the easiest one to start with. If you can prove that it has gone through this cycle with a paper trail, whether that's blockchain, which I've seen systems that work like that, or a paper trail, as long as you can prove it, I don't think there's a problem with this. I think that the bigger issue is that we're now starting, and this is happening largely in Europe, actually, there's a huge drive towards it. There's a lot of regulation changes this side of the water that impact it, but I think there could be even more strains over with you guys, because with a minimum percent PCR content, you're making the assumption that that content is available on market to purchase, and that the price of that is competitive with virgin material. And this is where we're going to see the challenges, actually, where a lot of places across North America have poor infrastructure. Actually, that material just isn't available. And we've taken this route of calling recycled content energy to recovery is, arguably recycling. I disagree with that terminology with it, because actually you don't get anything out of it at the end that is usable beyond energy. But actually it could go around and be used again. And I think that ensuring the legal requirement to have a minimum PCR content in your material ensures an economic boom around the area and an incentive for people to recycle more and incinerate less. However, it is this cost piece I think we're going to be fighting against. But if it's mandated, that's a cost you're going to have to pay. And there are risks obviously associated with either side of this. We know that there's a lot of political movement at the moment around tariffs and costs and what's happening around the world with these things. This is all going to be impacted by this. It's a very difficult time from a regulation point of view to be in packaging. There are a lot of movement parts, a lot of change coming. And my concern really is about that availability of PCR globally, because the big guys are going to be able to buy this way quicker than anyone smaller, which means you could end up with the risk of a smaller player being penalised for not being able to get hold of that material. So there is a lot of concern around that. It'll be something we have to watch. There's nothing we can do until we actually see the evidence of what happens.
Yeah. And like the big guys would have seen this coming a lot earlier than the smaller guys because of their teams of regulatory professionals in-house, so that they could start buying up stock. That's a really good point. This next question comes from Amanda, who asks, have you seen any concerns still by consumers/brands about plastics or the packaging materials leaching into products?
Yes, this is a constant concern. Most responsible manufacturers, certainly in food service, but I know it does happen in cosmetics, you will go through testing of your raw material. So you'll have a certificate of compliance on your material that will show that it is acceptable for content and leaching. And then when you produce a new cosmetic product, you'll do compatibility testing. Now, a lot of people will think compatibility testing is all about the formulation. It's not at all. It's all about the actual contact between the two items. Does anything within that pack item leach into the product that could change color or change how it behaves, that could affect that product from a safety point of view, but also from a cosmetic aesthetic point of view? All this testing isn't mandated, but it is recommended, and it's a safety piece. Obviously, we know that you have stability testing, but the compatibility testing, in my mind, is a real consumer risk. If you don't, it can damage your brand. So it's something that when I work with clients, every time you ensure that there is a compatibility test to ensure the experience and the safety is exactly where you want it to be for your brand.
I thought this was a really good question from OC Skin Lab. And I have my own point to interject before I let you answer it. Is there a scenario where the packaging is a material that's recyclable but is not able to be recycled, and in brackets size dependent? Is it always legal to place the recycling label on packaging? Obvious complexity when we're talking about regional variability for regulations, but I'm specifically reminded by this this packaging supplier at a recent conference that I attended, and actually a lawyer that I'm friends with had this discussion with them, which was kind of surprising. But the packaging supplier had all this marketing about how recyclable the material they had was for this small lipstick tube.
Mhm.
And so then there's like these challenges when you would expect your packaging supplier. Sorry, I may be like alluding to something. I'm not answering the question, but it's like packaging supplier saying something and then the brands being the one to get in trouble for some of the messages.
And this happens all the time. You know, a supplier is there to sell their product, and we know that. You know, they always get an independent review on what claims you're getting from a supplier, because suppliers are there to sell, and some are less perhaps honest than others, and wouldn't mind, because again, like you said, the brand's the one who ultimately gets a damaged reputation and ends up with the fine. It's not going to be the supplier. When it comes to is it recyclable versus will it be recycled, you're absolutely right. And you know, the guys that asked the question there, you can't always guarantee something's going to be recycled. There are grates in these machines, there is a process in the machines, and some of these things fall through these grates. What tends to happen with these, again, we go back to the incineration piece, they'll be collected and there'll be energy recovered. It is not what we want, obviously, but if they're too small to fit through the grates, there has to be a limit on size to what fits through the system. Now, maybe the system needs to change to limit that control, or perhaps they need to be sorted by hand separately. There is more that could be done. But again, actually, we're coming back to a commercial piece here. It's got to be commercially viable. And I think that we need to be recycling more. If it is recyclable, absolutely we want to be recycling it. They want to be recycling it because they make profit, obviously, out of the recycling they'll be selling. But if it doesn't go through the grates and it isn't hand sorted, the chances are that we're going for incineration. It is still technically recyclable, but it's difficult to recycle if it is too small. So it's one of the things to be conscious about when you're producing packaging is size. Cosmetics is a particularly challenging area for this particular task.
And I would say before we close, that same issue also applies to ingredient suppliers who won't be the ones to get in trouble for their deceptive claims, whether it's for efficacy or, to the best of my knowledge, sustainability. It will be the brands. And so you need to be critical of the information that your suppliers are giving you. But that concludes this Q&A. Thank you so much, Dan, for agreeing to be a part of this summit. This was a super informative presentation, and you're welcome to go back to the chat. It was a very lively chat that I had to call you out of. But enjoy the rest of your Sunday, and thank you for agreeing to contribute.
Well, thank you for having me.
And bear with me as I get the next presentations ready. There won't be a Q&A immediately after the next presentation up, but the next Q&A will follow very shortly after with Wren's presentation. Without further ado, we'll get back to the presentations. Our next presentation will be by Anna Howe, who is Applied Technology Manager at Evonik Corporation, focusing on product formulation, performance testing, and technical services for personal care. She holds patents and has authored scientific papers in cosmetic chemistry. Without further ado, here's Anna.
Good afternoon. My name is Anna Howe, and I want to extend my thanks to Jennifer for the chance to speak with you today. As we come together, we recognize that sustainability is a crucial issue for our future. Now, why is sustainability so important to all of us? How can we make a significant contribution that results in lasting change? Let's take a moment to explore how we can sustain sustainability by minimizing our footprint through responsibly sourced ingredients. In 2024, the conscious consumer is characterized by a strong commitment to sustainability and a deeper understanding of ingredients. The sharing of ingredient knowledge has surged, largely driven to social media and the influence of skincare advocates. This represents a significant change in how consumers view the products they purchase and use. Furthermore, natural solutions that resonate with the environment inspire many individuals and are closely tied to ethical sourcing of products. Together, these factors create a positive synergy. Consequently, it's evident that many products now need to make sustainability claims. The production processes for these items prioritize natural, vegan, and cruelty-free ingredients, sustainably sourced packaging, and the exclusion of sulfates. The fastest growing sustainability claims include made safe, upcycled, compositable, carbon neutral, and reduced carbon footprint, and Forest Stewardship Council certification. Clean beauty is a significant trend among consumers, particularly with 50% of Gen Zs closely examining product ingredients before making a purchase. Additionally, 40% of U.S. consumers feel that brands should be more transparent about their ingredients that they use and their purposes. Moreover, consumers are eager to make a positive impact through their purchases. In fact, 73% of U.S. skincare users actively strive to reduce waste in their skincare routines. There is a growing expectation for brands to lead the way in tackling environmental issues. When discussing sustainability solutions, it's essential to consider the supplier's role in delivering sustainable end products. We must highlight the importance of sourcing, manufacturing, and the performance of the individual raw materials. In terms of sourcing, our industry is making progress by shifting from fossil-based resources to renewable raw materials. Among the most used responsibly sourced feedstocks are palm oil and palm kernel oil. However, first-generation feedstocks are often compete with food resources, which necessitates the exploration of alternatives beyond tropical oils, promoting us to investigate second-generation feedstock options. The second area of focus is manufacturing, where we can implement green chemistries such as fermentation and enzymatic catalysis. We should also prioritize clean energy sources like hydroelectric power to run these facilities. By embracing clean energy, reducing emissions, and minimizing pollution, we can significantly lessen the environmental impact of our manufacturing processes. Suppliers aim to develop targeted products from renewable or alternative feedstocks using green chemistries. These products should have a lower carbon footprint, be biodegradable, exhibit low aquatic toxicity, and meet the high performance standards expected by today's consumers. This integrated approach to sustainable sourcing, manufacturing, and production is what we refer to as biocircularity. In today's summit, I will concentrate on enzymatic ester emollients and their importance in developing the next generation of sustainable products. Emollients are utilized in a range of applications, including skin and hair care, and as you will discover, they can significantly influence your formulation design. I'm excited to share that Evonik has been exploring enzymatic biotechnology for over 25 years. Our R&D efforts began in the 1990s, focusing on potential of enzymes for green chemistry processes. The first emollient produced using this biotechnology was myristyl myristate. Today we have 3 plants dedicated to this bioprocess and continue to introduce new products. We are committed to delivering the next generation high-quality solutions for the personal care market. Discover how Evonik brings sustainability to life. I want to emphasize that our enzymatic technology embodies a green chemistry approach that offers substantial environmental advantages. We begin with raw materials sourced sustainably from renewable feedstocks. Our one-step esterification process is driven by enzymes, operates at low temperatures, harnesses renewable energy, and generates minimal waste. The esters produced through this biotechnology method are of exceptional quality and purity, featuring fewer byproducts, low color and odor, as well as excellent biodegradability. These emollients can be incorporated into consumer products, and thanks to their eco-friendly characteristics, these products can safely return to nature, completing the sustainability cycle. Let's first look at the sustainably sourced raw materials. Let's delve into the cultivation of renewable feedstocks, particularly focusing on plant oils, which serve as our primary raw material sources by volume. Now, in this analysis, we will compare the global warming potential of palm kernel oil and palm oil. The following chart highlights several key points. When assessing palm oil, the shift from non-responsibly sourced to responsibly sourced varieties significantly reduces its global warming potential per kilogram. Specifically, moving to RSPO certified palm kernel oil results in a 73% decrease in emissions. Likewise, responsibly sourced palm oil achieves a 78% reduction in CO2 equivalents. These calculations consider biogenic carbon and land use changes. Importantly, the land required for palm oil cultivation is much less than the needed for other plant oils, making RSPO certified palm oil a particularly appealing and sustainable feedstock for future production. Now I would like to share our one-step esterification process. This slide presents a general production process for creating lipophilic esters using a low-energy enzymatic approach. We begin with renewable feedstocks, specifically sustainably sourced vegetable oils, such as RSPO mass balance palm oil, along with alcohols derived from sustainable sources or waste streams. The process starts by breaking down the vegetable oils into extracted fatty acids. These fatty acids are then reacted with the alcohols in an enzymatic catalyzed reaction that occurs at low temperatures, below 100 Celsius. Throughout the process, we utilize renewable energy. The final steps involve steaming and filling the product. The resulting enzymatic emollient is of exceptional high quality, featuring a very light color as shown in the image on the far right. The global warming potential from cradle to gate includes both feedstock selection and the manufacturing process, while the global warming generated during the manufacturing is considered gate to gate. When assessing the gate-to-gate environmental impact of the two processes, enzymatic esterification shows distinct advantages. The reaction temperature is significantly reduced from 210 Celsius to below 90, resulting in over a 60% decrease in energy consumption, while the global warming potential is reduced by 100%. The second example I'd like to present is the cradle-to-gate impact on global warming potential of C1215 alkyl benzoate when substituted with butylene glycol dicaprolate dicaprate. This comparison examines the use of a fossil-based 1,3-butylene glycol with the conventional esterification against the use of 100% bio-based raw materials combined with enzymatic esterification. Each modification demonstrates incremental improvements, resulting in an overall reduction of 70%. In this next segment, I want to show how enzymatically made emollients can influence the final formulation design of your systems. On the left side, you can see a compositional representation of an emulsion with the weight percent of each ingredient shown in the pie chart. The emollients represented in deep purple have the most substantial effect on the CO2 footprint as highlighted in the chart on the right. Now let's examine a specific example more closely. On the right-hand side, you can see a natural oil and water cream formula. It contains an emulsifier, consistency enhancers, sensory modifiers, water, glycerin, a thickener, and a preservative. The emollients highlighted in gray are derived from conventional esters, isoamyl laurate, decyl cocoate, allyl larucate, and cetyl ricinoleate. Now, if we are to transition from conventional to enzymatic esters, how would this change impact the global warming potential of the final emulsion? This slide compares 3 scenarios related to the raw material selection and manufacturing processes. As previously mentioned, esters have the most substantial environmental impact, so our focus will be on optimizing this category of ingredients. The first bar illustrates the impact of esters produced from a non-RSP raw materials using a conventional esterification method. The second bar highlights the improvement in the life cycle assessment when using esters derived from RSPO mass balance grade materials with conventional processing, resulting in a 47% reduction in CO2 footprint. The third bar showcases further environmental benefits by combining RSPO mass balance raw materials with enzymatic processing, leading to an additional 37% reduction. By switching to Evonik enzymatic emollients in an oil and water formulation, we can achieve an overall 67% lower CO2 footprint. These changes result in significant environmental advantages. Now I would like to explore the physical-chemical properties, solubilization characteristics, pigment wetting capabilities, and sensory attributes of our emollient portfolio. This chart displays the physical-chemical properties of various emollients, with enzymatic emollients highlighted in turquoise. Now the x-axis represents the viscosity of the emollients, indicating their fatty characteristics, while the y-axis shows surface tension. Now the interplay between viscosity and surface tension affects spreadability, which is illustrated by the size of the circles. Additionally, the chart highlights the polarity of each emollient, which can be utilized to balance polarity for stabilizing emulsions and preventing coalescence. Now, understanding polarity is essential for identifying the most suitable emollients for dissolving crystalline lipophilic ingredients, such as butyl methoxydibenzylmethane for sunscreens, or specific ceramides to enhance barrier repair properties. To further explore the topic of solubilization, I would like to present a comparison of UV filter solubilities of 5 global filters across different emollients. The gold standard in sun care is C1215 alkyl benzoate, which is used to maintain the solubility of lipophilic crystalline structures, ensuring product quality and consumer performance. Now, enzymatic emollients are highlighted in turquoise. Now, this chart shows that 2 enzymatic esters outperform the gold standard of C1215 alkyl benzoate, and these are Tegasoft BC mass balance, which is butylene glycol dicaprolate dicaprate, and Tegasoft XCMB, which is phenoxyethyl caprolate. Mineral sunscreen filters are also very popular in North America. This pigment wetting study looks at enzymatic emollients and identifies which are best suited for TiO2 and zinc oxide. The top recommendations for sun care applications using mineral filters are highlighted in turquoise, and these are Tegasoft LO MB, Dermafil Sensolve MB, Tegasoft AC MB, and finally Tegasoft BC MB. Another application where pigment wetting is essential for overall performance and consumer acceptance is in color cosmetics. This chart showcases the most commonly used metal oxide pigments coated with dimethicone, including yellow iron oxide, black iron oxide, red iron oxide, and titanium dioxide. Additionally, uncoated carbon black was also evaluated. Now, the ratio of the pigment to the corresponding emollient was optimized to achieve the highest pigment loading, ensuring a clear distinction in emollient performance. Now, viscosity was run at 1/100th reciprocal seconds, which was measured using a Hawk rheostress rheometer, with readings taken at room temperature unless otherwise noted. The lower viscosity indicates improved pigment wetting. The top performing esters identified were Tegasoft AC MB, Tegasoft LO MB, and Dermafil Sensolve MB. I hope you enjoyed my presentation on sustaining sustainability. Now, in this discussion, we explored the importance of raw material sourcing, eco-friendly biocatalysis processes, and performance attributes that enhance application effectiveness, all aimed at minimizing our carbon footprint. When considering sustainable solutions, it's crucial to recognize the supplier's role in contributing to the sustainable end products, cradle to gate. Emphasizing the sourcing, manufacturing, and performance of individual raw materials is vital. Now, our industry is making strides in sourcing by transitioning from fossil fuels to renewable raw materials. Now, one of the most commonly used responsibly sourced feedstocks is palm oil and palm kernel oil. However, first-generation feedstocks are often in competition with food, so underscoring the need to explore alternatives beyond tropical oils and investigate second-generation options for the future. Now, the second focus is on manufacturing, where we can implement green chemistries such as fermentation and enzymatic catalysis. Additionally, prioritizing clean energy sources like hydroelectric power can enable us to operate these facilities sustainably. By adopting clean energy, reducing emissions, and minimizing pollution, we can significantly reduce the environmental impact of the manufacturing process. Our goal is to develop targeted products from renewable or alternative feedstocks using green chemistry. These products should have a lower carbon footprint, be biodegradable, and exhibit a low aquatic tox and meet the high performance standards demanded by today's consumers. If you have any questions on my presentation, please feel free to reach out to me. My contact information is in the lower left-hand corner. And if you'd like to have a further discussion or discuss other elements of enzymatic catalysis, I'd love hearing from you. Hope you have a great day, and I will talk to you soon. Thank you.
Our next presentation will be by Dr. Wren Montgomery, who is an associate professor at Ivy Business School, specializing in corporate sustainability and greenwashing. Her research has shaped understanding of deceptive environmental marketing, earning recognition in top journals and global media. In 2023, she co-founded the Greenwash Action Lab to translate academic insights into actionable policies. She received the 2024 One Sim Outreach Award for her impact. Without further ado, here's Wren.
So I'm here with Dr. Wren Montgomery, and she researches greenwashing. What is greenwashing?
Hi, Jen. It's great to be here. Thank you for having me. Greenwashing, it's a whole slew of different activities, but really the definition that I've used in my own research is corporate activities that give people an overly positive impression of how green they are. So that might be how green their products are, how green the firm is, how green some of their processes are, but they're just giving you this overly positive impression of what they're doing.
Is greenwashing on the rise? And this is something that I think, because there's so much consumer appetite for purportedly greener products. It makes sense to me that it would be, but maybe I'm wrong. So is it? And if so, what are some of the factors?
Yeah, so absolutely. There isn't great data on that, so we don't have great data over time because greenwashing it's hard to assess. There's different things people take into account. But certainly, anecdotally, I see a lot more of it. We've had some, really thorough surveys coming out of the EU and places before they passed their legislation saying about 50% of products are actually greenwashing. So huge numbers. And you're right, it has gone along with this rise in consumer interest, not just consumers, other stakeholders, our investors, government, employees, in wanting to do the right thing, to buy sustainable products, buy greener products, and sort of, put their values with their dollars. And so firms see that, the really good news with greenwashing, I always say, is that companies are listening to us. They know we want them to do better. And many of them are trying. But of course, many of them are also saying, hey, it's easy just to have a green package on here and not actually do the hard work behind the scenes of making our product greener.
Boy, this is a massive topic, but
yes,
what are some of the different flavors of greenwashing?
Yeah, absolutely. So I have a website now because we're getting these questions so often. So if anybody's interested, greenwashaction.com, it's a Greenwash Action Lab. And all we're trying to do, I'm not making any money off it. All I'm trying to do is put academic research and sort of some tools to check if a company's greenwashing, check if you're greenwashing, up for free on the web so that people can use the good research coming out of our public universities. But there's a nice tool there that has kind of, 10 aspects of it. But just to summarize, a lot of them get at different pieces of this, lack of evidence or just kind of jargon or vague claims, unsubstantiated claims. So there's various ways of doing that. And we see that's where we see a lot of the language, sustainability can be very squishy, often used. This is a sustainable product. I don't know what that means, and I work in sustainability, right? So it's I want the proof. As I said, eco-friendly, clean, conscious, all of these words. And then often imagery that goes along with it. The poor bee that, I feel so sorry for our poor bee. We not only was killing it off, bad enough, but now we use it as the symbol of greenwashing. If there's a bee on something, everybody will be like, it must be sustainable. I'll buy it. Green packaging, things like that. So there's all these things that they use to give you that overly positive impression through language, and sometimes it's claims, right? We're going to be carbon neutral by 2050. without any substantiation. You can't click through, you can't check on it. There's nothing like that. So a lot of those things, and that's largely what the government is coming after, both in the EU and in Canada with C59, are trying to make you have evidence for those sorts of claims and not just use these words without backup, which is great. So a whole slew of them in that department. Now, there are other ones which are trickier and we haven't started to tackle yet in legislation. And these are changing all the time too. But some of the long-standing ones that we've understood are something called selective disclosure. And this is where a company can say, and this is what Apple was called out for. If anybody remembers that Mother Nature video Apple did about the Apple Watch, where Octavia Spencer, Academy Award-winning actress, was Mother Nature and was patting Apple on the back for what a great job they were doing because they were saying the Apple Watch was carbon neutral. So, of course, we've all heard about some of their supply chain issues. And there's the whole consumption piece, right, where your phone, the planned obsolescence and all those other things. So, but that's a very good case of selective disclosure where they're focusing you on one product and they may actually be making legitimate claims on that one product. Yes, they're doing a great job on this sort of hero product, it's sometimes called, right, that you have front and center, but you're not talking about what's happening in the rest of the company. So that's a really huge, probably one of the biggest ways of greenwashing that the legislation isn't tackling well yet. And then we also see companies doing things like lobbying against climate regulation while saying that they have these green products, so they're again doing these things that don't align across the company. We've talked a lot in that recent paper that you read about sort of future washing, right? And that's a really emerging form of greenwashing because we've, seen companies being called out in the present. Like, I can prove somebody's lying or misleading or exaggerating in the present. If I put enough research into it, I can find out what you're actually doing versus what you say you're doing. But if you say you're going to be carbon neutral by 2050, it's really hard for me to prove that, right? We get into a much stickier area of what are your plans and things like that. So we've seen that kind of future washing as we've cracked down on companies in the present. Anyway, there's a bunch of them, but there's a few.
Another space right now that's been really increasing, although I think that there's been, now that people are starting to question it, there's been some, I don't know how that's impacting the growth of this space. But what I'm thinking of is the ESG space and impact investment. So could you take us through that landscape? And it's certainly something that for my audience, or they may be like, well, how does this have to do with anything about cosmetics? Cosmetic companies are engaged with this, trust me.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes. So ESG, so that environmental social governance criteria, that it really emerged as an investment criteria. So investors who were wanting to invest in products that were sort of more responsible, had better internal governance in the organization, but were doing more on environmental and social aspects. So it's often used interchangeably with sustainability. And I think it's really important to tease them out, like sustainability, hopefully, with all the, the issues around definition and things like that. But we're looking at sort of impacts and outcomes, like what do we want to happen? All ESG is an investment criteria. So you're trying to invest in companies that are more responsible because they're going to be lower risk. And the thinking is that the returns will be the same. So some of the original research on ESG, George Seraphim out of Harvard, that the returns are comparable to a normal non-ESG investment or fund, but that they're lower risk because they've thought about, justice and equity and gender issues and racial issues and their supply chain, and maybe not all of these, but some of these, and they're thinking about climate change and their exposure to climate risk and things like that. So great for investors, right? You get the same return, but you get a lower risk fund. So there was a lot of interest in that, and people started to dive into that space, or, funds and investments. Everybody was claiming their fund was ESG, but huge amount of greenwashing in that space. So all of a sudden it went, over, I don't study ESG specifically, but over a period of, a decade, from like, not even a decade, shorter than that, from about zero, nobody had even heard of ESG, to, 35% or something of stock markets were ESG funds. And so you can imagine that not that percentage of companies suddenly became rock stars on ESG, on all these complex issues. So a lot of it was just BS and greenwashing. So there's been a lot of crackdown. So interestingly, this is one place that the US moved earlier than a lot of other places, is to try to limit, who could use that, name a fund an ESG fund, and put constraints on that. So the Securities and Exchange Commission did that over a year ago. Of course, they're being sued, so we'll see how that turns out. But at least they did move forward. And then at the same time, you saw that backlash happening in the US that was very politicized, coming from the right wing about, companies shouldn't be doing these things, and it's not a company's responsibility to focus on environmental and social criteria, coming straight out of using Milton Friedman's language and things like that. So this huge backlash and a lot of pressure on politicians to not support ESG. And it all seems just nutty to me, because this was always market-based. It's like investors wanted to put their money in funds they thought were lower risk, and so funds were trying to supply that. This is pure market 101. So, I'm not sure where they saw this was like the left was interfering. It's like, this is as market-based as you get. And so this is, it goes back to, I think, my reference earlier about I always get confused when there's, or I'm surprised, or not surprised, but when there's pushback against greenwashing legislation, because I'm like, this is just pure markets, pure Milton Friedman, that you need information, clear and honest information for markets to function. It's not some sort of strange, left-wing conspiracy. This is, out of the textbook. So there's been this really interesting experience for ESG funds right now, where there was both this crackdown, so there was a lot less greenwashing happening. A lot of companies that couldn't prove it was ESG or meet these criteria pulled out, but a lot of companies also kind of pulled out of that space because of the political backlash. But what we've been seeing, just to wrap that up, is that most companies are still doing, the companies that were legitimately doing it, and this gets back to that brown wash, still doing exactly the same things, still moving forward, because they have to meet the changing California legislation around disclosure, around, requirements, scope emissions, etc., the changing EU disclosures, the changing Canadian disclosures. So they're just moving ahead. There actually hasn't been much change from what I've seen in what companies are actually doing. They're just not talking about it as publicly.
Do you have any final take-homes that you'd like to leave with my audience? And or are there any points that you think are important to get out there that weren't covered yet?
Final take-homes, and where I do have some optimism, is I think there's so much interest in greenwashing. People really, they don't like hypocrisy. People are trying to do the right thing. So this, explosion in interest and awareness of greenwashing, and people like you reaching out to me, and all sorts of student podcasts, as well as high-level named media, people want to learn about it, and people are upset about it. And so that gives me a lot of hope. And I think what I've been trying to do is really share academic research and educate people. So I'd say to people, there's, lots of stuff. I've put it out there. Other people have put it out there. Educate yourself. Be a smart, not just consumer. We haven't gotten into the consumer question. I don't put too much pressure on consumers, but, but it also an employee, an investor, a voter, things like that, because greenwashing is happening at all these levels. And there are, many ways in which you can have a lot of impact just by speaking out on these things. And it may seem like small things, as you're saying, if you see companies post, I often say, hey, well, what about this or something, on their social media, and, just call it out, because they need to know that in our various roles that we're looking for honesty, we need transparency, and we're not going to put up with this, being fooled or misled any longer. And I really see a movement, a huge movement around that. Education, like you're doing, is a central piece of that. So thank you.
And bear with me as I bring Wren over to the big screen. Thank you so much, Wren, for agreeing to present today. Wren is extremely busy, so how we made this work, if you were wondering about some Oh, I forgot to switch over the screen. Well, now you see how I do this. I'm doing this whole stream off of one computer. Sorry, if you're wondering, I have OBS running, and so now everyone just saw me bringing the Zoom into my main stream. It doesn't matter. Yeah, so we hosted a podcast a little while ago. So the whole conversation is going to be published on the podcast. So there were a few things that were kind of missing from this conversation, and I figured I could just ask them ahead of you guys in the Q&A before I get to your question. So something that you talked about a little, but you didn't give the full explanation in this live stream was about brown washing. So can you take us through what is brown washing? And you're muted right now. Oh my gosh. I continue to mess up. I was muted for Wren. I'm sorry. My question was as I'm telling my audience all about my
Sunday morning.
Yeah. My question was, what is brown washing?
Oh, okay, great. It looked like you were saying something really exciting. I was turning up my volume, but yeah. Well, it's actually sort of apropos because brown washing is silence. So that's what I was getting. So yeah, hello. But yeah, brown washing is really firms that are doing something sustainable. They're actually legitimately trying to make change, taking environmental actions, but aren't talking about it or downplaying it, or maybe just talking about it in very select audiences. So it's almost the opposite of greenwashing. Instead of exaggerating, they're downplaying their sustainability actions. So yeah, and we often hear it, of course, called green hushing in the media. They're getting at the exact same issue, but yeah, it's being called brown washing in the academic literature.
And something that came up recently was this article featuring Dr. Bronner's calling out B Corp. So I guess my question is, along these lines, how are certifications being used for greenwashing? Did you see this as the case with B Corp? I'm not sure if you have gone down the rabbit hole that I have with B Corp, but what are your overall impressions?
I haven't gone into the weeds of Europe, but I know there's been, a lot of critique, and there are with almost all certifications. So they're playing this really tricky game, and I don't envy them. But we see this, across organic, different things going on. I've done a lot of research in the wine industry where we see all sorts of certifications popping up, Sonoma Sustainable, Napa Green, different ones in Ontario, et cetera. But so, if they stay really narrow and tight, they only have a certain number of firms that can join. And obviously, it costs money, things like that. And so you want to encourage more firms to start joining this and to learn from each other and be part of the certification. So you tend to lower the requirements a little bit and have a big tent approach, but often the big tent comes with weakening the requirements to get involved in it. So, and that's what's been happening at B Corp. They've been, being a little too gregarious, welcoming everybody in, but at the same time, bringing down those standards. So yeah, Dr. Bronner's knows more about, and you know more about what was going on behind the scenes there than I do, but they certainly felt that was getting to the point where some firms were getting in under such low standards that it was greenwashing. And one thing we often see with these too is they have a lot of choice in how they get into the standard. So an organic or something will be, no GMOs, right? No Roundup on your products, just a hard no. Where some of these will say, okay, you have to tick, 5 of the 10 boxes to get the certification. So you could still be putting Roundup on, but you put in a bee garden and an electric car charger, and so you get the certification. We see this a lot at the wineries, right? So it's really, they're not really commensurate things that you're trading off, but you still get the certification. So obviously, I think most consumers, when they see something sustainable, are hoping it doesn't have the chemicals on it, but that may not be the case. So yeah, they pulled out, and I've got a lot of research right now in progress on this. So some companies will stay in, try to improve the standard, which they say they tried to do for a while, and then others will just say, no, this is not savable. I don't want to be part of it. So they've now moved to that stance. Yeah.
Yeah, and I suppose there's like a ethical responsibility, I think, from B Lab. B Labs? B Lab. I don't know if it's plural for the company that is behind B Corp.
Yeah, I think it's
Whichever.
just one, but yeah.
So there has been some talk around like ethical responsibility for this company and how companies who are certified are communicating about their products or what the certification means. Because I actually don't think it's from them that claim that companies have reached, I remember the phrase, the highest standard of social and environmental responsibility. So all these brands were making that claim, and that's a bold claim that goes beyond the evidence. And so whose responsibility is that? Probably it's the certification to make sure people who are using their certification are being transparent about what that actually means. Now, before I get to the next question from Pia, I think it's a really great question. I think maybe teasing out intent for greenwashing could also be good to explore. So this is something that I think about a lot. Whether or not a company is intentionally or unintentionally greenwashing. Because I talk to so many smaller companies who really feel that by putting, for example, more natural ingredients in their products, they are achieving something. But maybe they just don't have the tools in their toolkit to really grapple with this really complicated topic. So how do you think about intentional versus unintentional greenwashing?
Yeah, no, it's a great question, and it's been coming up a lot in academic circles and in media. I do as well. So when Tom Lyon and I wrote a 2015 paper, which has been fairly foundational, at least the definition in that, which we thought a lot about, and we intentionally followed sort of what was coming out of the FTC, the Federal Trade Commission, and things which don't look at intent very intentionally. So our definition is just information or communication that misleads people. It doesn't say intentionally or not intentionally. It's misleading. So I do think in order to enforce it, there's a lot of reasons why you don't want to get to intent, because that could be a whole morass of, did you mean to do it or not? So legally, there's a lot of reasons not to think about it. Practically, when we kind of help companies not do it, I think the intent is really important because there are a lot of companies that are just overwhelmed by this. This is such a dynamic environment. You and I think about this all the time, and people will ask me about a certain product. I'm like, I don't know, they were good 6 months ago, but who knows? Maybe they changed their suppliers so it's really hard to stay on top of it. But I think what we want to do is encourage the companies, certainly big ones, to not be, intentionally ignorant, like, oh, we didn't know what was happening in our supply chain. It wasn't intent, right? So that's where that comes from. But yeah, I absolutely agree. In working with companies, I'm always trying to put information out there and toolboxes and frameworks and things saying, hey, here's how you avoid greenwashing, so that they can, if they actually mean to do the right thing, they can have support for doing that and not accidentally greenwash.
Okay, before I ask Pia's question, I can't not ask this question based off of what you just said. So how would you recommend brands avoid greenwashing?
I put up a Greenwash Action Lab site, which is totally free, just to sort of share academic research out there and some of the frameworks we have. So there's lots of other things out there. So, I get nothing off using mine, use whatever one you want. But we have one that's sort of translated for managers. It's an easy, quick graphic you can throw on PowerPoint slides as a marketing person in a meeting and go, hey guys, I think this might be an issue, this thing. And I know people have done that, or we've got a more sophisticated kind of spreadsheet, an Excel sheet you can work through, as well as an online thing through the Climate Social Sciences Network that you can work through that has yes, no kind of. And you can either use that for your own company, Or if you're thinking of buying from a supplier, or you're a consumer thinking of buying a product, you can sort of walk through that. So it's not something where you plug a brand in that tells you whether it's greenwashing or not, but it helps you, if you've got some time and you're really digging into something, helps you with the questions you need to be asking or the information you need to find. So there are those things. Always happy to chat. There's links on that website as well. But the laws are changing quickly though, but we're also trying to write a lot about that to make sure people are aware of how things are changing. Certainly Google the latest law before you do too much, because they're very actively changing in Canada and the EU, and in California. The rest of the US, they're actively changing, probably in the opposite direction. But yeah.
And I'll maybe cite a colleague of mine, Avril Love, who was saying this based off of the litigious nature of the American market and the guidance from the FTC with respect to the green guides. If you're a company wanting to make a green claim, you should be specific and you should come with proof. Specific claims are much easier to provide proof for rather than you say you're sustainable. How are you going to prove that? That's a very difficult claim to qualify.
Yeah, 100% agree. And, in all our stuff, we're calling out those vague claims without proof. So yeah, if you're making any of these big general things, clean, conscious, green, eco, whatever, you're running into problems. So yeah, be really specific. What did you do? Show, how you measured it, have links to your website or something like that for people who want to dig into it, but don't make a broad claim. And that aligns, at least in Canada, I'm Canadian, as are you. I'm sure we have an international audience, but the recent law, Bill C-59 that passed, is really getting at that. Everything has to be substantiated. So you need that backup for any claim you're going to make. So stay narrow, be honest. What did you actually do? And that's also has the added advantage of what consumers are looking for now. We hear that again and again, that people want to know what you actually did, not just some sort of hand-wavy claim at a bunch of green packaging.
Okay, now I'm finally getting to Pia's question. Are there any consumer insights that could help persuade a new brand to not go down the route of greenwashing and clean beauty? Not go down that route. So that's why I asked the intention question first, because to know all of this, they'd have to kind of know about that. But what do you think?
Yeah, there's on my website, on that Greenwash Action Lab, we did a review just last year that goes through, a lot of the academic literature. So there will be some things in there if you really want that type of proof. And a lot of marketing firms and big consulting firms are also looking at this, but absolutely, yeah, consumers are very upset when they find you're greenwashing. There's lots of evidence about negative financial implications for the firm. I just recently did work, also posted up there, open access on impacts on employees. So employers more likely to quit, be less productive, etc. If they find out you're greenwashing. Of course, your employees are probably the first to realize you're greenwashing. So this is a real threat for companies. And we know what happens when employees start to disengage, less satisfaction, less productivity, all those things in addition to moving, and we actually find it's those really high value employees, so well-educated employees, that are most likely to notice, that you're greenwashing and then most likely want to leave. So I think that's a really powerful one for companies. We have under review right now a similar study, but looking at job seekers. So there's a lot of good academic research about how younger employees especially are really attracted right now to jobs that align with their values, their social and environmental values, and may even take less pay to work at a company that aligns with their values. So we then saw this explosion of companies saying, look, we're green, we're socially responsible, right? Trying to get those employees. But if they find out you're greenwashing, same thing, not going to be dedicated employees, not going to stick around, things like that, or pursue the job farther. So yeah, lots of from various different angles showing the harms of greenwashing, absolutely.
I really liked this next question. Actually, this was kind of the topic of one of my qualifying exam questions. I really liked it. From Mariella. Mariella, please correct me if I'm mispronouncing your name. What are your thoughts on the market being measured and rewarded for short-term gains versus the long-term education, maybe also activities needed for everyone from professionals to consumers to prevent greenwashing, but also pursue productive sustainability efforts when we're thinking about short-termism versus long-termism?
Yeah, so a comprehensive exam question, a dissertation. Many dissertations have been written, but that have not yet solved it. But fantastic question. Yeah, obviously you know and understand the problems with short-term thinking and how much trouble that's gotten us into. So one of the things I find really promising about greenwashing is, which sounds ridiculous, but greenwashing is happening because companies know that consumers want these products, right? So it's not an accident. It's because we've all been telling them, and they think they're going to get short-term profits by selling this crap too. But if we can convince them that if they actually, sold, that they need to be selling truly sustainable products, honestly sustainable products to get those short-term wins, we can probably play with that short-termism a little bit to our advantage, I think, as we of course are trying to work on systemic change to do the other things. And so I'm trying to do both, working with in Canada with the Competition Bureau, trying to tighten up, and with media and other things, lots of great NGOs trying to get that legislation tightened up so that there's more short-term impacts on companies who are lying to us, who are deceiving us, who are greenwashing. But at the same time, I'm trying to do a lot of work on my Sunday morning, my dog's waiting for her walk, on just educating people, right? So consumers are better educated. I never want to put the responsibility on consumers, but we all want to be better educated on these things as well. But it also helps us push for policy, push in our workplaces, maybe not accidentally greenwash when we're at work and things like that. So I try to play with both, while obviously learning that we need to be shifting our economic system to long-term thinking, but not sure we're going to do that before many of our climate, very short-term climate, rather dreadful dates that we all have in mind. So
Now, the supplier landscape for ingredients and packaging is kind of a minefield in terms of the quality of information that they share with brands, especially like for sustainability language. This has already come up in the summit that the groups that are going to get in trouble for all of this is going to be the brands, because like a lot of these regulations are specific to companies that interact with consumers, not B2B businesses, as is the case for many of these suppliers. And so I guess I just want to highlight some of examples of what I'm talking about, and then I'll ask you for guidance around there. So I've just seen a lot of ingredient suppliers catching on with some of these sustainability trends, getting huge platforms. For example, right now, the new trend in cosmetics is like seaweed. Everyone wants seaweed ingredients because there's this perception that that equals greener. But then these ingredient suppliers come with no data other than market will, and maybe they'll say, we'll do something in the future. You brought up earlier this topic of future washing, which I thought was really excellent to kind of explain some of these challenges. And then another example that I've recently come across yesterday on my feed, there's this silicone ingredient supplier that was talking about how silicones are environmentally friendly because they're degradable. But like, what a gross oversimplification, especially considering the emissions associated with the production of silicones. They're substantial. So then that speaks to this other angle of greenwashing that you brought up, which is selective disclosure. I look to the website that I put the Green Action Lab website in the chat. So that's a great resource. But my question here is, this might be the last question we have time for. How would you recommend brands navigating materials from their suppliers to like avoid being greenwashed too?
Oh, good question. Yeah, and this happens across all sorts of inputs and fashion suppliers and things like that. I'm going to go to a little anecdotal. Cut me off if I'm too. But over the last several years, I've been teaching different sort of fast fashion cases. One about Rana Plaza in my class, and this is undergraduates at Ivy Business School in Canada. So, really strong undergraduates and the impression in the class when we teach this is really shifted over time. And now there is no way they're letting suppliers off. So it used to be that the students would be like, well, how were the companies expected to know? How is H&M or Joe Fresh? This is all buried in the supply chain. People were lying to them. Now the students are like, no, it's the company's responsibility. They should have looked into this. It's willful ignorance. So I think brands just have to take that responsibility, have to, be doing their due diligence. This is what investors expect of them as well, what consumers expect of them, and be looking into those products. And, it's going to take a little extra time and money, but we've seen from, the pushback or the penalties that the market gives you around greenwashing, that it's going to be worth it. I think, it's not that expensive. Send a couple people over, research this thing before you start making claims or selling it to somebody. And I think that's just the responsibility that brands need to take on in this environment. Obviously, it's a little harder for smaller brands, but, find more local suppliers, work with more local ingredients, things like that. And that's what I'm trying to buy personally. I'm not walking into a huge drugstore buying anything that I put on my body. Now, I'm not walking into a chain buying anything that I put in my body either. So, look to those small companies, small suppliers that have looked into this, where you can go in, have a conversation with somebody who's knowledgeable about where the ingredients are coming from, why they chose those ingredients, what they know about the suppliers and things like that. That's the level of information I want. And if I'm talking to an employee in a company that can't give me that information, I'm going elsewhere.
And be mindful of the limitations of expertise within some of these companies. I will maybe just direct people again to the regulatory panel earlier on and the biodegradation and persistent panel earlier on. Some really great insights there on some of these topics. But that's all the time we have for this Q&A. Wren, thank you so much for agreeing to participate in the eSummit. I know you're super busy, so thank you for making time for this.
Just my dog waiting for me today. It's all good. She didn't bark at all. Thank you so much.
Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Thank you.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
And bear with me as I get the next presentation going, which is going to be actually live. So it's going to take me a moment to put it up. So one moment and we'll get going. Maybe I'll first start with the bio and then we'll get on to the live presentation from Prof. Monique Simmonds. Our next speaker is Prof. Monique Simmonds, who is Deputy Director of Science at the Royal Botanic Gardens, Kew. She specializes in plant and fungal chemistry, researching their pharmaceutical and economic potential, including for antibiotics and cosmetics. She leads Kew's Commercial Innovation Unit, advancing plant-based economic opportunities. She also develops authentication methods for plant-derived products and serves on advisory committees for pharmacopoeia, forestry, and sustainability. Recognized for her impact, she was named among England's 100 females to have made a difference and an environmental advocate in the beauty industry. And bear with me, the presentation will be up in about 2 minutes. So we'll be back when we're ready to start streaming. So we're back with Prof. Monique Simmonds' presentation. I am a huge fan of her work, and I'm so happy that she was able to join this eSummit. And so without further ado, here's her presentation.
Well, thank you very much for the invite to tell you some of the work that's going on at Royal Botanic Gardens Kew, which is just outside London, associated with different aspects of selecting plants, you could say, for use in botanic botanical based cosmetics and skincare generally, and for hair conditioning. Let's just hope the slides work. Okay, so the mission of Q is to understand and protect plants and fungi for the well-being of people and the future of all life on Earth. A bold statement, but we really do need to make sure that we are preserving plants for the next generation. And so some of the background work I'm going to talk about is kind of putting it in the context, you could say, of why Q. So within our manifesto, we have kind of 5 priorities. And I'm going to look at a few of those priorities. One is that we are a science-based organization. Some of you will know us possibly as the Garden, but it's very much a focus on science. And the other is extending our reach from beyond the science to other uses of plants by non-scientists, etc., by companies. How can we share that information? And that's also kind of associated with influencing policies and opinions about some of the challenges we face in a world where we are really trying to preserve biodiversity, but also use it. So a Q here, this is the iconic palm house, a Victorian glass house where we keep many of the plants that I'm going to talk about, but we have a challenge here. How do we sustainably keep this glass house going in a way with using less energy, etc.? So these are some of the challenges we face at Q, especially when we have approximately 2 million visitors coming across, when we're also looking at our carbon footprint. So let's look a little bit more about the staff at Q, estimated 1,500 in total. And you can see from these figures that within the Science Directorate, we have over 530 staff, with scientists studying different aspects of plants and fungal life. And that's contributed by honorary researchers, our PhD programs, and our MSc students that work with us on particular projects targeted often to find out more about the uses of some of the plants. So why Q? It's the scientists that we have, and also our collaborations, but it's also our collections. So herbarium is where we keep our dried specimens of plants that can be used for a range of molecular and chemical techniques, but also to document where plants could grow at a specific date, i.e. when those herbarium samples were made. The same for our fungarium. Then we have the DNA samples that can be used to develop DNA barcoding methods to look at the plants that are entering the trade. We have the seeds that can be used to help top up when seeds get low in a particular country, to share the seeds, help conserve them, learning about the methods that are required. We also have things like microscope slides that can help us identify plants. And then we have the living collections in the garden that we have access to, historical information in our books and paintings about the uses of plants, and their previous uses often are in the artifacts that we have in our economic botany collection. So coming together, this gives us a huge resource to be able to use in science. And within the Science Directorate, we have divided our work into 5 priorities that are interlinked, that are actually all relevant to what I'm going to be talking about in a minute. Ecosystem stewardship is really about, where plants come from, those interactions between fungi and plants. And then if you then look at trait diversity, by traits, we mean the features of a plant that enable it to withstand extremes in temperature or hold water in desert conditions, or the features of a plant that make it medicinal or for use as a cosmetic. The digital revolution is how do we share the information that we have at Q? For non-scientists, how do we unlock, you could say, the treasure trove that is within Q? Now, accelerated taxonomy is associated with the identification of plants. So traditionally, that would have been morphological features, the shape of a leaf, etc., the shape of a flower. Nowadays, it's very much molecular based, which enables us to be able to identify some plants faster, or at least have a better understanding of the evolution relationships between or among different species of plants. And I'm going to come back to that later. And then we have enhanced partnerships, which really brings together all the work we're doing with others, especially our Millennium Seed Bank, which is down at Waco's Place, which is other part of the gardens at Kew, and also, our links with other organizations around the world. So at the moment, we work with 110 different countries. The extent of those interactions vary. We have 10 kind of priority strategic countries that all those 5 priorities kind of work towards. So it's enhancing really the skills that we have at Kew with the partners we work with. And it's very much a partner-oriented organization. Now, we have been involved in bringing these different trend elements of the work, our collections, the expertise of our scientists together to help authenticate of plants entering the trade. And this started about 1993. I mean, we've always been involved for the last 260 years in actually identifying plants. But the specific thing about looking at what was actually entering the trade really came to the fore in the early 1990s. That's partly the fact that we couldn't identify some of the things that were coming in, especially for parts of China, etc. So we had to build up the collections to enable us to do some of the work. For example, with organizations like Procter & Gamble with herbal essences. So what does this all mean? Well, one, we could see the importance of this work. So a commercial innovation unit was set up in about 2017 to really concentrate on this, bringing this expertise together to look at what is happening with the trade in plants. So what's being sold, you could say? We've got the actual plants themselves. We've got crude plant parts, often the roots or bits of leaves or bits of flowers. We have the powders. We have the extracts that are made sometimes from those powders or again from the original material. We have fixed oils. That would be some of your fatty acids and things like that. Essential oils, your fragrances. And then you have the pure compounds that can be extracted from the material. So these are the types of things that we'll be looking at for when they're entering the trade. Now, if you look just at that top left hand, the adulteration of botanical ingredients, and kind of just look at those pie charts. This is based on molecular work, just looking at the proportion in red that have been adulterated or not been sold as they should be, or green, which is really where you've got quality material. Basically, it says what it contains what it says on the tin. And so our work falls into 2 aspects. Identification, it's the right species, and authentication. That actual material is good for whatever it has been proposed for use. And this is where we bring together the collections, molecular methods, and also chemical methods. Now, I'll give you some examples. Something like lavender. The first one, the gustifolia, that's English lavender, high price. And you often find it's got other kind of substitutes, or lavandulin, which is a cross of, between different species. Nothing wrong with that. It only becomes a problem when, and it's cheaper, as you can see from this slide, only becomes a problem when on the back of pack, material says that it is English lavender, whereas actually it's lavandulin. So this is one of the activities that we do, is looking at what's on the back of pack and what actually is in those ingredients, because you're most likely wanting to buy English lavender. No, just some other examples. And I also don't want it all to be negative. I'm just giving you an example there. And this is what we term a fingerprint, a botanical fingerprint, based on analysis. So those peaks you see are the different ingredients, the compounds that are in the material. So for hemp, based on gas chromatography, mass spectrometry, it's actually good. So those samples that are coming in, they're good. They meet the authenticated material that we have at Kew. Whereas others, like some of the cocoa butter that we've looked at, are adulterated. The top will give you an authentication fingerprint that you'll be looking for. Below indicates one that isn't as it should be. Now that could be because it's got more preservatives. That's fine as long as they're declared to contain preservatives. But the profile of the oil is different. So it's been mixed with another oil, which could totally alter its properties and its kind of the function it's going to play in a cosmetic. Another example that we have, and this is sandalwood. Now, sandalwood has many uses, traditionally as a medicinal plant, but also in cosmetics. I'm just going to really here deal with the oils. Now, which species of sandalwood have you got? There's over 100 different plants that can be called by the trivial name sandalwood. So which one are you actually trading in? Now, until very recently, you had to put sandalwood on the kind of your the paperwork that would follow the samples. So you actually might have one of the cheaper sandalwoods. They're sandalwoods, legitimately called sandalwood, whereas the real one that you wanted to be trading in is St. Alba, and that's the most expensive one you can see here. This is the one I think that my cursor will show you, whereas something like this is much cheaper. So what are you actually getting? So, this is where a client came to us and said, could you tell us a little bit more about the oils that have been sold? So this is just within the UK. We looked at 29 suppliers. The one worry here is none of them met kind of the standard that's out there for the content of sandalols. Now, this is some European legislation. You can see none of them met that. That's most likely because they've been harvested too early. It takes about 25 years for sandalwood to get to the quality that really you should be using. And you can see there's one there, number 10. No natural at all. It was sandalore that was a synthetic. Now, there's no problem in that if it's been used for a joss stick or something like that. But if it's going to be used in a cosmetic, that possibly could have allergic responses, etc. Again, you're looking at the purpose of that material. And since there have been changes in the legislation here to enable you to put the correct species on the export license, etc., to enable you to differentiate, so you no longer have to put sandalwood, which we're hoping will decrease some of the issues that have been faced in this area. And why can't I go forward? Another one that often there's an issue with, and that is ginseng. If I say that there is more ginseng being traded than there is ginseng being grown, that just gives you an indication of some of the issues here. So you've got ginseng, Panax ginseng, which is the Chinese ginseng there, gives you red and the white ginseng. Above that, where you can see the cut sections, that's American ginseng, when there are permits for the sale of American ginseng because it has been overexploited in the wild. And then you've got an example of another ginseng. But what type are you getting and what is the difference? So it is a crop that has a lot of adulteration. It's indicating that 24% of 507 samples that were looked at were reported as adulterated in some way. That doesn't always mean it's going to be very harmful, but somehow they've been mixed or they're not the quality. This is a group of plants where we do know what should be in it associated with its different uses, especially if it's going to be used in shower gels and things like this. This group of compounds called ginsenosides are the active ingredients, and their proportion vary depending on which species and to the age, actually, of the roots as well. So this just gives you another example of what's going on out there in the trade. Again, I want to end up with, on this side, a good example, and that's coconut oil. But we are slightly worried about what's happening with coconut oil because it is being used more and more frequently. Is there enough coconut oil to meet the use in food as well as cosmetics before you can get then adulteration coming in? Now, another example of a challenge that you have, which plant material are you going to select? So in the columns here from 1 to 10 gives you examples of 10 different suppliers of rosemary. No doubt they're all rosemary. So we're not kind of questioning that. The first column from R1 to R33 are different compounds that are in the rosemary. This is what's termed a heat map. The intensity of the green indicates the concentration of that particular compound. For example, R1 is very high in column 2, the supply, whereas it's very, very low in column 05. So very different from the suppliers. So you've really got to know the composition of the oil that you want to enable you to select which of these you're going to use. So this is where you really often need to be working with the supplier to enable you to get the chemistry you would like. The right species, that's not a problem, but here you're dealing with the chemistry. And that could be associated with variations where this material isn't grown, or it could be the extraction method. There's another way to look at that data. And here, this is the, again, it's a heat map. The redness would indicate the concentrations, but we've looked at it in a slightly different way. So if you wanted something that, say, has got a high level of these caffeic acids, etc., here in red, and you wanted to have another supplier, you could say, these are looking at the relatedness of the different suppliers that are giving you an extract. So you could be going for another one of those suppliers. But you can see here, in this particular case, there's really only one supplier that is rich in these particular compounds. So again, having knowledge about what you want in your material is important. And then you come to something like roses. If you're dealing with essential oil, you could go for the classic rose. But here you've got a huge diversity of potential roses to choose from. And this is where you can get into biomimics, because maybe you don't want to use the actual rose oil itself because of the abundance and the cost of that. But by studying the fragrances of these plants, biomimic, you can possibly get them into a synthetic mix. So this is a time where nature provides you with a beautiful smell, where you then can mimic it using essential oils that can be manufactured. So I'm going to change the tack now a little bit, tell you a little bit about some of the other challenges about supply chains. And so here we're looking for the scientific evidence, bioeconomy. People will be relying often on the plants that are growing. So how do you support that? How do you support sustainable use and the sustainable development? Different areas here in the bioeconomy. Now, this is just to give you an indication of one area of work that's going on at Royal Botanic Gardens Kew. This is in Brazil, and these tear drops represent different collections of soya. Now, why we've got involved in this project is looking at, well, does that soya come from plant traditionally used for production of soya, or is it actually coming from deforested areas? And this again might not be soya, it could be another crop. It's really important that we have a good foundation for a supply chain. So this modeling that we're involved in brings together morphological features, the soil, the samples that are then taken to Kew or to working with some of the other academics involved. And then we can use artificial intelligence to make use of this data to enable us to not always have to visit the place. Otherwise, you'd have to have collections from every little bit of Brazil. So here in that first slide here, if you can see my cursor, the red spot is where that sample came from, and you can see there's a green behind it. So using AI, we've been able to absolutely identify that particular one. Unfortunately, we need to increase our knowledge because the accuracy does vary. This is where we need to have maybe more information about the soil conditions. You can see here, the green is indicating what the AI would indicate where it came from. So it's not always perfect. It's overlapping, which is good. So more work needs to be done. But this is going to, in the future, I think, be an incredibly useful tool to actually find out where your material came from. If you get a supplier telling you where it comes from, you can now check it. You don't always need to go to the field to do that. So other things that we're doing is, looking for plants and what areas that really need to be studied further. Where are the evidence gaps about plants that we could be looking at? So you can bring together all the information that we have about species of plants in different parts of the world. And then those where we have knowledge gaps, the ones that are shaded here, where we need in blue, light blue. This is where we actually don't know everything that's growing in those areas. Another way is to look at it. How do you geographically, some species are more dense in some areas than others. How can you bring these two elements together to come up with kind of what we're now calling dark spots, i.e. something where like Colombia. These are areas where we actually know we don't know fully what's growing there. And therefore, we don't know what's going to be lost with climate change, changes in land use, etc. So it's a real emphasis here to try and find out more about those plants. And this is kind of giving you a list of those 32 kind of dark spots that have been identified by this joint activity. So how can we use that? Let's take a little bit more on Colombia. Some of the other projects that have been going on at Kew and gain collaboration with, this one is with the Humboldt Institute in Colombia, is documenting the uses of those plants in more detail so that we can have knowledge about their particular uses. It could be food or it could be for cosmetics that are used traditionally. How can we use that information that would enable, potentially money to go back to support these areas of biodiversity so that they're not all kind of deforested for crops that will feed us, that local economies benefit. That really is a key, I think, for the future of supporting biodiversity, especially in the cosmetic area. And then there's other projects going on. This one is from the Amazon, working on supporting and conserving those traditional uses of plants in a way that will benefit local communities. And this is, I think, kind of really stark. If you look at the population increase there up to, say, 2080 with 10 billion, and the fact that we only really rely on the 10 crops, but the three main ones are maize, rice, maize, and wheat. And that if we are going to just really use these food plants, etc., we are going to be losing more biodiversity because land will have to be, a bit like that soya situation, land will have to be used not for forest, etc., but for feeding us. Therefore, how can we select the plants? So this gives you this picture here, complex, but I really just want you to kind of have an understanding of how other information that we've got at Kew can be used to assist identify plants. This is a tree of life of plants. So this represents the different groups of plants. You've got the roses here, you've got the mint family here. So each of these spikes is associated with a particular species or genus of plants. So we can look at the evolution of plants. Plants that are nearer, the groups of plants that are nearer here, are evolutionary, more kind of closer than, say, plants you could select from up here compared to down here. So you can take this and then you can superimpose the information we have about the uses of plants. Let's just say medicinal plants that are often related to plants used in cosmetics. And it's not random. Here is 14% of the herbs, the thyme, the salvias, the rosemaries are in this group here. And then you've got the roses, compared to some of the other, where only 4% of those plants are used. Therefore, the likelihood, if you want to have something, selecting plants for potential chemistry that can be used, it's most likely going to be higher in these areas than in these plants. So it gives you a direction as to which plants we should be focusing on in our studies. And this work has actually been kind of expanded in a paper published last year in Science, Plants and People. And basically, this information can help with that selection of plants. So in conclusions, etc., biodiversity is clearly a treasure trove for cosmetics. There's most likely lots of new leads. There are supply issues with over-demand for a few key species. How do we deal with it? How do we know? How do we have enough plants to meet the needs? Or how do we possibly alter the model slightly so that we're actually using a greater range of plants that link with the communities? So it's not always sold on a global scale, but maybe local, for local use, which often happens in food, and there's a tendency now to look at those models. And how do you support the value of naturals? They can be more expensive than synthetics. How do you inform our customers, etc., that if they are faced with a shelf of synthetics or petroleum-based leads that work with plants, there's a difference often in the price, especially if those naturals are in those products at a concentration will have a function. What's the sustainability of that value chain? Do those farmers, etc., or those that are involved in making the extracts benefit along the way, or is most of the benefit of that end user? And then we have the impact of changes in land use on the supply chains and the quality of the material, as you could see earlier when I gave some examples of it being adulterated. And I think a key element of the work that we're doing at Kew and is really global at the moment is having a better understanding of that nexus between climate change, the impacts, biodiversity potential loss, and livelihoods. How do we in the future ensure that we are maximizing more the diversity of plants that we're using to enable us to cope with aspects of climate change, avoiding biodiversity loss and supporting more livelihoods? Thank you.
Thank you so much to Monique for that presentation. If you want to unshare your screen and then we can go live for the Q&A. We actually do have some time for Q&A. So I'm so glad that worked out, and that was such a fantastic, informative presentation. So I actually got a few comments to that point. First was from Mercedes, who said, I just want to say the Eco Oil podcast with Monique years ago impacted my perspective on selecting plant ingredients for formulation. So thank you both. Another compliment from Mariella. Just want to say that as a Brazilian and fragrance professional, I'm loving this presentation. So glad you guys enjoyed that presentation. I'm really happy that we were able to feature Monique. Okay, so this first question that we got comes from Lola, and it's quite a loaded question. Maybe I'll just target it specific to ingredient sourcing in cosmetics, because this is just like too big of a question. What can we do to preserve biodiversity, especially with like the current limitations of our knowledge?
I think one of the ways to help preserve is to increase its use. we're living in a world at times where a use can help protect. So use of one plant, that can help protect, provide income to a local farmer, that enables him to get some money without deforestation or changes in land use. I think that goes a long way to helping to protect. Conservation by itself is not good enough. It's part of a program, but to have conservation in some areas, increasing the diversity of plants. We used to use far more plants. How do we increase that? Which will be challenges for regulations, etc., and so on, but not impossible to do.
And I guess along those lines, so something that I'm thinking about is the impact of agriculture on biodiversity loss, specifically the expansion into intact ecosystems and also climate change. So, considering the demand for specific ingredients, I guess to your point, diversity is important. But how should we think about this? The challenges associated with agriculture, but then also the benefits associated with using natural materials.
Okay, we need to feed people. That's really important. Therefore, can we do anything with the waste products from that food? Things like grape seeds, etc. There's other materials, say taking from apple pips and apple skin. There's a range of things that I think we could be looking at in more detail that could be, therefore, let's talk not byproducts, not waste products, but byproducts for the food industry is one area we could be concentrating a bit more. And the other is potentially growing plants, in partly artificial conditions if they're high value, vertical farming, etc. If you can look at the costs for doing things, I think has some use going forward. The other would be, looking at not only plants, but fungi, where you can get them into controlled conditions. You could be thinking about things that don't always compete with the land we need to feed ourselves. And we need trees. I mean, the other aspect is we need to have the forests so that, something is absorbing that CO2. Otherwise we're going to really have a problem. And so therefore, if you can increase the byproducts from the forests so that they're, giving us, think of commercial value for something like the cosmetic industry, as well as absorbing carbon, that would be fantastic.
This next question comes from Becca, who asks, is the influence that the beauty industry can have on the ground for plant sourcing, brackets on community/sustainability, limited compared to the food industry due to the lower sourcing volumes?
Yeah. Gosh, that's a difficult one. I think we can change the model slightly. So not everything is done at a global scale, but because that's what often the problem is. It's such a demand for, a narrow range of plant-based products. Could we have them more locally defined? I mean, that's definitely a change in the model. But, plants that has got cosmetic value in, Brazil, how do they initially kind of get used in Brazil? And once they really are in cultivation, etc., get them then used in other countries, but avoid the overexploitation.
This question comes from a perfumer in the audience, Pia, who first says, thank you for that presentation. And the question, have you been following the EU Green Deal, specifically the fact they are proposing to regulate based on hazards in individual essential oil components, and then bracket meaning an incoming ban of, for example, tea tree oil in cosmetics and the potential threat of hundreds of other bans? How can we advocate for better risk-based assessments for plant use and make a better case for the growing communities and the impact bans would have?
Yes, I am very aware of some of these, the changes in legislation. Maybe at times, excuse me. where you know, essential oils are there, in the plant for supporting the plant, and not there for fragrances for us. And some of those have, deterrent activity or attractive activity for insects, etc. Some of them are protective, UV protection, etc. But some of them also have potentially adverse responses. And that is some of the issues. I think we need to be clearer on some of that data, because you've got bans on things where it's often tested in a much, much higher concentration than they would be if it was a natural oil. And therefore, is it really a danger? I think some of that evidence that's out there, I think times need to be questioned. I gave another example where we know that some of those the chemicals that are in essential oil are being banned, and therefore that's where you often get the perfumery trade putting together synthetics that aren't a problem, kind of bringing them together to mimic some of those naturals. But it would be a great shame if that was totally the way forward, because there are so many essential oils, like tea tree oils, that have benefits. I think it's kind of working with the regulators and really looking at that science. Otherwise, we're very risk-averse communities.
And this message has come up several times. The need for education, not only to consumers, but also for policymakers who are themselves often consumers themselves. And so the same kind of information that consumers are hearing, they're also hearing about it. This next question comes from Becca. There's a first part of your question. The first part you've already answered. The second part, do you think there's an issue with brands not being required to disclose fragrance ingredients? Does it mean they can conceal the potential sustainability impacts of certain ingredients?
I think there's two things there. One, not always having to label the fragrances. I think there should be where those fragrances come from. And maybe people, therefore, who know that they have a sensitivity to a particular range of compound could be more informed as to the selection if the fragrances were actually on the label. Could you just repeat the second bit of that question? That was...
So does it mean they can conceal the potential sustainability impacts of certain ingredients?
Yeah. The sustainability, I do think, is an issue, because it's not always understood as sustainability. I think we're learning more about it. I mean, checking sustainability, sometimes that has been done at a very, very top level. I think now, and I think, I illustrated it partly with that soya, the techniques that people will have now will enable them to be able to check some of these sustainability issues. Again, they need to be checked on the ground. And there are organizations that are doing that. Industry, I think, is very aware now of sustainability issues, and definitely sustainability has reached, you could say, the boardroom. 10 years ago, it really wasn't. The key, I think, to this is the fact that if a company is going to be using naturals, it needs to know far more about the sustainability of the plants it's going to be putting in its products than they had to if they were based on petroleum-based ingredients. It's a different world.
And I think the final question we have time for is from Mariella, who asks, what are the resources available for small companies to verify the origin and credentials of essential oils, both from a composition/adulteration front and from a human working quality at source?
Well, I think there is an increase in kind of organizations doing some of the things that we're doing. I mean, they could get in contact with us. We could help them with the composition of the oils, etc. But there is others that they'd need to work with some of that other aspects of that question. But definitely quality, what's in the oil, an organization like Q could help with.
Actually, one final question. It just came in from Mercedes. Okay, the question was, how might a brand who has a local supplier of a native plant go about being transparent about them without them being poached? Fear of disclosing supply chain perpetuated by industry. That was the comment in question.
Wow, that is a difficult one. Yeah, because somebody could be offering more money to obtain those. I think that comes with agreements. Possibly that company somehow been able to, say that they'll take the supplies for X number of years. You need an economist to really answer that one. That is difficult. I just wish them luck. It's kind of having honors, isn't it? It's working together. How is your grower and the company having a relationship so that they can benefit?
And that's
together.
That's all the time we have for this Q&A. Thank you so much, Monique, for agreeing to present at the eSummit today.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
And bear with us as we get started for the next presentation. Our next presentation will be by Paul Speakman, who is VP of Sales and Client Relations at Jaguar Freight Services, specializing in global supply chain logistics. With over 20 years of experience, he has led strategy at DHL and focuses on optimizing freight, forwarding, and supply chain technology. Without further ado, here's Paul's presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you to Jen and the EcoWell for inviting me to speak at the Sustainable Beauty eSummit. My name is Paul Speakman. I am the VP of Sales and Client Relations with Jaguar Freight. We go by the tagline of the Freight Architects, and Jaguar is a international NVOCC. So what that means is we are a international freight forwarder. We specialize in the health and beauty vertical, and we help health and beauty brands and companies within the health and beauty ecosystem ship their products all over the world. Very happy today to take some time to run you through a few key topics related to supply chains and sustainability. I'll cover three main areas: mapping and keeping track of your supply chain, sustainability in supply chain, and the impact of climate change on supply chains. So I think a lot of times people's brains kind of scramble like the word cloud that's on the screen, because when it comes to the world of supply chain, things can get very, very complex and confusing, and especially now with the huge amount of focus on sustainability within supply chain. So starting off with just a few fun facts about sustainability and logistics. In the shipping world, we had a really exciting update back in 2023. Maersk, which is the world's largest steamship line, they launched the world's first ever container ship powered by green ethanol. So this is an alternate fuel that's much more efficient when it comes to CO2 emissions. They cut their emissions by 95% compared to traditional diesel-powered vessels. And Maersk is planning on launching another 25 of these vehicles with the green methanol fuel by the year 2030. So that was a real recent and exciting update. We also have Tesla, who introduced an electric semi-truck a couple of years ago. The electric trucks help reduce carbon emission. There is no emissions with an electric vehicle. They can do 500 miles range per charge. And this saves companies using those vehicles about $200,000 in fuel over 3 years. So a huge cost savings, but also very good for the environment and regulations related to CO2 emissions. And then you also have other large automobile manufacturers like Volvo and Daimler. They are making alternate source vehicles, fuel source vehicles like hydrogen-powered trucks, and they're hitting the market as we speak. Finally, Walmart had a really interesting project a few years ago, starting in 2020. It was called Project Gigaton, where they wanted to remove 1 million metric tons of CO2 emission from their supply chain. That's equivalent to 200,000 cars emissions over a year. And they did that through a combination of AI-powered route optimization, renewable energy in their warehouses, and sustainable sourcing. So well done to Walmart. That was a huge initiative. So taking us forward, I'll talk about the challenges of mapping out and keeping track of your supply chain. So I'll highlight some of the challenges and some of the proposed solutions. But mapping out and tracking your supply chain is essential for transparency, sustainability, and regulatory compliance. So number one, we're looking at lack of visibility and having complex supply chains. So many companies rely on multiple tiers of suppliers spread across different regions. Tracking indirect suppliers like your tier 2 and tier 3 suppliers can be difficult because businesses often have limited insight beyond direct suppliers. So the solution here, digitize your supply chain, use as much technology and technology platforms to bring visibility to your supply chain. There's the Internet of Things, right? So basically the physical network of devices, smart sensors, tracking within vehicles, tracking within your ocean containers, tracking on your pallets and individual goods. Lots of ways that you can bring technology to your supply chain to provide visibility and be more efficient. Number two, like you talk about data gaps and inconsistencies. So many suppliers don't share standardized data, making it hard to compare CO2 emissions, labor conditions, ESG compliance. Companies often receive incomplete, outdated, or incorrect information. So what the solution here, what you can do, implement supplier audits, upgrade to digital reporting systems, and bring in AI-driven data analytics. This can fill that information gap within your supply chain. A third challenge would be regulatory and ESG compliance. The rules are always changing. There's new regulations and laws being put into place by different governments, and if you have a global supply chain operating in many different parts of the world, you have to be cognizant of all the different rules and regulations in the areas that you're trading. So different regions have different CO2 emissions and due diligence laws. The EU has CSDDD. In the US, we have SEC climate disclosure. And other countries like Germany have something like the Supply Chain Act. Compliance is harder for companies with global suppliers, so each following different rules. But there's a few different technology solutions out there, and you can use automated compliance tools. And I'm going to talk a little bit more detail about one of these, which is EcoVadis. And I'll give a list of other solutions in a future slide. Here at Jaguar, we are EcoVadis certified, and we are using another technology called Pledge.io. All of this can help you with your compliance reporting. Supply chain disruptions, well, we'll talk a bit more about the impact of extreme weather, pandemics, geopolitical conflicts. All of this is going to have a major impact on what's going on within your supply chain, and companies can struggle to reroute supply chains during sudden disruptions. Solution here, diversifying suppliers, predictive analytics, and risk mapping tools to prepare for disruptions. And we all just went through the recent pandemic, and that was probably the biggest, most recent example of a shock to supply chains. And now it's the buzzword within any C-suite is what are we doing to be more prepared? And moving on, we have, there's high costs and investment barriers. So implementing real-time tracking systems, carbon footprint monitoring, and digital platforms require high upfront investment. So small suppliers may not be able to afford compliance tools, making data collection harder. What you can do here, companies can incentivize suppliers to adopt sustainability practices through collaborative funding and training programs. Also, look to partner with companies who already have these capabilities, and then they can pass through the benefits. So you're not starting from square one, trying to implement different solutions yourself. You're partnering with organizations that are already accredited or have these capabilities. You may experience resistance from suppliers. Some suppliers are reluctant to share data due to confidentiality concerns or fear of losing business. Others may lack digital tools or resources to provide accurate tracking data. So the solution here, supplier engagement programs that offer training, incentives, and clear compliance are the best methods to tackle this. And the last thing here, technology integration challenges. Many supply chains still rely on manual tracking, spreadsheets, emails, outdated ERP systems. I know I see this daily with my main duties at Jaguar Freight. Yeah, you'd be amazed at how many large companies run in this way, emails and spreadsheets. So a good solution here is phased implementation of cloud-based supply chain platforms that can integrate with your existing software, and again, partner with companies who can specialize and do this for you. So I think wrapping up this slide, I'd say regulations around CO2 tracking and ESG compliance and ethical sourcing increase companies must improve supply chain transparency, and technology adoption, supplier collaboration, and regulatory alignment are all key to overcoming these challenges. So as we move on, we'll talk about sustainability issues in supply chains. So nowadays, companies are under increasing pressure to reduce CO2 emissions and comply with global regulations like the EU Emissions Trading System, or EU STS, the SEC Climate Disclosure Rules, and the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, or CBAM. So all of these are fairly recent new regulatory bodies or new set of rules related to CO2 emissions. Jaguar, we operate in Europe and in the US, and a lot of our clients are already facing the challenges with EU ETS. This is a cap and trade program where companies can buy and trade carbon allowances. So there's a lot of reporting and carbon accounting that you have to do to satisfy those requirements. Here in the US, we have the SEC Climate Disclosure Rules. So these are the proposed US regulations requiring publicly traded companies to disclose their climate risks and CO2 emissions. And there's scope 1, 2, and 3. Europe is, I would say, ahead of the US and North America in terms of the regulations regarding CO2 emissions, but it's becoming more and more prevalent as time goes on. And we mentioned the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism. This is another EU carbon tax on imports of high emission products. And this is all about preventing carbon leakage and encouraging cleaner production of items. So those are some of the regulations that we're seeing come in related to CO2 emissions. Talking about specifically transportation, I think one way to look at your supply chain would be the different modes of transport. So if you're going to move goods, you've basically got 4 different options. You can move by ocean, you can move by rail, you can move by road, and you can move by air. And I've ranked them here by best to worst in terms of how much CO2 output that these different modes create. Ocean is your best. It's your most efficient. It uses the least amount of fuel for tonnage moved. The calculation would be CO2 per ton kilometer. And ocean only exerts 3 to 15 grams of CO2 per ton kilometer. That goes up to 10 to 40 grams with rail. Road is going to be 60 to 150 grams, and then air is a whopping 500 to 1500 grams per CO2 per ton kilometer. Air is not only the highest polluting form of transportation, it's also the most expensive. So a lot of companies who are moving goods around the world, often they're going to try and move ocean anyways because of the cost savings, and air becomes an evil necessity sometimes with late production. But it is also the biggest emitter of CO2. So definitely something, 2 reasons that you may want to reduce the amount of air cargo that you're moving within your supply chain. So looking at sustainable supply chain strategies, we've got 5 listed here. I'll run through these. The first being fleet and vehicle optimization. So when we're looking at really, if you're not a logistics company, but you're looking to choose a logistics partner to help you with your transportation needs and supply chain needs, you're going to want to consider these factors, right? So looking for a logistics company that is using fleet and vehicle optimization. So how do companies do that? They switch to low emission vehicles, so they can invest in electric trucks, EVs, hydrogen powered vehicles, and hybrid fleets. Big transportation companies like DHL and UPS have already adopted this. You'll see Amazon electric vehicles on the road. Even AT&T is going to be buying Rivian vehicles for their service vehicles that go out on the road. So switching to low emission is one key initiative. Using alternative fuels, so biofuels, renewable diesel, liquid natural gas. We mentioned before Maersk and its green methanol for its shipping fleet. Also, aerodynamic and engine efficiency upgrades. Logistics companies are adding low resistance tires, automated transmissions, and fuel efficient engines. And there's a lot of integration of AI powered route optimization, and that type of software is helping reduce fuel consumption. Point number 2: sustainable warehousing operations, renewable energy for warehouses. So companies operating warehouses or own warehouses, or if you're partnering with a 3PL to warehouse your goods, look for companies who are using solar power, wind turbines, battery storage as distribution centers. Amazon and Walmart have already moved toward a net zero warehouse infrastructure. Energy efficient buildings, so companies that use LED lighting, smart HVAC systems, and automated energy monitoring. And then there's also here in the U.S. we have the LEED LEED certified warehouses that certifies a building's green certifications. And then finally, you can reduce empty miles and load optimization. So you don't want to be transporting empty containers or empty trucks. So that's you look for what we call like backhaul optimization within your trucking operations. So you're not moving empty loads essentially, and also maximizing loads, consolidations, and combining loads with other customers is a great way to reduce carbon emission waste. Green shipping and air freight reduction. So in the ocean world with the steamship lines, they actually do something called slow steaming. So even ships who are powered by traditional diesel-powered engines, they can steam at a slower rate. They slow the ships down, and that burns less fuel and creates less emissions. So there's a lot of companies out there, and they offer what they call like eco-speed practices. Optimize your freight modal shift. So shift from road to rail wherever possible. This can reduce your emissions by 75%. Short sea shipping rather than long haul trucking. Again, going back to that previous slide of the difference between the different modes, ocean being your best. If you can use short sea shipping, that's a great option. And then there's also airlines who are using sustainable aviation fuel, SAF. And SAF reduces airline emissions by about 80%. So wherever possible, look for companies using these practices. And here at Jaguar, we are integrated with a platform called Pledge.io, and they do this for us. So they can help us select the fastest, cheapest, or greenest option for shipping. So if you want to use a mode of transport and a particular carrier that is using SAF or slow steaming on their sailing routes, we can help you do that. The second to last thing here, digital solutions for emission tracking. So use carbon accounting software. Pledge.io, C-Routes, EcoTransit IT, they all provide this and helps you with your carbon accounting. You can use artificial intelligence and the Internet of Things for supply chain optimization, mostly using predictive analytics to reduce emissions by optimizing routes and optimizing warehouse energy use, and also making sure you're effectively managing your inventory. And the last thing here, carbon offsetting and ESG commitments. Invest in carbon offsetting programs. So there's programs out there where you can trade carbon credits. So you can do this through you can fund reforestation, carbon capture, and renewable energy products to compensate for emissions. And they offer a carbon credit swap. There's a market for this, and it's called emissions trading, and it's called cap and trade, and those carbon credits can be exchanged. And then finally, there's a science-based targets initiative, and that's another way to calculate and reduce CO2 emission. So I mentioned before I would talk about a particular platform. So EcoVadis. I'll run through all the basics here. So first of all, what is EcoVadis? EcoVadis is a globally recognized sustainability rating platform that assesses companies' environmental, social, and governance performance. It helps businesses evaluate their supply chain sustainability and meet regulatory and stakeholder expectations. So who are the companies who use EcoVadis? Corporations looking to assess suppliers' sustainability, suppliers wanting to prove ESG compliance to customers, and investors and procurement teams seeking ethical partners. So what is the EcoVadis rating cover? The assessment evaluates 4 key ESG themes. So environment, which includes carbon footprint, energy use, waste management, and sustainable sourcing. Labor and human rights. So this covers fair wages, working conditions, diversity and inclusion, and human rights policies. Ethics, which includes anti-corruption, responsible business conduct, and transparency. And then finally, sustainable procurement. So supplier due diligence, responsible sourcing, and your environmental impact. You'll get a rating. The top 1% are platinum, top 5% are gold, silver is the top 25, and bronze is top 50. How to get certified? It's a registration and subscription model. I can provide the website. It's www.ecovadis.com. Very simple. And create an account, and that's how you start the initial process. You'll complete a self-assessment questionnaire. And then that'll include a detailed questionnaire, questions covering your policies, actions, and reporting related to sustainability. And you provide supporting documents of all of your policies. So you'll get an evaluation. And EcoVadis reviews all your responses and verifies your documents. It takes about 6 to 8 weeks, and companies receive an EcoVadis scorecard with strengths, weaknesses, and improvement areas. So once you receive your score and your certification, hopefully you're platinum or bronze, silver, or gold. But if you do get a lower score, or you just simply want to improve your score from the previous year, you can always be reassessed. So definitely something worthwhile doing. It's an exercise that Jaguar went through a couple of years ago. It's probably one of the most popular certifications that you can get, and it definitely helps you, strengthen supplier relationships, make sure that you're, regulatory compliant, gives you a definite competitive advantage by being a trusted, sustainable partner, helps you mitigate ESG risk, and you can attract investors and customers by signing up for this. But this isn't one commercial for EcoVadis. There's a whole bunch of other companies, and here's a list of them all. Pledge.io, I had mentioned, we are both EcoVadis certified, and then we integrate Pledge.io for their carbon accounting, but they also provide some certifications and regulatory advice as well. So lots of different platforms out there, just best to research them and choose the right one for you. Or, as I say, choose a partner who is using or is certified. So moving on to the last segment here, just want to talk about the impacts of climate change on supply chains and bring it back to our topic of sustainability. So I'll go through a couple areas where we've seen impacts of climate change. First would be extreme weather events and how that can disrupt logistics. So we've seen more hurricanes, floods, wildfires, and storms, and they're all have a part in damaging critical infrastructure like roads and ports and warehouses. So all of these things, while they're not only personally, devastating for folks, it has a big impact on how we move goods. It creates shipping delays, so flooded ports and frozen canals and extreme winds um, can slow trade in general. We've recently seen, hurricanes shutting down the U.S. Gulf ports, right? So ships have to divert and creates disruptions. Wildfires affect transportation routes, especially in California. Also, Australia struggles with the same issue. And we saw some major flooding in Germany and China just a few years back, and that halted production for weeks. So companies are adapting. They're investing in climate resilient, and governments are investing in climate resilient infrastructure and using more predictive weather forecasting to mitigate any disruption. We are seeing rising sea levels, and that threatens ports and coastal hubs. Ports handle about 80% of global trade, but rising sea levels do put them at risk. Increased flooding causes delays, infrastructure damage, and high insurance costs. Just recently, the port of Rotterdam, which is Europe's largest port, is at risk of flooding, forcing a massive amount of investment into climate adaptation measures, seawalls, and other preventative measures to stop the port from flooding. So companies are adapting. They're rerouting shipments through inland and higher elevation ports, and they're strengthening port infrastructure against rising sea levels. So we also have higher temperatures, which impact manufacturing and storage. So heat waves stress energy grids, leading to power shortages in factories and warehouses. Overheated engines and melting roads also affect trucking routes. And China had a heat wave in 2022 that forced shutdowns of major manufacturing plants due to they had to power ration. So companies are adapting, and they're investing in heat-resistant storage facilities and switching to renewable energy sources to avoid power shortages. Water scarcity and how this disrupts production. So we've seen droughts reduce water availability for industries like agriculture, textiles, and semiconductors. Taiwan semiconductor industry faced a water shortage in 2021, and we therefore felt like a major global chip supply. So companies are implementing water recycling systems and diversifying their manufacturing locations. We also had a major drought that affected the Panama Canal, and that was 2 summers ago, and it reduced the number of ships that could pass through the canal because the lakes and rivers and tributaries that feed the canal were all drying up, and we couldn't put as many vehicles through the Panama Canal. So all of these, climate impacts are really prevalent and becoming more common. We look at regulatory and carbon emissions costs rising. So governments are enforcing carbon taxes, emission trading systems, and stricter sustainability laws, like the ones we've mentioned. And companies are having to, implement strategies like we've talked about in previous slides with carbon accounting and other solutions to help them report on their carbon emissions practices. And then finally, and I think one of the biggest takeaways here is consumer demand is shifting, and it's shifting in the direction of more sustainable and eco-friendly brands and products. And we see this, it's a major focus within today's talks with the EcoWell and the beauty brands that and members of the industry where sustainability is such a big part of one of the major trends within health and beauty. So those are the final talking points on the impacts of climate change. I'd like to thank you from the freight architects here at Jaguar Freight. Thank you to the EcoWell for having Jaguar present today, and look forward to the Q&A.
And bear with me as I bring Paul over to the big screen for Q&A. Thank you so much, Paul, for agreeing to be a part of this e-summit. And we are live and had a few questions and
Great.
comments about great presentation. Thank you.
Great, thanks.
The first question comes from two questions. I'll start with her latest one from Mercedes, who asks, most manufacturers own and manage their own supply chain because they make more money. So how can we change that narrative without bringing in-house? It also contributes to the same ingredient / suppliers used.
Sure. Well, firstly, hello everyone. Hi, Jen. Nice to see you. Yeah, that's an interesting question, and I think the way I would look at answering that is yes, a lot of manufacturers do sort of own the supply chain decisions on how products are, well, firstly made, but then also transported. But from a transportation perspective, what we saw really coming out of COVID, where maybe more from like a cost perspective rather than a sustainability perspective, but there is, sustainability component here, is a lot of health and beauty brands and businesses across other industries started to look at supply chain costs and started taking ownership or control of supply chain decisions. So, how are we going to move our freight? Making those decisions on routing, making those decisions on, how they're going to import their products or move their products around the world, and therefore taking ownership of their supply chain and the control moving away from manufacturers and moving over to the brands or the businesses. So I think with that shift, and again, that happened during COVID, where a lot of costs spiked and there were supply shortages and there was just a whole shock to supply chains in general that for several reasons, brands or companies wanted to take ownership of supply chain decisions. So I think there has been a shift, although I would say it's a coin flip of, who's paying for the freight, what are the Incoterms on how you're making the decisions of how your products move. But more and more, I'm seeing companies take control of this. And then from a sustainability perspective, you can make, greener, smarter choices because you're in the driving seat.
Another question from Mercedes. The industry primarily measures carbon footprint via weight of packaging, for example, Bluebird, if you're familiar with them, but not the specific ingredients themselves, the inside weights and more. Do you have any tips for small brands to track ingredients SC? SC, what do you mean by SC, Mercedes? Maybe you know what she means.
We'll see if she responds. I'm not sure. I don't know. SC supply chain. I'm not sure exactly.
Maybe supply chain makes sense.
I think as it comes to making decisions about like the ingredients and packaging, I don't know if I'm well suited to answer that side of it. But what I would say when it comes to transportation and the movement of your products, the CO2 emissions is going to be measured by weight as well, but you're measuring the grams of CO2 pollution or emission based off the movement of your goods. So I think in the presentation I had a slide that showed the different modes of transportation and how many grams of CO2 per ton kilometer, right? And your most efficient method or the lowest emissions production is through ocean shipping, and the highest is within air. So I think if you're looking from a logistics or transportation perspective, not necessarily down to I know the question was about packaging and ingredients, but when you're making a decision about transportation, the calculations are based off of weight as well, both the weight of the cargo and then the output is how many grams of CO2 emission are you producing. So it all comes down to weight and mode of transportation.
Supply chain is what Mercedes meant.
Okay.
Are there any like misconceptions you hear from brands about supply chains? Like as one thing, one example I'll give from my own misperception I hear from companies, and I brought it up in my own presentation, is this like idea of localness equals like greener, depending on, especially like transportation, if it's like shipped then because it's closer with trucks compared to something that is very efficient like ships, as you highlighted some of the efficiencies with that. But that's my misconception. So what are some misconceptions you see with supply chain?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think going back to sort of like the ownership concept, I think there's lots of ways that you can take ownership of your supply chain. You're not always going to be at the mercy of your suppliers. I think as a beauty brand, a beauty company, you can make a lot of decisions about how you're going to move your goods, store your goods, distribute your goods. But there may be some fear around doing it because you may be like an indie brand. Logistics or transportation is not your maybe core competency. You're more focused on the product and the marketing. So you'll leave the supply chain decisions to your manufacturers because you just trust they've been in business a long time. My suppliers, my vendors, they know what they're doing. But I don't think it takes much to wrangle the control away from your suppliers and vendors and manufacturers. And one of the key things, or like the best tips, I think, is it always comes back to visibility and gaining visibility over your supply chain, having the right tools and processes in place to shine a light into those dark corners of where is my product, when is it going to be ready, what decisions are being made, and how it's being transported. So I guess pulling it back, the misconception is it's possible and not that difficult to actually, get more control over how your products are moving.
Maybe my final question here, and maybe not specifically related to sustainability, although from like an economic standpoint, probably important. How are some of the current political changes impacting supply chain for companies?
Sure. I think the most apparent and most recent sort of updates, from here in the U.S. with the change of administration and our new approach to free trade or foreign trade is, the tariffs that the Trump administration are looking to put in place. And tariffs are being used not as only as a like a trade policy mechanism, but it's also for geopolitical reasons as well. But I think the impact is it's just creating a lot of uncertainty. So it's really hard to make decisions about production, about sourcing partners. Should we cut these new POs with these vendors that are in countries where I may have to pay a 25% tariff? So I think like we just have so much uncertainty right now. And that's probably one of the biggest challenges facing businesses here in the U.S. about making international decisions within your supply chain.
And that's all the time we have for this Q&A. Paul, thank you so much for agreeing to be a part of this eSummit. Your presentation was super informative, and I know will be very helpful for all the attendees here.
Great. Thanks, Jen. I appreciate being part of it. Have a great rest of your day.
Have a great rest of your Sunday. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
And bear with me as I bring the last presentation for the day on the big screen, which was a roundtable on ingredient sustainability. Our last presentation for the day will be another panel featuring a few different perspectives. First, Dr. Nick Ouzounov, who is co-founder and CTO of Geltor, a company developing sustainably minded, animal-free, bioactive proteins for cosmetics and consumer industries. A molecular biologist, he leads protein design and fermentation technology to revolutionize protein supply chains through biodesign innovation. Dr. Oihana Elizalde is CEO of P2 Science, overseeing the commercialization of its sustainably minded chemical platforms in personal care, fragrance, and specialty markets. Previously, she led sales at BASF and managed natural fiber businesses. She holds a PhD in polymer scientist. Finally, Dr. Mike Fevola is a polymer scientist with 24 patents. He has led innovation at J&J and Innolex and serves on several cosmetic science committees, also editor of the Journal of Cosmetic Science. Without further ado, here's our closing panel. Welcome to the ingredient sustainability panel. And I am just going to get right to it with my first question. I guess this is kind of like a groundwork building question. What are some of the environmental challenges for cosmetic ingredients? Obviously, there are many. How are ingredient companies innovating to meet these challenges? Oihana, would you like to start this one?
Definitely a very interesting topic to tackle. Maybe let me start with how we are tackling it, which I think it taps into some of the challenges, right? I think that we need to rethink not just what the actual ingredient is in terms of the chemistry and the composition, but think about it holistically. So, how is it manufactured and what the whole life cycle looks like for a particular ingredient. And that's a very challenging thing to do. I think it comes down to thinking how we are manufacturing chemicals and ingredients and how we have been doing this for many decades and coming up with new ways to reinvent the chemical space, right? Rather than looking at mimicking maybe some of the chemistries that have been established for many, many decades, rethinking maybe new ways to transform natural inputs into novel natural compositions that not just deliver, I guess, a level of performance that consumers have been knowing for many years, but really bring a different level of performance. Together with the sustainability aspect is going to be important because at the end, those things go hand in hand, right? Something that's going to be important in terms of innovating and moving the needle in terms of the environmental impact is looking at how we diversify the type of raw materials we use to make these ingredients. There has been already a lot of work done moving away from petro-based inputs into other sources like palm and coconut and soy and castor oil. But if you look around in nature, there's just so much abundance and a lot of different, raw materials that I think are very exciting and we should be looking into incorporating into cosmetic ingredients. And the way to do that is by rethinking the processes that we are using, not being hold down to the type of approaches that the chemical industry has used for decades, but really almost like reinventing bottoms up, how we take these abundant, very interesting natural inputs and then are able to combine them in very novel ways so that we can get to different levels of performance using just natural ingredients.
And now a challenge with this, I think, and I'll direct the next question to Mike. It'll be the same question, but maybe you can comment on this, Mike. A challenge that I see with redoing processes or finding new processes is then the economies of scale that go with these processes, because economies of scale obviously have a pretty profound impact on the end impact. If everyone's doing, like, for example, batch production, having to use multiple manufacturing facilities, is that necessarily having a lower impact? At what point does it have a lower impact?
I think Oihana said the most important, kind of phrase there, and that's the life cycle. So the challenges are where the life cycle assessments say they are, and that's going to be different from ingredient to ingredient. But I think what you see many suppliers doing now is to deploy life cycle assessment as an objective means to assess not only the needs and the challenges, but where those areas for improvement lie. And then you can start to weigh objectively, is a source improvement, so for example, is moving to a different bio-based feedstock going to be a greater improvement versus a process improvement? And in some cases, the process may actually be more beneficial than changing feedstocks. So LCA is a very useful tool, and I think it's also helped us move beyond the, well, bio-based must inherently be better. There's other things to be considered beyond that. Sometimes it is, sometimes it may not be. And then that also gets into economy of scale, where processes, kind of newer nascent technologies based on new feedstocks, they just haven't had the opportunity to achieve the economies of scale of mature traditional chemistries. But at least the LCA gives us insight to say, okay, if we continue a path of adoption and continue to grow a technology and its production volume, what could we seek to hit if we started to replace traditional chemistries? What are some of the benefits that could yield? But collectively, I think LCA remains the most important tool because it highlights where we can minimize waste, whether that's material, energy, or water.
And Nick, what do you think?
Yeah, no, I mean, I would echo a lot of what's been said, especially with Mike saying, like, the LCA shows us the levers we can bend. There's definitely aspects that in the biotech side and protein design side that we focus on. There's another factor, which is like, can you make products better so you can use less of them? So then in the end product, you have, CO2 output for 1 kilogram of product that's, let's say, equivalent to an animal one. In our case, we're much better than the animal ones, but still, even in that case, like if, for instance, collagens are often used at 1% up to 5% in cosmetics products, ours are designed to be at 0.1%. So then there's also an impact on the end consumer and packaged good and the CO2 output on that. But really, like, the aspects are, Jen, you kind of said also in the beginning of this question about like infrastructure or scale up and all these things. That is a challenge when you have a new ingredient versus existing ingredients like animal extraction. Then the infrastructure is out there. It's 80, 90 years old, often still running. It's depreciated, established. You're building up fermentation scale that doesn't exist really. Now that requires large investments. Your impact on the environment initially might be worse because you're building new facilities. And so that's going to obviously be a problem. Over time, I think, we all have to kind of adapt and change. And I guess that's the aspect of it, of the LCAs. They do give you an end goal. We tend to look at where we are, where we could be. Some companies do use the end goal as if demonstrating that's what they're at already. That's a lot of the small startups do focus on that. But I think most of what has already been said, I just echo.
And your two answers, Mike and Nick, lead very well to my next question, which is going to be directed to Oihana. And so there's a lot of conversation recently around the limitations of LCAs and potentially like the misuse of LCAs. Like, what are you comparing, for example, but also like, what are the boundaries? What are some of the challenges specifically in terms of qualifying and quantifying environmental sustainability of ingredients? I'll leave it at ingredients. You can talk about end products because obviously there's going to be some relevance, especially for like how consumers then look to products and try to like compare two different products together. That's really hard, but maybe I'll just ask the question specific to ingredients and you can take this wherever you want.
So mixed feelings on LCA, I 100% agree. It is a great tool to understand levers, understand where you are, where as an innovator or as a company, you have the opportunity to improve. And so it's a great tool that way. I think where it's challenging is when it's used really comparing totally different chemistries and processes, right? Because the primary data is different. So there is just so much noise sometimes in the LCA calculations. And I think it's used too often just to compare A versus B and just like slight changes on the LCA make product A better versus product B, because it's very difficult to compare it that way. That's one. I think that the other challenge with LCAs, and LCA gives you a lot of data across many different indicators, right? From biodiversity to water to air to CO2. At the end, there tends to be, not just in the beauty industry, but in many others, almost like a tunnel vision to just one or two of the metrics you get out of the LCA. And so one of the challenges really is to start painting a more holistic picture of that impact, where the LCA holds some good indicators, but I think, again, pushing to not just look at the LCA or even just like the carbon footprint portion of the LCA, but really look at all these different indicators and tell a more holistic picture of what the impact is of the chemistry you're bringing. Ideally, yeah, you want to do it all the way to end of life. That's really hard to do, especially again where your ingredient goes into a much more complex formulation, that goes into so many different formats. It's hard to push it all the way through, but I think it is important to keep that in mind when you really think about how to quantify and qualify your impact. The more you are able to explain how you are sourcing, ensuring that you are using a very thoughtful and low impact way to source your ingredients, and be able to explain why they're going to have a much lower impact at the end of life when they are also thoughtfully returned to earth. I think striving to that full picture is really key. I want to add as well that maybe to some of the points that both Mike and Nick made earlier, it is hard to do for a new ingredient, right? The incumbents are there. There is such a their product for decades. You can't be right off the bat in your first few years have a fully optimized process and supply chain. So there is really quite some hurdles that innovators and new chemistries have, and so be able to openly talk about that and make sure that the brands and the customers we work with understand that when they make their decisions, and they don't just look at a single number when they make their choices. If I could add one more thing that goes a little bit beyond the LCA, which I think is also challenging when you think about the impact, the way to gain more momentum in terms of qualifying things, when you think about the whole regulatory and certification of ingredients. Again, some of these methodologies have been there for decades as well. They've been, in many cases, I think, designed around existing chemistries, right? And when you come with a new natural input, maybe a new composition, I think there is a need to think a little bit maybe about adjusting, how some things are measured, but some of the methodologies that are used to things like biodegradability and so on, so that you are able to also adjust things as you come up with new compositions and new ways of making chemical and cosmetic ingredients.
My next question will be directed to Mike to really dig into the economies of scale and efficiencies side of this equation that we've been talking about. Mike, also, if you want to comment on anything else, by all means. The question is, can you speak to the equation of economies of scale and production efficiency in the production of less environmentally impactful ingredients? And I guess I'm asking this question from the perspective of marketing that I've seen in the cosmetic sector, between ingredient suppliers who maybe are vilifying traditional processes like chemistry is the old way, it's biotech, that's the way of the future. This will also be a part of my next question to Nick about panaceas, the issues of panaceas, but then even marketing messages to consumers like SLS is inherently less environmentally friendly. That's not how marketing says it better. SLS equals bad, use an SLS-free surfactant that equals greener. So issues around there, kind of come back to these efficiencies equation. So I'll stop talking. Mike, what do you think?
So, Jen, I'm a champion of the chemical process industry, and we would not want to live in a society that doesn't have it. And we would not want to live in a society where everything was produced by fermentation, because we wouldn't be able to afford all of it. The economies of scale, and again, this is kind of university microeconomics 101. As you increase production volume, the cost per unit of whatever is produced tends to go down, as do the impacts. So a great example of this is what's known in a physical sense is what's known as the square cube rule. So if I take any vessel that I'm going to produce an ingredient in and I scale its dimensions up, its surface area will scale as the square area, whereas the volume will scale as the cube because it's volume. So you have a case where the surface area doesn't scale nearly as fast as the volume does. So what does this mean, for example, for efficiency when it comes to heating? Well, as I make a larger vessel, that volume gets larger faster than the surface area. When I have a lower surface area to volume ratio, I lose heat less. The heat lost is less, and therefore it's a more efficient process. So that's just in terms of energy and heating, which of course then translates to CO2 production and energy usage. So there's all these instances where scaling up and engineering and efficiencies becomes better the more you produce of an ingredient. Also, as you increase scale, the economics of the payback of advancing a technology, so of implementing better equipment, implementing a newer process, if I do it at a larger scale, the economics are such that that investment is paid back faster. So it becomes in the supplier's best interest to invest in improving their process as they scale up, which in turn can reduce the footprint. So economies of scale, they really have worked there's ultimately, it's to the enlightened self-interest of a producer of a material to reduce waste, right? Because you're basically throwing away money if you're not doing that. The chemical industry is, very good at this. It's classic chemical engineering, but again, if we look at it with the focus of not only enhancing economics, but also, sustainability, it's very effective at identifying, where we can eliminate waste. And then by producing more, ultimately, we're able to actually lower the footprint.
I'm going to move on to my next question, which is directed to Nick. So it seems like every year there's another sustainability panacea, from biotech to upcycled seaweed that's really hot right now, and whatever else is coming up right now. So what are your thoughts on these marketing trends? Are these panaceas, this might be a leading question, but are they always greener, like some of the messages may imply? And are these messages of panaceas helpful in driving to improve environmental sustainability in the cosmetic sector?
It's definitely a blurry line in some of these aspects. I think part of it is it's the product we're in. The cosmetics market itself is always looking for innovation and on short timescales. So that's part of the drive for some of these new things coming out. But then not everything's greener, not always. And definitely, as we talked about, not in the beginning stages. So then the question is this the little blip in the beginning and then it goes away? Or does some of these products have a chance to scale to the point that they are environmentally sustainable, better than whatever they're replacing? The question is, are they replacing something? Are they not replacing? It's just a new thing. The places where it does help is I think it drives the consumer interest and thinking about sustainability even. And that then drives the pressure on the companies to adopt the sustainability aspects, the large companies that, are customers of the ingredients. There's an aspect of I kind of like to call it, are the suppliers of these, are they leading or are they misleading? And so that's a big part of it in this aspect of, are they greenwashing their own tech just to get sales, or are they actually having an LCA, something to back up what they're saying, that it's more sustainable, better for the environment? I'm not as familiar with the seaweed space. I know it's growing, and I definitely have talked to a few startups. There's actually a lot happening around Ireland and that area for the space, and they're extracting new molecules, stuff like that. So it is exciting, but my question is always are you replacing? Are you adding? That's a part of it. And are you misleading or are you leading? And I think that's for each company to kind of answer. Yeah.
And are you just making assumptions that your product is going to be less environmentally impactful because you're banking on the goodwill of seaweed in the market space? Do you actually have evidential support to qualify the fact that your environmental impact is lower? I guess I'm sorry, this is something that bothers me, is something that I've seen with some of these seaweed suppliers where they have zero evidential support other than the goodwill of the market. And it's not limited to seaweed ingredients, also for upcycled ingredients, whatever that means, or biotech ingredients, this assumption that they're going to be better because they use this process that has this positive perception from the industry, but is it actually less environmentally impactful?
In the same way that we demand evidence from brands, we should probably demand that same kind of evidence from suppliers. And just being, for example, local isn't good enough. Just being biotech or seaweed isn't good enough. Just being farmed in the ocean isn't good enough. Please tell me exactly how your environmental impact is lower.
I think I will comment kind of because you brought up upcycling. It does raise, when at a first, kind of soundbite flash, it sounds wonderful. We're going to take waste and convert it into a value-added material. That's excellent, right? I mean, that should be an industrial aspiration, right? To minimize waste. And if you can create value, fantastic. The challenging part as an ingredient supplier comes if you start to think a few steps out. Because if your producer of whoever was making this waste that you're using as an upcycled feedstock, you have to ask yourself, what is the security of supply of my starting material? Because what if they come up with a way to eliminate that waste or find another value-added use for it? Now you have competition for your starting material. These are all things that, if you want to have a reliable ingredient supply, you have to be kind of working through if you're looking at upcycling. I mean, there's certain things that'll probably always be there. Food waste, if you're using that as, feedstock for fermentation, it's probably a safe bet. But there's other things where, there's a certain, glycerin was always a byproduct of biodiesel production and other, fatty acid rendering operations, and it floats. It's a commodity. So it can, the price can vary significantly depending on what else is going on in the market. So in the perfect world, an upcycled feedstock will eventually become a co-product because we've created value from it. And once that happens, it's no longer waste. It's now a new supply stream and has to be treated as such. But yeah, it's always kind of thinking through upcycling. I always try to go a few steps down the road because it's great if you've introduced an upcycled ingredient, but if it really catches on, you need to be ready for the long stream or the long-term supply dynamics that could go along with it.
And perhaps it should be noted that the process of using waste and turning that to eventually co-products is not new for the cosmetic sector. For chemicals. The chemical industry, for their own business interests, it just makes sense, has been really good at eking out all the little things.
And just to add some of the things from my own personal experience where we haven't acted on it, but there's been interest from some of the largest companies as if they have an output product from their side. So glycerin is one actually that's come up a few times, but in the sense of, hey, can our organism, our microorganism already just use that? So in that case, we're not switching anything. We're not changing. We're just changing the input. And then it's like, okay, well, if you're buying the product from us, can we also offset your carbon footprint by taking one of your wastes and then improving the basically efficiency of it? But what I've seen is like a lot of companies get excited by it, everything. But then, when you start to look at the kind of investment or anything else they have to do to get it to, like even just to move glycerin from point A to point B, they're like, no. Or, hey, we want to invest in the facility. Oh, no. Especially not when, markets and everything are kind of how they are right now.
Earlier on in the summit, in the greenwashing presentation, Wren brought up this idea of future washing. Companies saying they'll do some environmental activity or have some sort of environmental outcome in the future without current evidential support for sustainability as a new frontier for greenwashing. For example, a recent example to me was this company that was making all these sustainability claims. And when I went and asked for evidential support, they're like, oh yeah, we're going to do an LCA next year. We haven't done it yet, but we're going to do it in the future. So I've certainly seen a lot of this in the ingredient landscape. I'm curious to hear each of your thoughts and maybe just on the presence of greenwashing in general in the ingredient landscape that formulators should be mindful of. Oihana, would you like to start this one?
Yeah, it's been there for a while, greenwashing. I don't think it's going away. It might morph, but it's something that it'll just still be there. So I think it's about leading with scientific-based data and facts. And I think a big part that we need to be building on is really continue educating and continue just communicating how we see it. It's a complex thing to communicate all the way to the consumers. I think at the end, the consumers are being, very confused between labels and just like marketing claims. I think the more we can reach out to the consumers at the end have a lot more power than we believe with their buying decisions, building on better tools to help consumers understand what's solid, what's backed by data, and what's not. It's something that I think as an industry we need to keep doing. It's not easy, and I don't think a single company or ingredient supplier can. But I think this is, where the more we can collaborate in the space and the more we can do that together, I think there is a way there to move the needle and at least not maybe have the greenwashing go away, but at least have a more coordinated effort to really talk back with facts and data, and science-backed information. That's in my view the way to look at it, and then keep pounding into the look at it holistically and not just like make your claim about one specific little thing about your ingredient. That's great, but then avoid talking about the rest that comes with it, right? So I think pushing everybody to just take a broader look and all realize that there's probably not a perfect solution, but really say, okay, here's what's working today, and here is what we think is doable within the next 5 to 10 years, and here's how we're going to do it.
I think the future washing, there's two sides of it. There's the big company future washing, making, yes, by 2030, 2050, we're going to make something. And, I like to take out of Seinfeld, like anybody can make a promise. The trick is to hold the promise, I think that's a challenge, which I think a big part of it is a lot of those are publicly traded companies. So you're on a quarter to quarter aspect, whether that promise is going to be kept or not, and how important that promise is. And I think a big part that a lot of the biotech side has faced is like, if you're not working on new plastics or for packaging or silicon replacements or some of those big things, the big companies they're like, oh yeah, you could make an impact, but we're going to focus on this area right now because if we can find something there, that's where it's going to make a difference. And that's also going to be, your quarterly improvement versus, hey, I improved something by 1 to 3% in a product, but then those can add up too. So I think there's an aspect that those companies can focus more on every little bit that can help, not just the biggest chunk that can help. And then on the startup side, I think it's that aspect of misleading. So it's like, are you saying you're there today? Or are you saying you can get there? And then if you're going to say you're going to get there, like, what do you need to improve? The easiest things for startups to look at is like, you're often don't have your own manufacturing. So who are you partnering with? Where's their electricity coming from? What are the feedstocks? So like, when we operate in Europe, often we use like beet sugar derived carbon sources versus something that has to be imported long distances. And then are you working at the cheapest possible place? So a lot of companies will go to China, but then you don't know what you're being handed. Is it, you might be like, yeah, we have all green electricity and there's a coal power plant just running in the back and you don't know. So, we stay out of that area for that reason. For us, like, it's a mixture of, looking at where's electricity, where's carbon coming from. And I think a lot of companies can do a better job of incorporating those things today and then plan out your future. So for instance, in our case, I would love to have water recycling, but when you don't have your own facility, you have to rely on that. So one of the areas we can definitely improve on long term is more water efficiency in our fermentation processes. But yeah, that's how we look at it. As the future washing, I think, is misleading versus if you're like, this is where we can get, but this is where we are. That's the kind of leading and comparing it to the existing products, which itself is a problem because you're trying to do apples to apples. But like, for instance, collagen, it's an animal extract out of waste materials versus, hey, there's 100 collagen proteins in a animal's body or in a human body, and they can do different things, and you make one of them. So in one fermenter, for instance, would be the equivalent of about like 500,000 animals for the one type of collagen we're doing. But are we comparing it to that, or are we comparing it to the soup of junk kind of collected out of animals? And so we actually compare it to the junk because that's the best way. But in reality, that's why like 1 kilogram of our product is more effective than 1 kilogram of an animal product. And that's part of the challenge, is educating, leading, not misleading, if that makes sense.
As I think about the entire supply ecosystem from, feedstocks to ingredient producers to contract manufacturers to finished goods manufacturers and brands, I think it's just up to all of us to hold each other accountable. And actually, and SciCommerce have a definite role to play there too as well, Jen, to just kind of really make sure that, if marketing is marketing speak is becoming too pernicious and getting into the conversation, we just have to hit pause and step back and say, okay, what are we really saying here? And are we really able to validate the claims we're making? And that's when, for example, LCA can come in and help settle a debate around whether something, is having a reduced impact or not. For a number of years in Alex, we have a product that's made by direct reaction of a triglyceride oil, brassica rapeseed oil, to make a cationic conditioning agent. And we always knew that this had to have a lower footprint because we're making it in a one-step process versus the traditional process of breaking down the triglyceride into the fatty acids and glycerin, separating them, and then making the amide in the second step. But it wasn't until we actually invested in the LCA, which was a significant undertaking in terms of gathering all the data, as well as hiring, a consultancy to actually put that together and run a validated LCA. But once we did that, we could clearly state the benefit, and it had an independent kind of third-party assessment of our claims. So it really helps to just, again, have that level of accountability, and we were being asked to substantiate what we were saying about that ingredient, and we did it, and our stakeholders are very pleased with that because now they can take that and run with it in their brands when they go to develop products using that ingredient. But I think it's just all up incumbent upon all of us to just continue demanding accountability and transparency, and if we see something that doesn't look quite right, call it out and say, hey, where is the data on that, or how do you intend to demonstrate that you are actually having a benefit?
And my final question to all of you, because I'm sure at this point, people who are watching this are like, oh my gosh, how do we even navigate this? There's so much to ingredient sustainability, let alone formulation sustainability, let alone the finished product sustainability, and so on and so forth. My question is, what are the things formulators and brands should be looking and thinking about when looking for ingredients that can help their formulas have a lower environmental impact? Nick, do you want to start this one?
It's a mix of not just looking at innovation alone, like what's the marketing message your product's going to say, but hey, what's the total impact of your product and its carbon footprint, and what are all the resources and LCAs or any kind of data you can ask from your suppliers. So, if your supplier is good, they will have a third party verified, like LCA, as Mike mentioned. Account for it, even if it's something that's small, like, in our case, 0.1% in the formulation, it might not shift things a lot, but hey, it matters. And if you start to just be efficient in asking for that, the better. Not only look for the cheapest option also. There's definitely aspects of, in our biotech industry, there's a growing presence from China. That's where most of the competition's growing. They've done a lot of investment in boosting up their biotechnology industry in the last few years. But again, it's a bit of a black box as to what's the manufacturing process, where are all the inputs. And work with your supplier. Like, if cost is a problem, there's probably ways to discuss that. If establish that trustworthy relationship, and that's also on the company side we have to do, and make sure we do a good job of nurturing that relationship.
Yeah, and Nick, I 100% agree. I think that, the transparency is important, not just on the ingredients and where the raws are coming from, but where it's manufactured, how it's manufactured. And I think that's something that, formulators or brands should really look into, really partner with the suppliers they have, understand how they work, and make sure that, that's key when they make a decision of what to formulate with. The other thing is once they are looking into a particular formulation, I still see a lot of, one-on-one replacement type of dialogues where, I want to take this all chemistry out and give me like a one-on-one, like exactly the same. And, I think there is a different way to approach it. Some things have been there 50 years. It's not just how it performs, but how you formulate it, the format, so think a little bit broader than just a one-on-one replacement. Look for opportunities where maybe you can tap into a new composition that maybe has more of a multifunctional performance to it. Can you combine a couple of different things? So look also at the synergies maybe between some of your more innovative suppliers, and not just look at one particular ingredient kind of on its own. I think also as we look at different chemistries that can have, lower impact, I think there is a lot of innovation on the formulation space, the formats. There has been already a lot in the market. So I think that's also where the formulators and the brand partners, can have quite an impact when they come up with new ways to incorporate all these new chemistries that can take impact to a whole other level if they on their own look at how their process and how they make a particular cosmetic product that goes into the shelves, right? So not just lean into what the formulators give them, but also look at their own ways to manufacture a finished good.
As reflecting on this, it's so easy sometimes to get, sustainability anxiety or environmental impact anxiety, but because it seems like no matter what you do, there's always, it's never enough. So I think the first thing when it comes to developing products and formulations is to give ourselves a break and say, all right, as long as we commit to having an improvement, we're always going to have an impact. The laws of thermodynamics demand that there will be an impact for everything we do. But as long as we try to minimize our net impact, we're moving in the right direction. And then by engaging with the supply chain, with suppliers, and looking for suppliers who are transparent and open and willing to have the dialogue around where their ingredients come from, how they're sourced, how they're manufactured, that is the type of partner that a formulator or a brand should look to, because they're going to help identify the opportunities. And by working with a base like that, you can assure that at least on your ingredients, you're going to be in the best possible position that you can be. And then I think when it comes to performance, we really have an opportunity here. And this is, to me, the fun and creative part, is to design hero products, design every product to be that consumer's hero product, so that they'll use it up to the very end and it doesn't wind up going in the trash. Again, trying to minimize waste. And ideally, if you create a product because you've selected ingredients that perform well, that have a good, low impact associated with them, but deliver a great experience, ideally you're going to get a repeat purchase, which also helps minimize product, overall wastage, because people are coming back to the product they love. So it's a real opportunity for formulators, I think, to really minimize the impact, is design great products. And that'll really help overall. I think, Jen, you've said this before. The wasted products are worse, the worst thing that there could be. You've produced something, and it's kind of just not even being utilized. So if you create hero products, I think that's a great opportunity and a win-win to help lower impact and make consumers happy.
And it's now time for Q&A. And bear with me as I bring over the Q&A live stream to the main screen. It's hard to believe we're already at the end of the day. Thank you for everyone who has joined me all day long. 8 hours of very dense summit that I didn't even give you a lunch break. It was less than 10 minutes. So thank you for everyone who joined. There was a lot to cover, obviously. So we're back with the Q&A. And so the first question we got was from Becca, which is, and I'm going to direct this first to Mike, and then everyone else can comment on it. Mike just recently had a shift for companies he's working at. So there could be an update first, and then you can answer the question. But I think that you have a good point on this question. So the question was, are there any categories of ingredients that you could say with confidence would have a lower environmental impact overall? Or do you think there will always be a case for an LCA or a need for an LCA on a case-by-case basis. The reason I bring this up is a post that really annoyed me from an ingredient supplier that has just constantly been saying that silicones are inherently sustainable because they come from sand. That's an abundant resource. They're degradable, therefore good for the environment. This just came up on my LinkedIn feed today. And I feel like maybe silicone ingredients could be a good example of this, and you've covered it on my podcast already. Mike, would you like to chime in and also give us an update?
Sure. So first, yeah, the update. I just, since the recording of the panel discussion, I have moved companies. So I made the difficult decision after 7 years to leave the wonderful people at Innolex and join another wonderful team at Vantage Specialty Ingredients. So delighted to be continuing my work in the area of sustainable ingredients based on green chemistry to deliver high performance solutions. But as I like to say, I'm still playing in the same league, but wearing a different jersey now. So, and to the question, around LCA and guaranteed lower impact, I think it's tough for me. Where I usually go to is to try to understand what the chemistry is and where it's coming from. So that idea of even just qualitatively tracing back the steps, you can kind of begin to understand what the impact might look like, whether it's for a petro-based ingredient or a bio-based ingredient, and get a sense of just how many steps are there in between whatever the starting material was, whether it's palm oil or coconut oil, or sand or silica in the case of silicones. Understanding the number of steps, and generally speaking, as the number of steps in unit operations goes up, your impact is likely increasing as well. The concept of scale that we discussed earlier, if there's multiple sources for something around the world and it's a mature technology, odds are the impact is going to be a little bit lower because of the scale of production. But again, the answer is it depends. You really need to kind of look at the chemistry closely. And like I said during the talk, push the supplier, ask them for the evidence, and they should be able to provide it. And if they're not forthcoming with that, then that should give you pause.
Now, I just wanted to get a little bit more on the silicone front. Mike had talked about this on my podcast prior, but the intensity of production for silicones and how that may compare to silicone alternatives on the market. Would you say that that equation may give better confidence that the alternatives that are bio-based have a lower environmental impact, considering, like, for example, the heat required for some of these conversion steps?
Yeah, this is a great example of life cycle and considering the use. So silicone's a fantastic material for many applications because of its durability. So in cases, I'll just make up one, like gaskets for high temperature applications where you're realizing a benefit because of the material of construction being silicone. If that's over the life cycle of a durable good, then that's probably a good investment of that energy that was used to make the silicone. If you contrast that with use in a conditioning shampoo where it's a one-time use and the majority of the silicone doesn't even deposit on the hair, it goes down the drain in the shower, that's probably is not a good of investment of the energy and the resources that were used to create that silicone material. So the answer really goes back to LCA, and many of the LCAs that have been done to demonstrate the utility and the benefits of silicone are in durable goods because they spread out that energy consumption over a long lifetime of the material versus a one-shot use in a consumer product.
Oihana and Nick, would you like to chime in on this question? Oihana, would you like to go first?
Sure. Yeah, I go. No, 100% agree. It really comes down to what's the specific chemistry. I would like to highlight as well the extraction methods, right? So when you go to silicones, it's not just the high energy, but it's mined. How is it mined? Where is it coming from? So I think you need to start going deeper into really understanding the origin of the specific raw material is used. And then, like Mike Mike was saying, how it's processed, right? There is really ways to process that can really get you to very low impact, less steps, less solvents, mild temperatures, mild conditions. So this all adds really to the full impact story of a particular ingredient. So it's hard to talk about it in a generic way. I like to always look at impact in a holistic way. A big part is what's happening end of life, which is very hard to measure across different chemistries. So again, keeping that as well into account, going for ingredients that will biodegrade and will end up not being in any way toxic, bioaccumulative, are things that are key when you compare different things.
Maybe I will just direct the next question to you, Nick, unless you have something else to add here.
I was just gonna echo everything and only just add that also location, other aspects of your electricity, everything. Like, so I don't think there really is an answer that's like something can really just be an absent LCA or proof or analysis is automatically better. It's really the holistic picture has to be taken into account. Yeah.
So this next question is from Annika, who asks, how many of the novel, more sustainable ingredients survive the test of time? Are they often discontinued just a few years later? And if so, why?
I think, and this is a change. No, well, not a change. I think it's always been the case that sustainable alone is not sufficient. You need like some other benefit, performance, activity, something in addition to sustainability. So if you have a new ingredient that just doing a label claim and it's a novel label claim, that could fizzle out pretty quickly. But if that ingredient's truly bring in performance, bring in a benefit either on hair, skin, in some way, that can cause the lasting time. And often if it's also bringing in a new benefit that everybody's excited about, then there'll be a new competition towards maybe there's a more sustainable version and everything, and that will create a new drive. But purely just something new, purely because you're saying it's more sustainable, generally, I think either fizzles out or the interest leaves because the activity's not there, the benefit's not there. And I think I'm not as familiar with the silicon space, but from what I know, there are things out there, but there isn't really anything that can truly replace everything it does. So thereby, you can choose what area you want to benefit, and hopefully that ingredient sticks in that area.
Mike or Oihana, would you like to chime in on this question as well? Either?
Well, one thing I like to add in terms of new ingredients is as well as scalability, right? So you see many things that early on get a lot of hype. It's a new chemistry. Again, very often not having the performance benefit. So I fully agree, Nick, that's a very important thing to bring. But things that really stick over time are based on processes and approaches that do scale and do scale with the right economics. And I think that's something to really keep in mind as innovators coming into a new space, understanding that you need to bring something that's going to be scalable and it's going to have the right unit economics over time. If not, it's just not going to stay around in the market, and it's going to be hard for that particular chemistry to start being used in a broader way.
I guess I have my own question for all of you. What are you most hopeful about or optimistic about with respect to sustainability in the ingredient landscape? Mike, would you like to answer this one first?
Yeah, and I think I might actually even tie in kind of the last question as well, because as I reflected on it, it's something, the time scale for ingredients to catch on, you have to look at it with a very long time scale, because these ingredients, I mean, you think about the time scale of product development, it could be 6 to 12 months just to develop and launch a product. So for things to really achieve scale and to achieve widespread adoption can take years. If you take the case of alkyl polyglucoside surfactants, for example, like decyl glucoside, coca glucoside, that technology was initially commercialized in the 70s. And it really didn't catch on in a big way, probably until the early 2000s. So it just takes time. It's important to look at sustainability and so many other factors in determining whether an ingredient's going to be viable in the long term. So regulatory, IP and patent expiration, additional players coming into the market, all of these things have to really align for an ingredient to gain momentum and kind of establish itself and be successful. In terms of what I'm most hopeful about, I think, just the dialogues, people like you, Jen, are starting about this to really empower everyone to think independently and critically about sustainability is the big, just to get everyone asking the right questions, seeking the right information. That gives me a tremendous amount of optimism. We're rewriting the rules of formulation in real time. It's almost like building the plane while you're flying it. Because the ingredients of the future ideally will be more sustainable, and we're going to, kind of sunset the older ones that aren't. But in order to do that, it's going to require a lot of work and interdisciplinary connection across all these different disciplines in our industry. So I'm very optimistic about that. Just the fact that we're having these dialogues to, keep these things front and center.
Nick, what do you think?
The area that, I've been impressed with recently, but I think it's also, you have to be careful in terms of the potential hype over reality, is all the changes that are now happening on the computational side in terms of being able to leverage AI and these types of aspects. And for me, it's been almost hard to keep up with the advancements on a weekly basis on the protein development side, but it really expands. And I think it's going to be a question of finding new things that can be even more efficacious at lower volumes, lower dosages, things like that are going to be a change. But there will be the question of, is everything that is going to be designed and showing proof at the lab, is that going to scale? Or are you going to be able to effectively have the right bioprinter or anything like that to make it cost effectively, environmentally, sustainably, and have it make a proper impact in the end consumer's product space? But I think that's the area where I've been impressed with and excited, and I've seen the impact in our own capabilities from just month by month advancements in that space. It's been quite shocking, and the ingredients that can be developed are quite exciting. Yeah.
And last but not least, Oihana.
Yeah, hard to have something new on top. I 100% agree, Nick. It's really amazing to see how much quicker you can really, if you have the right foundations and then you start overlaying all the capabilities with AI, I think that the sky is the limit. In our case, I'm very excited on seeing how many different and abundant base materials we can start using that are natural, and then overlaying the advancements on different processes and different ways to combine them with AI. I think it's going to really accelerate the learning, and it's going to gear around not just the sustainability aspect, but really leveraging all of those approaches to get the performance to a whole other level. So I've seen this happen quite a bit in other industries. And I think, the conversation in beauty is not unique. There is a lot more, I think, synergies and opportunities looking at what's happening in adjacent spaces, in the food space, in the other material spaces around, I don't know, polymers and fabrics and textiles. So I've seen a lot more dialogue, a lot more cross synergies between industries in the recent years. And I think the consumers across all these spaces are asking for the same. So I think the upcoming years are going to be pretty exciting in terms of, seeing what's coming in the market and, getting some new chemistries starting to replace, I think, some of the incumbents that have been around now for decades. So very optimistic and, looking forward to seeing what's ahead of us.
I think that's a really good place to end this whole summit. Thank you so much to Mike, Nick, and Oihana for agreeing to this panel. You don't have to stick around as I do my closing message, but if you want to, by all means. I also wanted to say a few extra thank yous for everyone who attended this conference. Thank you for being so engaged in the chat. all throughout the day, 8 hours long, very dense. Thank you for sticking it out. I hope you guys learned a lot. I tried my best to give you guys a good cross section to cover all details of all the different things that you should be thinking about for sustainability. There's a lot more to it, but hopefully this gives you a good start to think about some of these topics in a more nuanced way. I wanted to thank the sponsors for this e-summit. Thank you so much to Kuroda, our bronze sponsor, BASF, our silver sponsor, and Evonik, our general sponsor. It's because of our sponsors that these e-summits are able to continue. And I just wanted to say this e-summit was competing, at least in my mind, the comparable conference is about $2,000 for attendees to attend. And so you can see the challenges with accessibility. Compare and contrast the reach that this summit has with about 1,000 people registered, and the reach past is much larger. And so I just want to give a call to action to suppliers who are watching that increasingly want to get engaged with good science communication. You see the issues with misinformation. Please consider supporting independent science communicators, whether it's via sponsorship of summits like these or to some of the other independent science communicators who are doing good science communication online. I wanted to thank also Julia Ruby for being our admin throughout the day in the middle of the night in Australia. Thank you so much for doing that. To Nawal and Luciana. Nawal was emailing schools to get students on board to attend, and Luciana has been working really hard creating an ebook out of summaries for all of the transcripts for the summit, like all day long. So we're going to be working on it for a little while. Hopefully we'll have it done in about a week. So everyone registered will get a free copy to that ebook to their email. So stay tuned for that. And I will hopefully be publishing the replay for this tomorrow. So watch out. You'll receive an email with a replay tomorrow. And finally, I just wanted to say my next e-summit is scheduled for the first Sunday in May, and it's going to be on the topic of claims. Stay tuned for more details on that. And with that, I'll leave you to your Sunday. Thank you so much for attending the Sustainable Beauty e-Summit.